Good morning, everybody. Good morning to those who live in Europe. This is Arman from Coyote. And welcome to our epic long 24-hour long live coding session. I'm very excited. I'm extremely excited. I hope you can hear me and I hope you can see me well. This is not my first live stream, of course, but this is the first time I'm doing such a thing. We have a huge setup for today. Hopefully it's gonna be an amazing and epic 24 hours to come. Now, let me know in the comments whether you see everything fine and you hear me fine. Yeah, so much for the countdown. All right. Now, it's very exciting. I don't even know where to begin. We have so much to cover today. It's gonna be a day full of blood, sweat, and tears. It's gonna be a day full of frustration. It's gonna be a day full of success, hopefully. Hopefully, as you know, these things aren't really I would say this is not rocket science, because it's not. Because maybe it's a little bit step forward than rocket science. We can go to the moon. Oh, timer. That's a great one. Thank you. Yes, I knew I forgot something, and now I have the timer running. It's gonna count down from 24 hours, or rather it's going to count up to 24 hours, and we're going to finish the stream at the 24-hour mark. All right, so what I was saying that this is not rocket science, and maybe a step beyond rocket science, because we can go to the moon. We're dreaming of going to the Mars. We already achieved great lengths in rocket science, and we can send things to the edge of the solar system. But the depth of the human mind, it's still unexplored. Now, we know for sure certain things about the brain, and we're going to cover some of them today. I'm not going to go into too much details of neuroscience per se, but I'm going to cover a little bit of detail about how the brain works and how we're going to be able to do the experiment we want to do today. And I'm not sure if we're going to be able to do that, but more on that later. But we haven't gotten to the bottom of the human mind yet. We don't know how the brain exactly works for things like memory, for things like seeing. There are certain experiments to kind of understand how the brain works. But, you know, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. We were on the moon, what, 50 years ago? 60 years ago even? And we haven't discovered the depth of the human consciousness or human brain yet. That's why this is a little bit forward than rocket science. And, of course, we're going to do everything in JavaScript today. Well, maybe not everything. There's going to be a little bit Python, I believe, in there, but not for machine learning. At least not all of it, but no spoils. So pretty much everything is going to be in JavaScript. And the reason for why we're doing this right now, today, this stream, this next 24 hours, is because, and I'm going to be talking about this in a little bit again, because I started a new school of software engineering, which primarily focuses on full stack JavaScript. And by full stack, people usually understand it's either backend or the front end or together. And by full stack, what I mean is it is something you can use in whatever you want to do. JavaScript gives you access to do whatever you want to do. And today we're going to be dealing with the brain. We're going to be dealing with signals coming out of your brain or my brain, and how we are going to process it and how we are going to do stuff with it. We'll see what we can achieve so far in 24 hours. But here's the thing. JavaScript is a language which lets you do numerical analysis, which lets you do machine learning, which lets you do brain signals processing. And we happen to use it for web pages and web development and servers too. So the gist of the idea is I wanted to draw attention to what JavaScript can do, and that we're doing these sort of things at Coyote School of Software Engineering. Now, for those, Johnny asks if this is going to be open source, and it already is. I'm going to be talking about that in a little bit more, but it's already open source for several years. So this is not something I'm doing for the first time. Hopefully everything is going to work out. I don't know. But yes, everything is already open source on my GitHub profile. Now, for those of you who wonder about my health and whether I'm going to be able to pull 24 hours off, I need to start with this. I have stocked up a lot of food. I have stocked up a lot of protein bars, like this thing over here. Well, yeah, like this one. And I have water. I have some generous friends brought me food last night at 2 a.m. in the morning while I was hastily working on the setup. And I'm well stocked. I'm going to eat well. I'm going to take regular breaks for my worldly needs and for stretching. I'm going to take regular breaks of 10 minutes, 20 minutes, or even 30 minutes where I can relax my body, because sitting in front of a computer is not always fun. It's mostly fun. I love it. And I can do it for some time, for 48 hours, 72 hours. I think my record is about 60 hours. But this is a live stream. Don't try this at home. I always wanted to say this. Don't try this at home. Because I'm a professional, I know what I'm doing. I've been coding for a very long time. I've been sitting in front of computers for a very long time, and I know how to take care of my body. And I'm gonna have regular breaks to drink water, maybe cook even for myself, and have dinner. I had some breakfast in the morning, but I'm already feeling hungry. So this is gonna be a really relaxed day. I'm gonna be busting my body off in order to give you something worthy of watching, but I'm gonna be taking care of my body as well. Whoever invented those worldly needs, I don't know who did. I always imagined being like I don't know what its name was it Krieg or something? The brain character in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. You know, that has a robot, and it lives in its groin because, you know, for men, their brain is in their stomach. And then it's only a brain. It doesn't need anything. And it doesn't really have any worldly needs. It lives in a robot. So I always wanted to be that thing, to be free of any physical limitations our bodies bring us. And this is an attempt. What I'm gonna do today is an attempt at somehow doing that. We're gonna be dealing with brain signals. We're gonna try to open up your brain or my brain to the world and see what it contains and what we can get out of it. Now, this is a very long marathon, so you're gonna have to bear with me for the next 24 hours. If you are bored by now, I hope I'm gonna entertain you in the following hours. So we're gonna keep doing this for some time. Now, I have planned very little for this day. I'm gonna start with an introduction to all of this, the research and what this is all about. and obviously who I am. And then we're gonna delve into code. We're gonna try using a device that I recently purchased from a company called Emotive Epoch X. And hello everybody, if you're watching from Emotive, I need some support. I need some help. Now this is something that caught me last night, and actually I slept only for like 4 hours, so this is going to be a really challenging marathon for me, the next 24 hours. But apparently in order to get raw EEG data, in order to get raw brain signals from Emotive, you need a license. You need a license. You need a special kind of license. So I already have one. I purchased one. That's called a Pro license. That gives me all the APIs that I'm gonna demo today. But it doesn't quite give us the raw EEG signals, which is gonna be ultimately required to do this experiment. Johnny, yeah, I have the Epoch X. However, I don't have the raw EEG data access. So if any of you watching today has raw EEG access, you can lend me your account, or you could tweet to Emotive or call them saying, hey, I have a friend who needs access to this API. I had the original Emotive Epoch that I'm gonna show you today, the original one, and I think the dongle I'm gonna try out. I haven't opened the box of Epoch X right now, or Epoch 10, however they call it. We're gonna do it together, so it's gonna be an unboxing experience as well. I didn't try out the dongle with the previous build, not the previous build, but the build before, the original Epoch. So the dongle might or might not work with my original Epoch headset, and the issue with that is I lost the dongle of the original Epoch, and that also drove me crazy last night. I searched all over the house for hours and hours on end, and I couldn't find it. So we're gonna try with Epoch 10 today, which was our main goal anyway. And we ran into an issue of licensing. So I wrote to their two co-founders, Tan Lee and Geoff Amcalar, on Twitter, and I left a message on their support system. So we're gonna be looking into that. I'm not sure if they work on the weekends. Hello, Usgur. They probably are not. They don't have any reasons to work on the weekends. However, you know, I tried my best, and we're gonna see how it turns out. They have a plethora of other APIs that we can try out, and we're gonna try out all of those today. And maybe in this 24 hours, they are going to hear our voices, and maybe in this 24 hours, they are going to help us with licensing. But more about that later. Now, all right, it's already 12 minutes. I don't know how the counter will go. I don't know if it goes up to hours or even days, but we're gonna see how much we can push it. All right. Oh, maybe we can hack it. That crossed my mind as well. Maybe we can hack it. We might try. We might definitely try. I'm pretty sure it doesn't work. It even doesn't work with Epoch Plus, the current headset from Emotive, the one that came out before Emotive 10. When are you gonna start coding? That's a good question, Safa. I don't know. I think you should just stick with the stream. I don't know when I'm gonna start coding. Maybe in an hour or so. I'm not sure. Maybe sooner. Maybe later. I was talking about the structure of today. So I'm gonna start with a presentation. I'm gonna be talking about this whole brain signals thing and how it's working, and then I'm going to do the unboxing of Emotive Epoch 10, and then we're gonna explore the API together. Adapter design pattern. Hello, Jatinder, how are you? There's a delay between the stream and your comments. There's a delay of about 20 seconds. So I'm reading your comments in real time. However, I won't be able to respond in real time. There's going to be a 20 seconds delay. Hopefully you're familiar with that from other streams. And I want this to be an interactive session as much as possible. I'm going to be answering your questions. I'm going to be looking at the comments and you know, trying to further explain what you want me to explain. So let's make it an interactive session. Hopefully we won't have many trolls. Hopefully. I have a team of moderators. I hope they could figure it out. And it would be great if they left a message on the chat, whether they could figure it out or not. But yeah, I have a team of moderators who will be looking after the chat. Hopefully everything's gonna work out. And hopefully we won't run into any internet trolls. That would be the worst thing. I hope that's gonna be the worst thing. I hope we won't have anything worse. All right, just to show you how it works, and just to go and grab a bottle of water, I'm gonna switch to my break screen. So when I need some little time, you're gonna see a screen like this, and the microphone will be muted. The only thing you're gonna hear will be the soundtrack. And I hope that soundtrack will always be there. I'm monitoring the audio situation. I have a screen here. If that doesn't work, I'm gonna try to start it, because I know how boring it can get on live streams. That's why I wanted you to have some nice music on the background. Now I'm gonna switch to the break screen and hopefully see you in a couple of seconds. Let's try this out. Okay, we're back. The music is a little bit quiet because I don't want you to listen to the music. It's just there so that you know the stream is going on. And when I'm talking, it's there so that you don't get bored. Thank you for waiting. I went and grabbed 2 bottles of water. One is sparkling, the other one is not sparkling. As I said, I'm going to be taking good care of myself. I have a glass of sparkling water with some lemon in it. I love it. Is it P300? It is P300, Abu Bakr. And yeah, the bottles are here behind me on the floor. And I have a couple of energy drinks that I'm gonna try out, like this. They're not my sponsors or anything. I just wanted to make sure I have enough energy for the entire day. And I'm gonna start with that as well. Good. I wonder what you suggest for people who want to learn neuroscience. I have bachelor's degree and a deep programming background. Do you think studying master programming in Turkey is a good start? I don't know. It could be. Studying abroad is also a choice though. And although I love the field of neuroscience, I'm not a neuroscientist. I'm a software person. Okay, now we're gonna start with, maybe this can stay here. We're gonna start with the introduction. Now I'm gonna be redoing a presentation that I did several times before about this whole brain signals thing. Oh, by the way, before we start, sometime in the near future, I hope not too distant future, the doorbell's gonna ring. And I'm gonna have a package from Amazon. I have 2 cameras here. One is my main camera, the other one is over here that will shoot our unboxing and when I have the headset on my head. And for that, I needed a permanent battery, a dummy battery. Right now I'm running on the camera battery. So it's running out. The camera goes offline. So I ordered something from Amazon, and it's gonna arrive today. So I'm gonna take a short break to open the door, receive it, and set up the camera. So this is a very relaxed stream for 24 hours. And I'm gonna be sharing my entire life with you for 24 hours. So don't expect any sort of like extremely professional setups or anything. You're going to experience what I experience. I'm going to be moving around the cameras. I'm going to be checking whether we have music or not. And apparently right now we don't have music. And that is a little bit of a trouble. All right, let's restart. Hopefully this is going to go better. Yeah. And did I have a question? No. All right. Let's start. Now I'm going to switch my stream to to my screen. Let's see if this is going to work. Yes. Perfect. And now let's see if you're going to be able to see me. Yep, there you go. Great. Now, this is a rerun of a presentation that I did several times over the past couple of years with several conferences. Back then it was called Console Log Brain. And I did a lot of experiments during the presentation in conferences, in real time, in real life. And I'm going to be talking about that. However, I adapted it for this broadcast. So if we run into any issues, you're going to know that it's because this is a copy of a previous presentation. All right, let's start. So, hello again. I'm Armagan Amcalar. I live in Berlin, Germany, and right now I'm the founder and lead instructor at a company called Coyote. Now, Coyote is the owner of this channel, is the owner of this stream, and it is the next generation software engineering ecosystem. I hope you're gonna allow me for not so shameless plug here, because we're gonna be together 24 hours. I think I have the liberty to talk a little bit about my company. It's a next generation software engineering ecosystem, which means we are trying to be present in everything that is software, from training people, from consultancy, venture building, startups, our own projects, other companies' projects, and creating a community of engineers and a mindset of engineering. Now, it's a very long-term vision and dream, and I've been at it for several years now, but finally we were able to create a company for it. And the first thing that we wanted to start with is a School of Software Engineering. Now, it is a 9 weeks full-time online course, and you can find the details on coyote.com. And what we teach is the mentality of software engineering that is required for modern day full stack web programming. Some people tend to call it a bootcamp, but we strictly claim that we're not a bootcamp, because we're not teaching you only the essence, only the basics of coding, but the mentality behind it, the mentality behind all of the engineering decisions that go into creating web applications. So it's strictly a School of Software Engineering. It teaches you stuff like UML diagrams, design patterns, and so on and so forth. And it does this with a modern full stack JavaScript curriculum. Most of our trainings are online and for free under my personal channel. You can find them with a playlist called Women Take Makers Berlin JavaScript Crash Course 2019, because we've been doing this for quite a time. I started doing bootcamps in 2011, and since then I've been doing bootcamps on and off. And the latest of our engagements was with Women Take Makers Berlin. We did it for 3 years in a row, and we trained about a couple hundred women and helped them enter the software industry. And it was wildly successful. All the lectures are online and for free for you to download or watch over YouTube. And if you happen to get into a very intense 9-week course, Coyote School of Software Engineering is the right choice for you. We're going to be starting at the end of the month, and we're still receiving applications, so you still have time to apply. Full disclosure, the price is about 5,000 euros. So it's not dirt cheap, but I can assure you it's the best out there. All right. You guys says, I hope there won't be any copyright issues about the music. I hope there won't. I signed up for a music streaming service for royalty-free music. So, and I gave them my channel details. So I hope they're gonna see that this channel is broadcasting this music and say, hey, this is our member. So there's not gonna be any problems. The songs that you hear are, I think, not songs that you normally hear on Spotify, but specifically created for this purpose. All right, that's a little bit about Coyote. I'm going to be talking about Coyote throughout today, but the reason we're doing this, again, the stream and everything today, is because JavaScript can do so much more than web development. It can do so much more than web development. And I'm going to be demonstrating a couple of pieces of it today. All right. As I said, I live in Berlin, Germany for about 5 years now, and I have worked at several different companies as a CTO, head of software engineering, engineering manager, and previously I was in Turkey. I was born and raised in Turkey, and I had a startup incubator there. I was a partner of a startup incubator, and we did a couple of startups, more than a couple, and it was wildly successful at the time, but then failed, and I ended up in Germany. And I love everything about programming, engineering, and I love that it's open source. I have about 100 or so. Siri, of course. I think I should turn that off at some point because it's gonna trigger throughout the day and it's gonna drive us crazy. It's so annoying. Anyway. What was I saying? Open source. I have several open source libraries and frameworks on GitHub and on npm. I usually work with front-end technologies, but I also do back-end technologies, and I also do brain signal processing, and I also do audio processing. I've been in this business for over 20 years, and I've been coding for a little bit longer. So I had enough time to go into all of these directions. I mainly use JavaScript right now. That's my first language of choice. However, I think I have earned a living from about 14 different languages so far. And I have a couple of libraries, as you can see on the screen, that are available on npm. And they range from hybrid mobile application development libraries to microservices frameworks to brain signal frameworks and the world's first web audio framework for guitars, Pedalboard.js. And I also talk about it on conferences, and you can see it on YouTube as well. I have a couple of talk recordings on YouTube. So if you search for my name, you're going to come up with everything that I have done so far. All right. As I said, the three things you see on the screen, BrainBits, Wits, and Brain Monitor, are online and open source on GitHub for several years now. They contain the work I did with the original Epoch headset, and they let you access raw brain signals because the original Epoch headset allowed that, and we're going to be talking about that in a little bit. All right, now let's see. The question that started this whole crazy shenanigans with JavaScript is what the ultimate hack is. Now, there is a meetup called Berlin Hack and Tell that goes on in Berlin for about a decade or maybe more than a decade. And what they do is they meet monthly. And real world hackers from all around the world meet in Berlin, whoever is in Berlin at that point in time. And they present their latest hacks, demos of real world hacks. I'm not talking about security hacking, but using things for purposes that are outside of their original purpose. So think about vacuum cleaners that are turned into IoT devices, regular old vacuum cleaners that are turned into IoT devices by people. So a friend introduced me to that, and I was like, this is great, and I can present a couple of things. And I signed up for one of their events, and I wanted to present one of my first libraries, the Pedalboard.js library for guitar effects in browsers. What you do is you hook up your guitar to your computer, And maybe, no promises, but maybe we can do it today as well. I don't know what time will bring. And you play the guitar and you have a wide variety of effects in your browser. You can already check it out today. Pedals.io is the webpage. And I learned later that day that there's a prize. So what happens is 8 people demonstrate their hacks every week. And at the end of those demonstrations, the audience votes on the best hack of the month. And I was fortunate and lucky enough to win the best hack of the month award there with my pedalboard.js library. And that was a crazy moment for me. I was like, yes. By the way, full disclosure, I have the imposter syndrome. I know it's fake. I know it's not real. And I know that I'm an okay coder. I may not be the best, but I'm very well at what I'm doing. But I have this imposter syndrome that tells me that you're not good. And it tells me that, you know, you're fake and people will find out who you really are and you're lying to all of these people. And I know that's not real, but this is what imposter syndrome is. And I'm trying to battle with that. Then they said, I was very happy to receive an award for programming. It wasn't the first award for programming that I received. I received a lot of other awards, but it really meant something because they were real world hackers there, about 100 of them, and they chose me as the best hack of the month. Then they said, this is a 3D printed award for you, which was a little computer statuette. I don't know what it's called. But then they said, you have to bring it back next month because we're going to give it to the next winner. And I was like, oh, really? Now that really kicked into my imposter syndrome because I was like, I'm good for a month and I'm worth for a month. I'm not good for any time longer. Like I'm only good for a month. I was like, okay, I have to do something. And I decided to win it again. And the next month I went back, this time with maybe potentially a little crazier hack. You know, DJs have these devices with which they make music. Pads that you can tap and it's a drum set, or some knobs and faders and switches. And I was like, can I use this for another purpose? They all speak a language called MIDI, which is a data transfer protocol. It's like JSON for musical instruments, digital musical instruments. And the browser, Chrome browser, speaks Web MIDI, which means you can talk to any MIDI device and you can control your browser with it. So I did an image editor, a YouTube control panel, and a snake game with those pads, 8x8 pads that light up. I did a snake game with that. And demonstrated that. By the way, you only have 5 minutes to demonstrate in those events, so it's not much. And I was again fortunate enough to win it a second time. They really liked what I did with JavaScript, with the browser, and with real-world DJ equipment. I did everything aside from music. And that was great. And they were like, there has been only 2 or 3 people in the past who won this award 2 times, but nobody won it twice in a row. So you're the first. And I was like, yes, can I keep the award? And they said, no, you have to bring it back the next month. That was horrible. Now, for 2 months, I was kind of out of my imposter syndrome. But they wanted me to take it back. And I had to find something else. So I said, okay, I'm gonna go back a third time and I'm gonna win it again. And if I win it this time, maybe they're gonna give it to me. You know, maybe like the World Cup in football, in soccer, you win it 3 times in a row and they give it to you. Maybe they would do that. So I was looking for the ultimate hack. That's a very, very long story of this question, where the question came from. What is the ultimate hack? Now, arguably, the ultimate hack, the one thing that we couldn't hack so far is our brain. Super advanced scheme to keep the members. Yes. So arguably the ultimate hack is our brain. And if we can hack our brain, we're going to understand a little bit more about the nature, about our own nature, and we're going to be hopefully able to do things that we were not able to do before. So I decided to work with brain signals. Obviously, this wasn't the first time for me to work with brain signals. Again, full disclosure, this was my master's thesis from 10 years ago, from 2010. I handed it in 2010, so I started in 2008. And back then, I did a P300 experiment with a BCI system that is research grade, that is used in the lab. And what I had was a mixture of C++ for the drivers, MATLAB for signal processing, of course, and back then we called it classification and signal processing, not machine learning or AI. And I had C# for the front end, for the application. Did I have something else? No, I think this was all. And I had to work with all these 3 technologies to make it work. And you can also find videos of me typing on my YouTube channel, on my personal YouTube channel from 10 years ago. This is a research that was first done, an experiment that was first done in 1988 by Donchin and Farwell. And, we're doing this since that long. We're trying to make it better and better and faster, more accurate and more useful to people. So it's not something new. It's something that has been done for several years now. In 2010, however, I made a breakthrough. The average speed that a person could write with state-of-the-art systems in 2010 was around 12 characters. And with my system, my subjects were able to write about 20 to 26 letters per minute, characters per minute. And while that is not a lot, that's not really fast for a regular user. This is not for the regular people. This is for handicapped people, people with the Lockton syndrome, people with ALS, people who don't have any voluntary control over their muscles. And, if they can communicate with only one, maybe when I'm talking, I can switch to the main camera. Yeah, this is going to be better. Yes, I can switch back and forth. This is going to be better. So this is for people who need it most, who lost their chances of communicating with the outside world. And we were giving them a second chance, basically. And it really worked well. We did a couple of experiments with real world subjects as well, with mixed results. But that was a breakthrough. And then I was like, can I show this, my master's thesis in Hack and Tell? And one of my friends said, that would be cheating. That's your master's thesis. That's not a hack. I was like, okay, you're right. I want to do something genuine. And then I said, can I do this whole thing in JavaScript? The data collection, data processing, the visuals, everything in real time in JavaScript. Is it possible? Can I do it in a month? And I didn't have a month. I had about 2 weeks, and obviously I had a full-time job. But as you can see, or hopefully you're gonna be able to see, I'm a no-lifer kind of, so I can work long hours. And yeah, I did everything in JavaScript, and I went back the third time, and I won it. I won the award a third time, and I was super, super excited. You know, my heart would blow, especially during voting. Because as you could imagine, if I lost that, that would mean first, A, brain is not the ultimate hack. B, I'm an imposter. That would be terrible for my career and for my whole being. But I won it. And I became the first person to ever win it 3 times. And I did so 3 times in a row. So much so that the organizers said, don't come back next month. I mean, definitely come back, because we need the award. Again, you have to bring it back. They didn't give it to me, unfortunately. They said you have to bring it back and hand it to the next winner, but don't bring anything else. We get it. You are a good coder. You are a good hacker, but you deter people. People don't want to present their stuff when you are on stage because they know they're going to lose. I was like, okay, that is a very profound confirmation that I'm not an actual imposter, but I can do some interesting things. Obviously, this is not production ready. This is not real world application ready. This is an experiment, but it is important to show the lengths that both JavaScript and technology and humanity can go. That's why it was a little bit important. And yeah, they didn't give me the award, but I made my peace with it. I was like, yes, I now understand I'm not an imposter. Still, this happened 3 years ago. From time to time, I still have this feeling, and I definitely had it before today as well, that I'm lying to people, that I'm an imposter. Anyway, okay, let's go back to the presentation. I hope you all know this person. This is Elon Musk, the one and only. He asked for the schematics and 3D printed myself. That's a super idea, but that would be a total imposter, Johnny. That would be really, you know, the fake that I wanted so much to run away from. But that's what they do with the World Cup, right? They give you a replica or any cup that you won. It's not the original. All right, so this is Elon Musk, the one and only. And you all know he has a couple of experiments. This is why I called it in the beginning that this is not rocket science, what we're doing. And it's a little bit more advanced than rocket science. Now, Elon Musk has several companies. One of them is called Neuralink. And it came around in 2016 or so. It went public. And they said they have started working on a device or technologies that will enable high-speed data connection between your phone and your brain. And they said, we're gonna create a data highway for your brain, so that you can type only with thought without ever moving your fingers or blink your eyes. You're gonna be able to type with your thoughts. And I think in around the American jet funnel, yeah. I think around that time, Elon Musk said, I think we're about 8 to 10 years away from this being usable by people with no disability. Now, that is an overstatement. We know he's not very good at predicting the future for himself or for his company. He said he would deliver Tesla cars at around $35,000, and it would have autonomous driving, and it didn't. And it took about 10 years for him to do that. He was late by about 10 years. So the issue there is, unfortunately, he loves hype, and he is sometimes not realistic. And this sometimes has terrible consequences. Last year, there was an issue in Thailand, I guess. A couple of young students were got stranded in a cave, and he wanted to send them a submarine to help, which didn't really work out well. And then this year there was the COVID problem, and he said he would get breathing devices, I don't know what they're called, from China, but it turned out that the devices he got were fake and were more harmful than useful for medical purposes. So not all of his predictions are correct. And this is one of them. We're not 8 to 10 years away from this being usable by people with disability. This research started in 1988, and I did mine in 2010. So that was a whopping 22 years. And we could barely improve it. Now it's 2020, 10 years after. There's still not a lot of improvement in this field. Although we have a lot more advanced machine learning algorithms, we're still not there. So, this is a challenge, and we're about maybe 20 to 30 years away from this being usable by people with no disabilities. We mention people with disabilities because it is usable by them. It was usable 10 years ago as well. So if you have no other means of typing or communication, you can definitely use this, because 1 letter per 10 days is infinitely better than zero communication. But it's a drag for people with no disabilities. But yeah, around the same time, Facebook came up on stage. Their VP, Regina Duggan, came up on stage with this huge screen that said, "So what if you could type directly from your brain?" This is a phrase that I use as well. This is a phrase that a lot of people use. And obviously the answer is, oh my God, that would be great. However, we haven't figured out quite the ways to do that. Facebook also created a company to work with this technology, to implement, to research brain signals technology. And at the time, these two were, they almost coincided, almost as if they knew each other. At the time, this was the very first time the enterprise was interested in brain signals. So for years, we have been studying it. There are a couple thousand, maybe not tens of thousands of neuroscientists out there in the world. And everybody, including me, rushed to both Neuralink and this Facebook company for a job, because they were looking for research scientists, managers, engineers, and so on and so forth. Obviously, I didn't get any response from them for my applications, although I thought I had some real-world experience with this, enough academical background and real-world experience with it. They didn't even reply to my applications. And I can understand, because this was the moment that the entire academia was waiting for. And they started working on these things. Hopefully, they're gonna have a usable product in like 20 years. It's a very long process. And I really liked what Mark Zuckerberg said about this. He said, this is a greenfield research, and this is not going to happen in the next 10 years. It's going to take maybe 20, maybe 30 years. And at least he was realistic about it. And sure, if you pour enough money into this in 20 years time, we can do that. Musk's approach is a little bit different. He's trying to work on making the process of intrusive BMI easier instead of focusing on improving accuracy of non-intrusive like EEG. That's true. They're working on intrusive methods, which means they open your skull and put a chip inside that has thousands of electrodes, and that can read directly from neurons, the electrical activity directly from neurons, and it transmits it outside. Now, the issue with that is those experiments are forbidden by the government, and you need special permission in most countries. And usually you have to be terminally ill to be able to receive such permission. You know, you have to have no other means of survival, and then they allow you to have that operation, which makes it ultimately difficult for people with no disabilities to use. And I don't know the entire agenda of Neuralink, but they made some great progress. They showed some great progress for intrusive techniques, but it's not usable by the general public. So it's not the first brain signals chip that's intrusive. Other people tried that first, tried that before, even in like early 2000s. And some brains accept it very well. Some brains reject it. So I'm not sure if it's really safe or not. But of course, they're trying to do their best. And I haven't heard anybody who got further injured by intrusive techniques. All right. So this is a picture of me trying to do my first broadcast, where I typed with my brain signals live 10 years ago in 2010. I did an experiment and a broadcast for a social media in Turkey. It's very difficult to call it social media, but I don't know how to explain it. It's a dictionary. It is one of the first Web 2.0 applications in the world. And I'm gonna have some more water. And in 2010, this technology was not very advanced. And by this technology, I mean the streaming technology. So it was very difficult. We had regular handycams, about three of them. And we did a broadcast where I created a social media post in real time, live on TV, not on TV, but on the internet. And several hundred people watched it at the time. That was a huge success. And the person you see behind me is my beloved friend, Deniz, who is also very coincidentally helping me out today with the stream, because she is working with us at Coyote. And I'm super, super, super happy that this coincidence happened. 10 years after we're together, pretty much doing the same thing, pretty much looking the same. But yeah, while I was hastily trying to make everything work, she was kind of making fun of me, like controlling me, my brain with almost like with force. But yeah, this is a picture of me from 10 years ago when I first did this experiment in a real world scenario, live on stream. And what you see here is a professional EEG cap and electrodes. We used about 10 of them, and you see the remaining electrodes dongling. And let me actually show you that. Oh, yep. The remaining electrodes are dangling or from my shoulder. But this was a research grade tool that we used back at the time, and it was wildly successful. Okay. Now, in running up to that broadcast, I did a couple of experiments on my own. I tweeted with my brain signals. I kind of did it recursively in that I tweeted furl at EEG, and that would give you this tweet. So it's a URL shortener that I did, and it's not active right now, unfortunately. For some reason, I have to look into it. But when you visit that URL, it redirected you back to this tweet. So I tweeted this entirely using my brain signals. It's still out there, the tweet from 10 years ago, and I cannot believe it's been 10, and of course 10 and a half years. It's just crazy. But even submitting it to Twitter was with my brain signals. I typed all the letters, and then there was the submit button that I put there in the UI, and when I hit it, it submitted it to Twitter. I did a couple of different experiments with this. I also submitted stuff on Facebook and stuff. That was, that was 10 years ago. And that was a demonstration that this is actually working for demo purposes, not really for real life use. All right, so let's dive into EEG. How does it look like? This is a picture of the world's first EEG recording. Now, honestly, it doesn't look like anything. It's just some waves. Here you see, it looks like noise. It doesn't even look like it's an audio signal. There are some patterns, but who knows what they are? Who knows what information there is in these peaks and valleys? But this is a picture from 1924 from experiments done by Hans Berger. Now, I know that's a very generic name. Hans Berger is a German scientist, or was a German scientist. It's a very generic German name, Hans Berger. What else would you expect? But it's not a fake name, it's a real name of a real scientist. However, they gave him a very, 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 very hard time with this experiment. Nobody believed him. At the time, he claimed that you can record electrical activity from the brain and it can give you information about the brain. It could be anything. But nobody believed him. Nobody believed him. So much so that they shunned him away. They ridiculed him. They threw him out of academia. And he didn't give up. And they called him a charlatan, and they called him a fake, an imposter, and they said, this is impossible, you cannot get electrical activity from the brain. The people who said this were actual real life professors. Real life scientists. So science is not without its flaws. And he persevered for about 10 years. And by late 20s and early 30s, I think, if my memory serves me correctly, a couple of other people tried his experiments, conducted them, and made it work. Now, that was a breakthrough, because then they were like, okay, Hans Berger is right. And then he got back all his credibility in the field as the founder of EEG. But, you know, sometimes life punishes people who do extraordinary things. And it was difficult at the time. The resolution was terribly low. If you see here, it looks like a very low resolution signal. And what can you make out of it? You don't even have any digital means of processing it. So how can you correlate it with certain brain activity? You can only draw it on a paper. And that was obviously very, very difficult as an experiment back in the day. Fortunately, in about 100 years, our systems got much better. And now we can have much better signal quality, less noise, and more resolution with our signals. And this is how it looks like right now. Frankly, it looks a lot more like noise. Although this is an actual very clean brain signal from 4 different electrodes, it still looks like noise. So it's impossible to make any conclusions from this graph. Just by looking at this graph, you cannot understand anything. However, we know that it contains a lot of information. We just don't know what it contains for the most part. We try to correlate it and then make sense of what it contains. Now, if you didn't watch, I have a video on YouTube. I hope you're going to be able to see it. I mean, it's not a very exciting watch. It's very boring. It's the same house that I am in today. And some of the things, and I did this, I think 3 years ago, and some of the items are still there. And it's very interesting for me to see. But this is the experiment that I did with JavaScript. This is the headset that I have on my head, and now we have the first letter H. I'm trying to type hello here. I'm trying to type hello with my brain signals and only using my brain signals. And everything is done in JavaScript, except for one tiny part done in MATLAB. And I'm gonna be talking about that in a second. So what happens here is you're looking at the screen. Letters are flashing. There are letters from A to Z and beyond. I'm checking whether, yeah, I think it's playing really good. All right. There are letters ranging from A to Z and then numbers from 0 to 9. And you focus on the letter that you want to type. This is the experiment. Like I want to type E right now. I guess we're on the letter E. And I'm focusing on the letter E. Whenever it's flashing, I am counting it in my head. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm counting it. Sorry, obviously we were on letter L. So what the application does is that it records your brain signals in real time and looks for a special pattern called P300. And again, I'm going to show it to you in a little bit. And it knows when it's flashing those letters. It knows when the letters are flashing, and it knows when that P300 signal appears in your brain signals. And it tries to correlate them. And if you do it enough times, it says, okay, this is the letter that you want to type. Now, this was a very interesting application, and I'm typing hello, it's a very boring watch. You shouldn't move. The reason for that is the headset that I was using at the time, Emotive Epoch, is a consumer grade hardware. And when you move, muscles in your body, they mess with your brain signals. And yes, I finished it. I typed hello. That was crazy. I also put this on my Twitter, and it was my pinned tweet for 3 years until I started announcing this event. That was a very successful run of typing hello. It wasn't very fast. It was very it was very slow, actually, also with respect to my earlier research. But of course, the issue with that is research grade hardware can give you better signals with more accuracy and less noise. And when you're in a Faraday cage, a Faraday chamber, it's much easier to work with brain signals. So real world equipment works a lot better. Research grade equipment works a lot better. Obviously they're bulky, they have wires, they cost tens of thousands of dollars. And this is a consumer device. It's a wireless device. It doesn't really even have real electrodes that make contact with gels. Again, I'm going to be talking about the headset in a little bit. But that's why the accuracy was lower. And that's why it took a little bit more time to come up with the actual letters that I was trying to type. And in the end, this is what it's all about today. All right, now, how does this black magic work? You wouldn't believe it, but we have about 100 billion neurons in our brain. 100 billion. I don't know how they are all stacking up, how they're all cramped in a tissue like this size. But we have about 100 billion neurons. We obviously don't know the exact number. Some people claim it's 10 billion, some people claim it's 30 billion, some people claim it's 100 billion. It's almost like the number of stars. We don't exactly know. And what happens is, between those neurons, there are interactions. There are chemical reactions of potassium and sodium, and neurons always exchange potassium and sodium. One is plus in charge, the other one's minus in charge, and there is, as a result, always a potential difference, which is another fancy name for voltage. And we call this an action potential. When there's an exchange between two different neurons, there's an action potential. Now, a typical EEG headset that you can wear on top of your skull has up to 256 electrodes. And we call it non-invasive because you just wear it on top of your head. There's nobody drilling into your skull and putting in electrodes there. And the research that Elon Musk is doing, and some other research scientists are doing, is invasive. And they can afford to have thousands of electrodes because they are within the brain. They can have tiny micrometer electrodes that are much closer to the actual neurons firing, and therefore they can give you a lot more resolution. And I think the last time I checked, I think the maximum number of electrodes they had was about 4,000, which is really crazy if you think about it. And it's not the entire brain, of course. It's just an area of a couple of square centimeters. 4,000 electrodes there gives you a lot of accuracy. However, even though we have that, we still don't know how it exactly works. Because if you think about it, especially for non-invasive methods, one electrode has electricity signal from an average of 40 million neurons or something. 4 or 40 million. I think it's 40 million. So 40 million neurons fire They're all different. They're all doing different things. They all have different purposes. But you only have one electrode that averages out of those, if you use up to 258 electrodes. And obviously, electrical signal that is generated in one part of your brain can be picked up by another electrode in another part of your brain, which means you are getting electricity or electrical signals from pretty much all over your brain, pretty much all of this 100 billion neurons. Now, it's very difficult. It's extremely difficult to make sense of the information there. There are several different techniques, one prominent one being called localization, where we have as many electrodes as we can, and we're trying to approximate signal locations from different parts of our skull of a higher number of electrodes. So, let's say we have 64 electrodes attached to our brain, and with signal processing algorithms, I'm trying really hard not to say machine learning because it's not. With signal processing algorithms, we try to decipher the signals in a way that we have 256 electrodes, as if we had 256 electrodes. So what happens is this electrode here, over here, receives signals from all electrodes out there. But obviously, the signal coming from a neuron here is really weak compared to a signal coming from a neuron here. And what you do is you correlate all those electrodes that you have with their positions on your head, and then you try to figure out the exact sources of neurons, target neurons. And that definitely improves accuracy, but it doesn't really work great. So the thing is, we don't know how this exactly works, how the brain exactly works. We have so many neurons, and we don't have any means of tracking individual neurons. However, there is an initiative called Open Worm. They took a worm with, I think, 130 neurons or something like that, about 100 neurons, and they simulated it. It runs in your browser. You can run a worm in your browser, and it is fully functional. It responds to certain signals that the actual worm would respond to. And you see it's wiggling and it's moving because it has muscle control and everything. And this barely suggests that if we have this entire map of neurons of a human brain, we can simulate human brain. Now let that sink for a moment. It is possible to simulate the human brain. We just need access to all of the neurons in our brain. And once we do that, we're going to be digital. Our brains will be digital. Frankly, we have maybe a couple hundred years before we can do that. However, it is not impossible as recent research suggests. So we did this with worms with very limited neurons. We can simulate them. And if you expand from 100 to 100 billion, a billion times, we might have brain simulation. Now, Johnny asks if I think we are simulated humans. And the best thing about that is there's no way to know. But I would love if that were the case. I would really, really, really like if that were the case. Especially if we were living in the Matrix, living in a liquid or something, and there are things attached to the back of our skull, and that's how we, that's how they feed us, that's how they grow us. By the way, I don't know how the muscles build up without exercise in that scenario. So the shapes of the humans we saw in Matrix doesn't really look realistic to me at all. But then you're living in a simulation. I hope that is the case. I wish that were the case. But for now, I'm not sure if we are living in a simulation. Okay, let me try this. Maybe it's gonna be, yeah, maybe it's a little bit better. It's a very crazy setup here. I have a couple of lights before me. One is over here, the other one's over here. I have lights at the back. I want to make sure this is a good experience for you, as nice as I could get it. All right, so we don't know how the brain works, but we can observe it. And there are different methods that we can get EEG signals, electrical signals coming out of the brain, work for us. And one of them is called P300, the oddball paradigm. This is first published in 1988, and in their first paper, they were able to achieve 2.3 letters per minute with this oddball paradigm. And this is what I showed you before. There is a matrix of letters that are randomly flashing, and there are rare positive flashes. You're focusing on a letter that you want to type, like H, if you want to type hello and you're on the first letter. There is H, and you look at H and count how, like, whenever it flashes, you count it in your mind. And this is a very rare occurrence, because if you think about it, you're focusing on only one letter, but there are 35 other items, symbols on the screen. So it's very probable that other letters will lit up, and yours is a very, very small, tiny fraction of those flashes. And therefore, it piques your interest. You're like, aha, that's my letter. Increment the mental counter by 1. Aha, that's my letter again. And you don't know when it's going to happen. And you're startled by it. You're surprised by it. And in those times, there is this special signal called P300. It stands for positive 300, which means it is a signal, it's a peak that happens 300 milliseconds after you get a stimulus. And a stimulus is any event that you're interested in, a flash of a letter, for example. So you look at those letters, and after the letter that you want to type lights up, flashes, 300 milliseconds after that, action potentials in your brain fire. And that is what we're tracking. Essentially, this is what the experiment is about. We're tracking whether you have those special waves 300 milliseconds after any flash. And we know when we flash these letters. So we know when they're going to arrive, more or less, but more about it in a second. So here is a very realistic but averaged out drawing of two different signals. The red one is a regular state of your mind where you don't, where the letter that you want to type is not flashing. Other letters might be flashing, but the one that you want to type is not flashing. And the black one happens when the letter that you want to type is flashing. And mind you, these things are averaged out. That means the black one is an average of, like, I think it was 10 or 20 successful captures of a P300 activity. And this in turn means most of the time you cannot really separate the black from the red one. Most of the time they're just the same. It's just regular noise and you cannot tell if there's a P300 or not. But sometimes you get a very strong P300 signal. And if you do it enough times, when you average them out, you get somewhat a clear picture like this. Now it's not very clear, I know. And that's why this research is very hard. It's very, very, very difficult. If you think about it, when you move, your muscles affect your brain signals, and your muscles produce, I guess, 1 or 2 orders of magnitude more stronger electrical signals than your neurons. And of course, your electrodes will pick up muscle electricity as well. So you have to stay in one position. You shouldn't move. You shouldn't even blink your eyes. This is actually a topic in the academia. When you're blinking your eyes, people actually filter those bits out, because a blink of an eye is like 10 times stronger than any P300 signal. So these signals are on microvolt level. They are very tiny. They need good amplification, and they are almost like noise. So it's very, very difficult to decipher what the actual signal is just by looking at it. And obviously, there's of course one more challenge. As you spend more time with the headset on, the conductivity of your skin changes. With sweat, it changes. With your hair movements, it changes. With the distance of the electrode, it changes. And it becomes really difficult because the voltage levels will always shift. The DC voltage will shift, but also the signal quality that you get from the electrodes will shift. So there is no single definition of a true perfect P300 signal that you can drive and that you can, train your classifier on. This is a very, very difficult research. That's why we apply several different techniques of signal processing and clearing up the data before we can even process it. 300 milliseconds seems quite a long time for a single thought. It is, but it's how human reflexes work. It takes 300 milliseconds for us to respond to an event that surprises us. Did you ever try with alphabet from 2 different languages? Not at the same time. However, obviously my research, and of course you can find it online. I have published papers about this on peer-reviewed journals and conferences. So you can see the actual research that I did 10 years ago. We tried with different methodologies, different alphabets, and different symbols. So what if instead of a huge alphabet, we had, especially for people with disabilities, we had a matrix of 9 different symbols. Like I'm good, I'm healthy, I need a doctor, I need a nurse, I need medication. Come read me some books, and I need attention, or I'm doing fine, don't worry about me. If it were possible to choose from these different symbols, that would mean a ton for people with disabilities who cannot communicate. So we experimented with a lot of different approaches. Also, obviously, we experimented with predictive text. So you just write a couple of letters, and then the probability of the next letter changes based on the letters that you typed. So almost like I think it was called T9 back then, a predictive text on modern smartphones, where it predicts and corrects your typing. It definitely improves your speed, of course. All right, where do I start? Now, I published an open source library called WITS, and I searched a lot for the name. That was a very thorough name search. because I wanted to make sure that I come up with something that reads as a as human language. I wonder if it would be faster if you grouped letters up in subgroups and only iterate over the subgroups at first. Johnny, yeah, people try a lot of different approaches, and you can always try with different keyboard layouts and grouped approaches like this. You can find papers about this whole area of research. There are so many literature out there. What I'm doing is not entirely new. In the academical circles, this is something people research for a very long time. What I'm doing is I'm carrying it over to JavaScript, and I'm doing it with JavaScript, which is a lot more accessible. And I'm also doing it with a consumer headset instead of a research headset that regular people like us cannot buy. Okay, so how do you start? There is this library called Wits that I published. What you do is, it reads like this: constant mind requires wits. And then you open your mind, and then you read your mind to the console. And what this does is it prints your brain signals on the console, like numbers, which doesn't really mean anything. It doesn't give us anything. But this is a foundational library that I used in other projects that I did, and I'm going to be showing them later. I don't know if I'm going to be able to demo them, but I'm definitely going to show them. And as a fun activity, you can print your brain to the console. Hence the title of this talk. It was previously called Console Log Brain, because we are logging our brain to the console, to the Node.js console. Mind.read console log. And this is all you needed to do. You just need an emotive Epoch headset, the original one. Unfortunately, it doesn't work with Epoch Plus, and I think I am going to talk about that in a little bit later. It didn't work with Epoch Plus because it was encrypted, and the original Epoch was not that much encrypted. At least it was, but not that much. So it prints your mind to the console, and it is breakthrough. It's breakthrough. You put on a wireless hat and your brain signals appear on the console. It is just simply mind-blowing, and maybe literally mind-blowing. Okay, so then I did something called Brain Monitor, and I hope you can see it. It is a terminal application that prints your EEG activity from 14 different electrodes. Now, this is again not a real life application in that it wouldn't be really useful to anybody, but at least it gives you, and I'm not sure if I can zoom in. Yes, I can zoom in. Perfect. But it gives you your brain activities on the developer console. On the terminal. You just type Brain Monitor and then you dump your EEG activity in the console. It was a fun activity because at the time people were doing these world maps and everything like dashboards in the terminal, and I really wanted to play with that. And my ace was brain signals, so I thought I'm gonna print my brain signals on the console. And here I'm gonna show you a couple of things that you can see with your eyes. So you see this is the filter setting in because we have a high pass filter. And then these peaks are my eye blinks. These peaks are my eye blinks. And that is, and I told you that it's like at least 10 times stronger than your regular EEG signal, sometimes more. And that is what you can barely make out of your brain signals by looking at them with your raw eye. So it's very difficult to process this without actual digital signal processing techniques. The rest looks like noise. Of course, the resolution here is not that high because it's the resolution of the console, but this was a fun experiment to do nonetheless. You have channel quality, the percentage of how pure we can get a signal from a channel. And electrodes are called channels. you know, each channel has an electrode, and this is a 14 channel headset, so you get 14 different electrodes and 14 different channels, and they have different names on them depending on their position: AF3, F7, F3, FC5, FC6, there's F4, F8. Odd numbers are on one hemisphere of your brain, even numbers are on the other hemisphere. I don't know which one is which. I don't even know. I cannot tell my right from my left sometimes, so I'm not sure. But it also has a battery monitor and a gyro. So you can rotate your head, and the headset gives you the position of your head. And you can print it on the brain monitor. You see there's an X that is moving around on a XY axis here. This is all good, right? This is great research. And what I originally did in 2010, when the first emotive epoch came out, I rushed to buy it. It was a lot of money at the time for me, especially I had just started my professional career, and I had just started earning a salary. It was a lot of money, but I rushed to buy it to experiment with this. I wanted to implement my original experiment with emotive headset, and I was successful to a certain degree on offline experiments, which means you record your brain signals and then you process your brain signals instead of doing it live in real time. But one other aspect that was very interesting to me was the gyro, because you can track your head movements, and maybe I thought I could combine this with the actual brain signals that I'm receiving, so I can get a sense of where you look at and you know, your head, and then maybe we can make something out of that. And I had a project called Head Mouse, a gyro. I'm an electronics engineer, by the way. I'm not a software engineer. I'm an electronics engineer. I studied microelectronics and then moved on to electronics for my master's degree. And I was hoping to make a headband that you can wear that tracks your head movements, and that, you know, you use your computer mouse with that. So you move like this, the cursor goes up there, you move like that, the cursor comes here, something like that. And you can also do this with emotive. We're gonna try if we can implement it today as well, if time permits. How long has it been? 96 minutes. Come on, I thought you'd go into hours. That's not helpful. How am I gonna calculate the hours? It's okay, an hour and a half. All right, the third application that I did that's available on GitHub is BrainBits. This is the P300 application, P300 speller that I showed you before. This is a little bit an advanced version with colorful patches and a better looking screen. It counts down from 3, 2, 1, and this is a training session. I want you to type H so that I can train the algorithm, the classifier for your P300 signals. And Johnny, that's true. Moving your entire head for a mouse sounds exhausting. But maybe we could do, you know, very simple movements. Who knows? Anyway, so I was experimenting with different UI because the most important thing that affects the speed that you type is arguably how surprised you are. And if you are really, really surprised, by the way, I think I should drink this. I took it out of the fridge and it's going warm. Okay, this is called Monster Espresso Triple Shot Vanilla Espresso. It's not terrible. Okay. Yeah, I wish it were a little bit colder. I wish I didn't take it out of the fridge that soon. Anyway, so we experimented with colorful letters that flash randomly in different colors. And we experimented with disappearing letters that are not there when they're not flashing. So they only appear when they flash. And then we experimented with this concept of covering the letters when they're flashing. So you see the letter there, so you can focus on it, because if you look at the adjacent letters and when they flash, you kind of still trigger that P300. That's another problem. So what if we just covered it briefly when, when it would flash? And would it really give you a better action potential? And we experimented with all of these things. The best thing here is this is all JavaScript and CSS. So it's super easy to customize the looks of this. Like, I'm going to show you in the code. It's very simple and straightforward. And obviously it still needs some help, especially porting it to other headsets. And today, I hope we're going to be able to port it to Emotive, Epoch 10, the new headset they have, if we get the license. So I don't know if you started spamming Emotive on Twitter. I wrote to their founders. It didn't work out, I guess. Let me check my Twitter. I wish I looked into this before. I always had the assumption that raw EEG access didn't require any approval from them. This is not something you can buy from their webpage. If it were the case, I would already have done it. But they have to manually approve you. So that's a challenge. And no, they haven't responded to my tweets. Maybe you can help me with that. I don't know if their Twitter notifications are on, but I wrote 2 tweets to their founders to see whether they would be able to help us. Okay. And yeah, it also needs some help in porting it to TensorFlow. I'm using my own algorithms from 10 years ago. That was based on top of another algorithm done by a research scientist. I did the mouse for Android devices. All the participants in the experiment hates me now. Is this flashing app in your GitHub? Yes, Jatinder, it is in my GitHub. And you can fork it. You can help with it. If you have any other brain monitoring devices, EEG devices, you can help me with that. It's github.com/sw brainbits. All right. The technology stack behind it is JavaScript all the way up. All the way up is JavaScript. It's Electron as a wrapper. So Node.js is used for data processing. It's not even multi-threaded. It's single-threaded Node.js, and it's enough for real-time data processing of your brain signals. Sorry. We use Vue.js for the front end. The entire front end is built using Vue.js. So you don't even need vanilla JavaScript speed there. I used Brain.js for neural networks, but they don't really work well. And I use a custom Bayesian linear discriminant analysis. How do we pronounce Bayesian linear discriminant analysis, BLDA, as the actual classifier that I'm using. Again, that's a port of my algorithm in MATLAB. And it took me some time to port an algorithm that is like 50 lines in MATLAB into JavaScript is a horrendous activity. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. But I was able to do that. And it also took about 1,000 lines. So I looked into all the alternatives of matrix multiplication using GPU, using CPU, different libraries. I wrote my own, and I tried to come up with the most performant one, of course. Because formerly I was doing this in MATLAB, and in MATLAB, it's like A times B gives you the matrix multiplication. And in JavaScript, that's not the case. So I was able to implement my custom BLDA, and it actually worked really well for this purpose. But also we had native C add-ons. I had to write C code in as a Node.js extension in order to interact with the headset, because the headset I was using at the time, Emotive Epoch, and actually it should be around somewhere, and let me show it to you. Come on, now let's see if we're gonna be able to pull this off. Let me switch to this. Perfect. Yes. Now you see this headset is the Emotive headset, the original Emotive Epoch headset. It's a very simple device. You turn this on with this. It's chargeable over USB. It has 14 electrodes, 2 headrests, and 2 of those you can use for references. It's a very old device. It's now Emotive Epoch Model 1. It's now 10 years old. This is one of their first devices that they ever built and shipped. So I was using this device, and this is basically, it has some encryption, tiny bit of encryption, not a lot. It has some encryption in it. It is symmetrical, and you can dump the key. And when you dump the key, you can kind of hack the device and access raw EEG data. Otherwise, it's not giving you raw EEG data as an API. So what people did, the Python and C community, is they built a library to get the raw signals out of this in Python and in C, and it can connect to the device. It can work around its encryption, its weak encryption. That's why Emotive immediately released Epoch Plus with better encryption, and that's a lot harder to crack, and nobody was able to do it so far. So that works in, what is the orientation? Like this. That works in C and Python. So what I did is okay, now you put it on like this, something like this, and then you're ready to go. Of course, it's not that simple. You need to wet the electrodes on it, but this is how it works. So that's in C, and there's no way to get it in Node.js. So what I did is I wrote a Node.js library that a Node.js extension, a native Node.js extension that includes that C module that reads from this device, and it sends those at regular intervals to the Node.js environment as JSON. So that's how that library wits work. Wits uses that native C library under the hood, and it interfaces it with JavaScript modules so that you can use them in Node.js. All right. So I had native C as well, Node.js, Electron, Vue, Brain.js for neural networks, and one last thing, I had MATLAB. Now, when I was implementing my custom BLDA, I wanted to have eigenvector calculation of my signals, eigenvalues. And it's very difficult to calculate. It's an NP-complete problem in that there are no true solutions. There can be multiple different solutions to eigenvector. And it's also very costly to calculate, at least in JavaScript it is. And when I did that, when I implemented that, or the implementations that I found online for calculating eigenvectors and values in JavaScript, it was terrible. It didn't work. The accuracy of the algorithm was really, really low. And like, how on earth is this possible? I don't know. But the same algorithm ran really well in MATLAB. And what I did is I built a web server in MATLAB that exposed a single endpoint URL for calculating the eigenvalues. And you know, it is switching roles. Node.js is doing the data processing. MATLAB is doing the web server part. And you know, hacking is something like this. I'm using MATLAB for a purpose that it's not built for. And what it does is, when I need to calculate eigenvectors of the brain signals that I receive, I send it over, I post it. I do a post request to MATLAB, and it calculates the eigenvector and sends it back. That's what it does. And when I implemented this, the accuracy was like 2 or 3 times better. And that's why in my experiment I used MATLAB as a web server. However, I have a new computer and I haven't set up MATLAB on it yet. I also don't even have a MATLAB license right now. So I asked a friend to help me out. I mean, he offered to help me out. I didn't ask him, but he said I can try to do this in Python and we're gonna see if it gives good results or not. So he very generously came up with a Python library, a Python application that has the same functionality as the MATLAB server, exposes one single endpoint for calculating eigenvectors, and I post an array of numbers there. It gives me another array of numbers. So I'm gonna try out that as well. I haven't tried it so far, and I was dumb enough to assume that I would have raw access to to Epoch 10 brain signals. So I didn't try even doing anything. That's why we have this 24-hour broadcast, right? We're gonna try it together and see if this thing is working for us or not. All right. So how do we format the data for machine learning, or let's say for signal processing is a better name? We get the raw electrode data, the raw stream of voltage calculations or measurements, voltage measurements. We group them by each second to get something we call epochs. So what we do is, for each second in the trial, we get a map of your brain signals, basically. And we group them by each second. And what we do is then we're gonna look for that P300 signal there, because remember, it happens 300 milliseconds after you see the flash. So we know when the flashes happen, and we group 1 second of data that comes after that flash. Of course, the flashes are rapid and they're faster than a second. So what we do is, after every flash, or let's say for each flash, there is 1 second of data in which we are looking for that P300 signal. Then we filter each epoch between 1 and 12 Hertz. This is to make sure we filter out the frequencies that we're not interested in, that could contain some noise or other information that we're not interested in. For example, very intense brain workload happens on frequencies about 18-20 Hertz, and we don't really need those. And anything below 1 Hertz, we also don't need, because there is a DC bias voltage shift, and we don't want to be affected by that. And then we winterize the data, which means we cut off the lowest 5% and highest 5%. And we do a zero mean normalization so that the average of each epoch is 0. The average value of all the values in that epoch is 0. We remove the signals that we don't need. We decimate it by 8. Now, the frequency is 128 hertz. We decimate it by 8, and we get 16, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we get 16 samples for each epoch. And then we apply machine learning or signal processing, whether through Brain.js for neural networks or a custom algorithm as a Bayesian linear discriminant analysis, which worked really fine. And you can, of course, apply different techniques like support vector machines and other techniques, hidden Markov models on this, or other neural networks to see whether it works for you or not. All right, we're getting to the end of our presentation here. And the conclusion is this: JavaScript is powerful enough to read and parse not only JSON APIs, but also your Brains API. And with this, hopefully you're gonna go back and start thinking more closely about JavaScript and what you can do with it. And you can not only do web APIs with it or web applications with it, but you can also do brain signal processing and typing with brain signals with JavaScript. And that is basically it. This is the end of this presentation, this talk about introduction to EEG and my experiments and what I did. And next up, we're gonna move on with our unboxing of Emotive Epoch 10. And then we're gonna look into their APIs and see what we can get out of it. Thank you for, oh, yeah, it should be here. Thank you for listening to me. It's already been 2 hours. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. We have 22 hours left. That's a lot of time to work on our project. And now we're gonna take a short break because I have some worldly needs that I need to take care of. And maybe you also do need some time off. So we're gonna take a break of 10 minutes and then we're gonna come back and continue with our unboxing. So see you in 10 minutes. All right, we're back. We took about 25 minutes. I hope everybody is back with me. And I hope you can hear me well and see me well again. The first part of our 24-hour live coding series is over. And we did take a look into what brain signals processing is a little bit and what I did with it in JavaScript. And now comes the next part, which is going to be arguably a very, very long session with breaks. I originally intended to take 10 minutes off, but then I thought, well, I need a little bit more time. And I took another 20 minutes off. So in total, I think I was gone for about 25 minutes or something. And in fact, I just noticed that I have to close the door of the balcony. So give me a couple of seconds and I'll be back. All right, we're back. I think the audio also improved when I did that because there's a lot of background noise out there. Berlin has a historical day today because it's, 29 degrees outside, 31 degrees. It's gonna be tops today. I don't know what I'm doing home. We've been waiting for this for weeks. And 29 degrees or 31 degrees in Berlin is very, very hard to come by. Some of my friends are out in nature, in the mountains, hiking. And they're really enjoying the sun and the warm weather, hot weather outside. And I'm here in this small chamber and I'm gonna do live coding with brain signals, which is a little bit exciting. I'm getting ready for the next step. Okay, now we're gonna move forward with unboxing Emotive Epoch 10. Now, I didn't open the box before. I did open it just briefly to have a peek at what's inside, but I immediately put it back on. So I don't know what the box contents are, what we should expect. And yeah, let's see how this goes. So now I'm going to switch to the second camera, but before I do that, let me show you the box here. All right, now this is what it looks like on the outside. Emotive Epoch 10. It's a very nice shaped box, and this is everything I received in the cargo. Like I just received this. There's no other package on top of this. It's just this. It came in a shipment box. So it looks very high quality. I don't know if I can zoom in. Yeah, I always envied those people who did unboxings on YouTube. I've never done one because I don't really like to brag about the stuff that I have access to, whether I buy them or they're given to me. This is something I purchased on my own completely. Emotive is not sponsoring me in any case. I don't really have any affiliation with them other than the fact that I love what they're doing. And we're trying to achieve the same thing. So this is the box. There is this label, and then this is what you see. It has a very nice logo. They kind of upped their game. It really looks premium. And here there are some texts. And what does it say? It says 14 channel EEG, whole brain sensing. Yeah, for 100 billion neurons, 14 channels is really whole brain. Rechargeable up to 12 hours of battery life. I hope there is going to be enough battery in it for us to do our experiments. Maximize variability with rotating headband. So this is a very unique feature of this headband. The previous one had a band here on the back. Now let me take it out again. This is the original one. So this is a fixed headband and you wear it like this, which means there is something protruding on the back of your head. I mean, it is okay. It's not great because you can only do so much when this is on the back of your head. You cannot lie down, you cannot sleep with it. Not that it would be super helpful when you sleep with it because of all the movements in your head. Sleep studies require much better contact quality than what the saline-based alternatives can give you, like this, and I'm gonna talk about that in a little bit. But what this has is a rotating headband, which means, hopefully we're gonna see next, you can rotate the headband from the back of your head to the top of your head, which helps if you want to use it for sleep studies, I guess. At least that's what they claim. And then there's wireless connectivity for PC and mobile devices. This is something the original headset lacked, Bluetooth connection. It only used its own dongle and you didn't really have any other options. But Epoch Plus worked with Bluetooth Low Energy. And I have seen people using it in a browser. And that's something we're going to test out today as well. We're going to try to use web Bluetooth, and we're going to try to use this headset in a web browser, not on the Electron and not Node APIs, but in a web page. And we're going to see if we can control the web page with our brain signals somehow. All right, there is motion sensors in it. So you can sense head movements. And the original I had, again, I think it was like, what, 3 axis? And this one has 9 axis. So it detects altitude and all the variations of your head. So we should give you a fairly good representation of your head position in 3D space. And we might also do some cool experiments with it. And then there's the saline-based electrodes part. I'm reading what is on the back of this this cardboard that they sent it in. So here we have saline-based electrodes, wet sensors, no sticky gels. Now this is an issue that I ran into 10 years ago when I did my original thesis. And you know, EEG caps, I already showed you a picture. They're not very comfortable. And they also suck because you need to put sticky gels that have a high concentration of salts so that it improves conductivity between your skin and the electrodes. And they're sticky and they dry. So you run the experiment for like 2 hours, they go completely dry, you have to renew them. And after that, your subject goes home and they have to wash their hair. And it's a terrible, terrible experience. Now, I'm very lucky. I don't really have a lot of hair. This is my usual style. I didn't shave for this experiment. This is how I usually look. And there, so I didn't really run into this. But obviously, when I did my experiments with my friends at university, most of them didn't want to do the experiment because the gel is really sticky. It gets stuck in your head. It's like, it's called rasta in you know, when you have a lot of hair, you shave. I'm not very good with hair. That's not my ace. But that's what some people do with their hair. They glue it. It's almost like a glue. So it's sticky. Nobody likes it. It messes with your hair. And it never helps. Anyway, so this thing works with saline-based solutions, and I don't have it with me right now, but I have a couple around the house that I can show you later. What you do is the contact lens cleaning solutions. They are saline-based liquids, which means they have some salt in them. So if you taste it, it's a little bit salty. And what this does is there are little, what is it called in English? Felt. There are felt tips in the electrodes here. And if you can hear a child scream, that's my neighbor. Every day at this hour, they go out for a walk and the child screams nonstop. I hope you don't hear it because it's like in the entire building. That child is taking over the entire building. Anyway, so there are, zoom, no, focus, come on, focus. Yep, there you go. There are these felt pads that are acting as the tips of your electrodes. Usually what you have is you directly have a silver-based electrode tip that is sticking into the gel that sits on top of your skin. I didn't think that was a human. Yes, unfortunately, that was a human being. That was a child. It's like torturing or an exorcist. But anyway, so what you do with emotive headsets is you put that contact lens solution on this, and this gets wet, and it stays wet for a while. And the electrodes are behind this, and let me see if I can show you an electrode of the original one. So this is the back of the electrode. There is the felt pad, and what if I change the camera angle? Let's see if I can, yep. All right, perfect. Now, this is an original electrode from Epoch headset. The felt tips are really hard to get out. And you see there's a lot of corrosion in it. And that sometimes messes with the contact quality. Not the signal, but the contact quality. Sometimes, not always. And you have to clean it. Unfortunately, it's a very tedious process. And it happens because salt corrodes this thing. Now, what you did is you put this on, and you put this saline-based solution, a couple of drops on it, and then this this is basically how you know what touches your skin, and it provides a medium, a conductive medium between your skin and the electrode, which is this thing over here, so that it transfers electricity. Now, that is not very, I mean, it's okay as a solution. It's okay as a solution, but it's not very effective in conductivity and skin resistance. The gels are much more stable because this thing can still move. And when it moves in your head like this, even a millimeter of movement messes up with your signal so big, so much. You lose that epoch or that signal, or everything around that signal until it stabilizes again. So this is not very effective, whereas a gel-based solution is much more effective in the sense that it gives you a uniform liquid, and then the electrode can move inside. Of course, the signal changes a little bit, but at least the skin resistance doesn't change that much. The conductivity is good. So that's what saline-based electrodes are. It's a felt tip. You drip a couple of drops of saline-based solution on this one, and that's how you get the conductivity. Whereas actual electrodes are, again, usually silver-based tiny rods that just rest on a goo of gel solution. All right, let's put this back in. And since I lost the dongle of this original headset, I think it's of no use. My electrodes were really corroded anyway, so they weren't really particularly useful. The quality wasn't good in the recent years. But I'm hoping I can get a replacement from Emotive for the dongle. That was really heartbreaking last night when I searched around for it in the house and I couldn't find anything. Okay, we're back with this thing. Now we're gonna go with the unboxing and see what is inside. So let me switch the camera again. I need to tidy this place up a little bit. Yep, there we go. All right. So we have the emotive box here. Let's open this up. There is a handle here. I don't know who would carry this with this handle, but I guess it's useful for some purposes. It is really premium. I mean, why would anybody write the name of their brand here on the zippers? It doesn't make any sense, but it's a very premium experience. It costs a lot of money, so I think it's fine. All right. Oh, interesting. Okay. We have the headset here and some pouches here. Very good. Let's see. Up. Wait, this is pressing some buttons on my keyboard. That's not a good idea. Potentially even end the stream. Yep, it's better. Okay, now we have the headset here. It's interesting. Oh, come on, focus. Yep, that's better. Cool. Epoch 10. There is a button here. It looks very similar to the previous one. Let's see. This is the headsets. This is the previous one. They look very similar. Well, obviously this is a lot more premium, and of course it looks a little bit newer. What are the differences between these two? So both are 14 electrodes. The 7 of them are on this branch, 7 of them are on this branch, and these things move. This is the previous one. This is the new one. They move in order to fit your head. Come on, yeah, they move in order to fit your head, so that's great. Choking hazard. Keep small parts away from children. Do not wear a headset while charging. All right, yeah, that's a terrible idea. While you charge this, if you wear the headset, you run the risk of, not that it's gonna happen, but you run the risk of electrocuting yourself. Emotive Epoch 10 Brainwear Model 3, designed in the USA and Australia, made in the Philippines. That's great. Okay. Oh, wow, cool. This is something that I have been looking forward for ages. Finally, they have, I'm not sure if I can show you this. Finally, they have the names of the electrodes written on the bands. Yep, so here is one. I don't know how I can show you this. I don't know if I can get a good camera angle. Yep, at least you see a couple there. Yep, so here you have P4 DRL. You have FC6 here. Yep, and there's F8 here. Where? Nope. I'm terrible with location. Where is it? This one. F8. F4. P8 here. So they write the names of the electrodes, and this has a significance because there's a standard map of electrodes, electrode layout on your head. So that's great. So there's no debate about what P8 is anymore. O1, O2, P8, P7, these are really good electrodes that have a lot to do with the visual cortex, which sits on the back of your head. which is really good. And then there is P7, T7, T7 and T8 are usually for motor cortex, and FC6 as well, a tiny bit. And what they do, or P4, what they do is they give you information about your muscles. And potentially, if you have raw access to the EEG data, what you can do is, I think I should have switched here. Yeah. So potentially what you can do with this is muscle movements, imaginary muscle movements. So you imagine that you move your arm or your feet, and with this device you can pick that up. Again, potentially, I don't know how well it works in practice, and I think we're gonna figure that out really, really soon. This is what the entire stream is about, and we're here 24 hours together. So we're gonna do a lot of experiments with this device. Okay, yeah, it looks really premium. And one major difference is the electrodes in this thing are fixed. And instead of metal cubs that corrode really easy, they changed it. Now, this one, for example, is an electrode. It's really, really difficult to see because it's really tiny. And this thing is electrodes all over. These are the backs of the electrodes. So you see there are holes here. What you do here is there should be felt pads again, which you stick on this end, and you see a very tiny contact there. It has 3 of them. I'm not sure if you can see it. It has 3 of those things in it. And what you do is, yeah, you can barely see it. What you do is you put a felt tip here, and then you put the solution, the saline-based solution from this hole here, which is really handy in the sense that while somebody is wearing the headset, you can refresh or fill the saline-based solution, which is really good, because previously what we had to do is we had to take the headset off. So what would happen is we would have this on our head and it would go dry, and you need to wet it again for it to regain its conductivity. You have to take the headset off, you put some saline solution, you wait a little bit, like maybe 5 to 10 minutes, and then you put it back on. And then you lose all orientation of the electrodes. And remember, we have 100 billion electrodes, which means each electrode here is receiving like signals from 7 billion neurons. 7 billion neurons for one electrode. And if you move it just a single millimeter, even a micrometer, everything changes. And that is a terrible way of doing brain research, because so much of the information you gather from the brain signals are proximity based, and locality is very important. So when you have P8 as an electrode, there is a specific location for P8, and it always has to sit on there. And it's almost impossible to make sure that you always get the right spot for each electrode. So taking it off is a drag. It just doesn't work. So they came up with this concept of putting the saline solution here, and that's a little bit easier. Oh, focus on it, not on my face. Yeah, that's a little bit easier because you don't have to take it off. You're still wearing it, the same locations, and you are wetting the felt pads. However, I'm not sure how it would work with gravity. Apparently it's working, but I don't know how, because like it would drip over your skull. Like what happens when you try to wet this a sensor here? Do I have to put my head down and do the movement there? I don't know. We're gonna see. We're gonna see how that's gonna work. I'm really excited to see how it's gonna work. But that's pretty much this, the entirety of this headset. It's a very basic but sturdy construction. Now, my original wasn't really sturdy. It was more of a POC, and I can see that they came up with great build quality here. Like this looks sturdy, and looks like it's not gonna break when there is excess liquid here. Of course, I will have to be careful about it, but it could be that it's gonna hold up well, even though there is a little bit of excess fluid. And there are, of course, cables running here. And what is really interesting is that they were able to reduce it only to 3 tiny metals instead of a lot of surface for corrosion. It's just 3 tiny rods that are touching the felt tip. So we're gonna see how it performs. Yeah, I'm really interested in its performance. Whereas again, the original one, it's very flimsy. First, it looks like it's gonna break any second. And I don't know if you can see it, but here, okay, focus. Yep. Here, this tip over here, you can see that there's a cable running in it. I don't know if you can see it, but the cover for the cable is just, come on. Okay, I have some trouble with focusing. All right, so the cover is very flimsy and it didn't stick well. So it opens and exposes the cable underneath, which is not really sturdy at all, and it's not really fun to use. You don't know if you're gonna run into a risk of electrical shock when you use a saline solution in this thing. All right, this is basically what it is. This is again the old headset, and now let's see. I hope we're done with the old headsets. Let's see what else we have in the package. Okay, this is the headsets. They were so kind to provide a bottle of BioTrue. Oh, yes. From, I don't know how it's pronounced, Bausch and Lomb. This is for cleaning contact lenses. So they literally took an off-the-shelf product, and they're shipping an off-the-shelf product to wet the felt pads because it again ensures conductivity. So that's very interesting that they're shipping this. Obviously, I have a ton of these things, not only because I use contact lenses, I use disposable contact lenses. I don't have to clean them. I throw them away when I use them. But I was using it for my brain experiment. So it's very kind of them to ship this. There is nothing else in the box. There is a dongle. All right, this is the dongle. Yep, this is the dongle. I hope it's gonna work with the original Epoch. However, I'm not sure it will. It most probably won't because the encryption scheme is different, but we're gonna try. And what? It says Epoch Plus. Here it says Epoch Plus. That is very interesting. So the dongle is the same as Epoch Plus, but I had the original Epoch and their encryption scheme is different. So I think this is not gonna work. But if it works, we're gonna be able to do the brain signal typing experiment today with the old headset. We cannot do it with the new headset yet because we don't have raw access to the data. Because apparently that's a different license. I asked for it, they just didn't respond yet because I asked for it last night. And apparently they don't work on Saturdays. So if any of you have access to raw API, raw EEG data, you can share your access with me, your account with me, and I can try doing this experiment with that. And I asked for a license from Emotive. I wish I knew this before, but I didn't. So let's move forward. What else do we have in the box? We have the dongle. Again, we have the headsets. We don't have anything else here. It's very sturdy. I like it. And then we have the pockets here. This is my serial number. Okay, please keep this card for future reference. All right. This 2022, does this mean that I received the second headset that they built in 2020? So I think it means I received the second headset they built. That, I don't know how it feels. I think it's Emotive 2020, and that the other one, the other 3 digits are the serial number. So probably the first headset is in their laboratory right now, and the second headset is with me. That's weird. Let's see. This pocket is empty. Do we have anything here? Come on, I don't have felt pads, so there must be something here. Okay, what we have. All right, we have a USB cable for charging. We might use this. We might need this in the future. Okay, I'm gonna keep it here. I have a ton of other USB cables, and then we have this thing. What is this? Saline sensor kit felts. Okay, come on. What is it with this? Autofocus. All right. Interesting. Let's open this. Is it the same felt pads that I had before? Yes, it's pretty much the same felt pads. Oh. Yep. Okay, so what happens is these go in the headset. They are obviously a little bit softer because my current felt pads have a lot of salt in them, so it's almost entirely made out of salt, and it's not receiving any water anymore, soaking up. So these are really soft, so they're gonna drain, they're gonna soak up really well, and it's gonna be really effective, I guess. Okay, we have a couple of these. How many do we have? Oh, we have a lot. Oh. All right. Whoa, we have a lot. Okay, I think it's about 50. Does it say somewhere? It doesn't. Okay, it's about 50 felt pads, which is going to be enough for about a year of intense applications. So that's great. Yeah, it's really good. I really like the fact that they shipped so many. I don't know if I ordered it additionally. That's interesting. I don't know if I had additional felt pads in my purchase, because that's always a challenge. Like when you run out of those felt pads, you can only source them from Emotive, and you should keep a couple at hand. Maybe this comes with 50 felt pads. That would be great. Or maybe I purchased it additionally. I don't know. So what happens is you take this device and you have these felt pads, and you... No, this is so difficult to demo. So you put it in like this. Okay. And then what happens is... All right, wait, how am I supposed to wet this? Emotive, did you think about this? How am I supposed to wet this electrode over here? It's impossible. I need an injector. I need a... come on, I don't have an injector. I need a horizontal injector in order to be able to fill this. This is crazy. This is crazy. That's difficult. I don't know how it's gonna work. But yeah, for these ones, we don't have any issue. We just take a felt pad and put it in. It is easy as a procedure, and you have to do this only a couple of times. Obviously, if you use it on another patient, you have to be very careful and change them often. Is the live coding session started? No, not yet. We're looking at the device. We're assembling it for use. And then we're gonna start looking at the code. Okay, let me quickly attach these. Takes some time and patience. Patience is the most important one in neuroscience. You have to be really patient. These things take a lot of time. And it's so warm here. I'm actually sweating a little. Of course, I also have a lot of lights above me. Although they're LED lights, they're still a little bit warm. Okay. Move on. I think we're gonna run into a lot of trouble when we try to wet these pads, the pads here. I don't know how they thought this was okay. Like I'm gonna try doing this. Obviously I can't do it while I'm wearing it. So I think I'm gonna wet it first and then I'm gonna try to wear it. That's gonna be a lot safer. So it might be a gimmick to wet these while somebody is wearing them. Okay, more pads. It's fun. It's like a do-it-yourself activity. Oh, what? Did it already just fall off? Okay, let's do this. F4. Come on. M2. We're gonna use it as CMS as a reference electrode. I think we're done. I think we put felts in all of those. And it's about time that I take a short break for humanly worldly needs. And then I'm gonna be back in a second. But this is good enough. So, all right. We have the headset here. It's pretty good. It's really good. I kind of already like it. With the exception of of this electrode over here, up here. I don't know how we're gonna be able to wet this thing because of this bulky thing. Oh, and it is supposed to rotate. How do you rotate it? I don't know. We're gonna figure that out as well when we get back from the break. So just give me a couple of minutes. Okay, we're back. Thank you for waiting. I take these short breaks for a bathroom break and refreshing my drinks and everything, because this is going to be a long stream. What is it? We're 3 hours in. We have 21 more hours. So it's going to be 7 times more of what we did so far. This is the first time I'll watch a job like this. The broadcast has been great so far. I watch it with curiosity. Thank you, Yasin. Yeah, I try to be as interesting as possible, and we're gonna do great things together today. So even if you take a couple of hours off, come back. I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be continuing with the broadcast. All right. So the headsets, we have it here. I also took a little bit longer break because the second camera ran out of battery. As I told you, I'm waiting for Amazon to ring my doorbell any minute now and bring in a permanent battery that I can put on AC that I can use. Otherwise, my camera is running off of a battery right now and it's running out of battery really quickly. Okay, so now let me try to change to the other camera here. Yep, perfect. Now I'm going to try putting on the headsets, something like this. Oh, it's very, of course, it's a new headset. Oh, and it hurts a lot. It hurts a lot. This is a problem with these EG headsets. In order to have good contact with it, it has to kind of squeeze your head. Okay. Oh no, it really hurts. Of course, I'm gonna get used to it, but it's gonna take some time. Let me adjust the camera angle, and I'm not sure if you can see it well. Let's see if I do this. It's okay. I need to. Yep, I think something like this is better. All right. Let's see. You can see it with my stream as well. Rotate a little bit. Yep. Yes, that's more like it. Yep, that's more like it. Oh. Okay, live adjustment of camera angles. And I'm sorry for putting you through this because I only have 2 cameras. I couldn't have, like, if I had one more camera, it would be a lot easier to have something in front of me for close-ups of my working environment, something for my head and something as the main camera. But I only have 2 cameras at the moment. So this is what it looks like right now. It's definitely not comfortable. I'm trying to get used to it because I'm going to be wearing this for like 20 hours. Okay. Whew, that was a ton. That was a ton of pressure on my skull. I'm going to great length here just to entertain you. Just kidding. All right, so why are we doing this stream? This is not a shameless plug. You are watching this stream on a channel called Coyote. Coyote is the newest company that I founded. It's been about 2 months now. And Coyote is a next generation software engineering ecosystem. We try to create a new generation of software engineers. We try to create products with them. We try to shape companies with them by doing projects or other startups for enterprises. And it's a whole ecosystem where we work to shape the future of software engineering. And the first of our efforts is a School of Engineering. It's a 9-week full-time online program, a remote teaching program, where you learn not only the basics of programming, but also the mentality behind software engineering. And we have industry-grade best practices of full-stack JavaScript applications, but also university grade academic lectures like UML diagrams and design patterns and software engineering in general. So it's a great opportunity to kickstart a career in programming or to switch to web programming. And if you're interested, the next cohort will start, the next class will start at the end of the month, 29th of June, and we're still receiving applications for that. So if you want to kickstart your engineering career, software engineering career, pay a visit to coyote.com, and there you'll be able to see more information and details about Coyote. So why we wanted to do this stream is because programming and JavaScript is not only about web APIs. I just talked about that. I did a presentation on that, and this whole event is about showing you that JavaScript is capable of doing so much more that very few other languages can. And we're going to be interacting with our brain signals in the browser, outside the browser, on the backend. We're going to do a lot of signal processing on it. So, you know, it is very promising. It is very promising as a technology. That's why we teach JavaScript and the mentality of programming. All right, Johnny says, can we stretch it a little off head? What does it mean? Stretch what? A little off head. All right, I'm gonna turn this on and see what happens first. Oh, thank you, Furkan. That's lovely of you. There is a button here. Yeah, this button, I think you see it very well. Let's press it and see what happens. Okay, there is this this LED and a beeping sound. That's great. Turn on and off, I guess. That's how it goes. All right, that seems interesting. Oh, the headset, so it doesn't hurt as much. I don't know, but it really hurts. There's no way to stretch it, and I'm afraid of breaking it if I do it like this. And they also recommend not stretching it before wearing it, so it should take the natural shape of your head. It's very difficult. Oh, by the way, there was a question about whether one would need to shave completely in order to use this, and the answer is no. You don't really need to shave completely. However, the issue there is obviously it works best if you are shaved, because you need contact with the skin. Contact with the hair doesn't really work for brain signals. You need contact with the skin. And what happens when you have hair? The gels work much better because the gels, it's a substance. It's like a glue. It goes through your hair and still touches your skin. And it is one continuous medium of conductivity. So you have the electrodes here, and then you have a gel here, and then this is your skin. So the gel fills that gap. And since it's a gel, it sticks there, it holds there. This is great for conductivity, but here in this headset, we only have these felt tips, these things. And they have to touch your skin, and they are not fluids, so they cannot penetrate your hair and touch your skin underneath. So the less hair, the better. The less hair, the better. The closer these are to your skin, the better. And if you have thick hair, it's not gonna work for you. That's why I say this is not research grade, and this is not very usable by regular, ordinary people. And I'm fortunate that I don't have any problems with hair. I don't have to look after my hair or comb my hair at all. I just need to shave it, and I can shave it blindfolded, so. Okay, now, did I turn it on? Yeah, it's on right now. Now there is the dongle. I have to plug this in, and I will see if it's working. Now I'm gonna switch to my screen like this. So you see me and you see my wallpaper, which is the amazing logo that a very talented artist did for us, Coyote's logo. So we have this and I'm gonna plug it in. I hope this is gonna work. There's so many things that can go wrong here. I have an external monitor that I recently got. It is an amazing 4K HDR monitor, that's great. However, it is connected to a very long extended USB-C cable. The computer, the MacBook Pro that I'm using, is actually a couple of meters away in the bathroom because it's very loud and I hate the fan noise and I didn't want you to hear the fan noise. That's why there's a lot of extension cables. The monitor gives out a USB on-the-go functionality for USB 2 devices. So I hope I will be able to plug this in and I hope it's gonna work. That's actually how I run the second camera. So I have a dongle here. Please work. Please, 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 please work. Please work. Okay. Is it working? It looks like so. Interesting. Let's open. So I'm gonna put away the box and I'm only gonna have the headset before me. Oh, by the way, there's nothing else in it. So there's no user manual, no warranty, nothing in the box. I think they shipped this. I hope this is not how they ship the actual product. This was a pre-order that I did a couple of months ago, and I hope they shipped it just in time for this stream, because they were aware of the stream and they were supporting it until we noticed that I need an additional license. Please, Emotive, work on the weekends. I know it's a horrible thing to ask. Anyway, so the headset is on and now you see my screen. I installed their software, so it's this one. What is this? Extender, tools and settings? No. I already set up my account. I have Emotive Pro Academic. I had my my previous licenses. That's great. Devices, available devices. Extension cord affects signal quality, and I had a very difficult time of making the 4K screen work. It refused to work at 60 Hertz. It refused to work 4K. I'm working on this setup for 2 days. For 2 entire days I worked on this. Okay, so let's try to connect. I'm very excited. I don't know what's gonna happen. Set the headband position. Oh yeah, rotating. I don't know how we're gonna rotate this. Back of the head. Yes, it is back of the head. Should I wear it? I haven't vetted yet on purpose because I want to see how... Oops. One of the felt pads fell off. Which one was it? Oh no! Another one fell off. No, guys, this is not good. This is not okay. I have 3 of them missing. Oh, wait. This is not okay. This is not okay. Okay. Another one is so far away that I'm gonna get a new felt tip from the box. This is not okay. Okay, this one. All right. So far, an okay experience. I'm gonna open the box and take out a bunch of felt pads because I'm sure more of them will fall off, and I need to have them ready. Okay. One more here. Okay, I thought I firmly attached them. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm tucking them in very tightly. We'll see. I don't know. This is definitely an interesting experience for me as well. It's still on. I don't know how much the battery will last. One more drop? No, I have them all right now. All right. Okay, let's see. Yep, I have it in the right position. And you can, well, not so right. Oh, okay, this is how it rotates. Now I can put it on top. It's a very, very fancy hat. It's a very fancy hat. Just look at how gorgeous that is. It's a very, very fancy hat. Look at this. This is my Halloween costume next year. Oh, by the way, hello, Typhord. When I won the third time, Berlin Hackantel the third time, it coincided with Halloween. And they said, dress up. They said, you know, make it worthwhile for the day because we're going to be celebrating together, all the hackers. Instead of going to a party and dance, we're going to celebrate together with our hacks. So I dressed up as a mad scientist. I had a costume, a white, I don't know what it's called, a white dress with blood on it and with leather gloves. I looked like a mad scientist and I wore my headset. I don't know why I don't have that picture in the presentation, but that was hilarious. Unfortunately, and that's when I won the Hackantel. Unfortunately, I was the only one who dressed up. We were like about 100 hackers there, and I was the only one who dressed up. All the other nerds were a little awkward, and people came to take pictures with me. They were like, "Can I take a picture with you?" Not because you won the the competition a third time in a row, but because you're wearing this crazy costume. But it was very fun. It was very fun to have a bloody white dress as a scientist, as a mad scientist, and to have this on top of your head. And this is something I'm gonna do. I'm gonna wear in the next Halloween party, definitely, if I'm not afraid of breaking it up, because it costs some money. I think it's around 700 euros or something. It's not terribly expensive, but it's expensive for breaking up in a party. So can I easily rotate it back? Yeah, it's not a big deal. It clamps into place. So, okay. Now the back of my head is open and I think I can, well, no, I still have sensors there. Of course, it would be really difficult for me to sleep with this, but it's better. It's not terrible. It's obviously better than trying to sleep with this. Okay, we're gonna use it in this position, back of the head. Let's go back to our screen here. Yep. Back of our head. Okay. It is connected. Contact quality 0, ensuring good contact quality. Work each sensor underneath hair to make contact with the scalp. If all sensors are black, first adjust the reference sensors, black circles. This one, I guess. Until they're green, and then adjust the other sensors. You can access this screen at any time by clicking on the contact quality meter in the top middle of the application. Device fitting. Fitting your headset correctly. Starting from the top of the skull, gently slide the headset onto your head. That's what I did, and that's why it hurts so much right now. The reference sensors, and these are too high above. I think I should have rotated a little bit like this, maybe. Yeah, arguably it's less strain on my head right now. This should be... I have a monitor here that I'm... Okay, this should go down and this should go up. I should rotate this. That's it. Yep, this band over here. Okay, let's see if if this works. Come on. Okay. Yeah, this should be about the correct positions of these electrodes. This should go down, this should go a little bit up, something like this. You see, every millimeter that I move these matters a lot for sensor quality. But yeah, this is a little bit, nope, like this. Up, not this one. Up, this one. Okay, so see, these sensors are really close to your eyes, and they are great at picking your eye movements and the electricity signal that is generated by the muscles in your eye. That's why it is almost possible, not entirely, but almost possible to do eye tracking with muscle movement. And we can train a classifier to understand where I'm moving my eyes, whether they're moving right or left. And I think you're going to see it in the Emotive app. That was the case with the previous headsets. But all right, the reference sensors, let's go back to the screen. The reference sensors sit just above the head and behind your ears. Yes. This is called the mastoid channel. And we assume that there are no brain signals here. That's what reference channel means. And we subtract the averages of these channels from the sensor values of all the other electrodes. So all of the electrodes are referenced to an average value of these sensors, these electrodes over here. And if I switch back to this, come on, this, yep, perfect. So you see it a little bit better here. And these are not really aligned. So the sensors that are here are used as references, but you can also use, where are you? This one. You can also use this sensor as a reference, and I think we can choose in between them. How you choose between them is how you place the, okay, I'm gonna take it off again. So usually you have the felt pads for the electrodes, and I should show it here. Hello. Usually what you have is you have the felt pads for the electrodes, and you should focus on the headset and not me. You have the felt pads for the electrodes, but then on the reference electrode you have a rubber pad up here. On the reference electrode you have a rubber pad. This is a rubber pad here, and usually all the other sensors are felt pads. I don't know if you can see it. The refraction of light is better on the rubber band, and the felt pads don't really reflect any light. They're pure black. So what one can do is, and I don't like to use this P4 as the reference sensor because, okay, let's switch back to this camera. I don't want to use this P4 here as the reference sensor because I'm used to using the M1 and M2, M3. No, it's M2 actually, M1 and M2 electrodes, the mastoid channels. And I think, will you focus on me, please? Yeah, I think the M stands for mastoid. It means it's the bone behind your ear. And I like to use these as reference sensors, but I don't know how I'm gonna switch them. The previous ones were rotating out. And oh no, it's very easy. It's just it comes off. So I'm gonna put the felt pads there on P4. I really like P4 as an electrode. It contains a lot of information. It sits almost between your visual cortex and your motor cortex. So it gives you a lot of nice, useful information about both experiments. So I'm gonna do the same here. I'm gonna remove the rubber pad from this P3 electrode, replace it with the felt pad. and put the rubber electrode here. So I have seen that for Emotive's own experiments and algorithms, P3 and P4 work better as the reference sensor. However, for my purposes and my experiments with like typing with brain signals, and I'm a traditional person, in traditional brain research, brain signals research, we pretty much always use the mastoid channel as a reference sensor. So that's what I like to use. All right, now we go back in. Up. Come on, it fell again. Come on. Okay, this is happening because the felt pads are just new, and when they have some salt in them, they're going to be a lot more sturdy, and hopefully they won't fall off. Okay, yeah, this is how you wear the headset. Yep, this is how you wear it. Whew. Okay, let's go back. Yep, I think it's okay. It's okay. Not terrible, at least. At least we can see something. All right. Tilt the headset until the front sensors are 3 fingers above your brows. This is a very classical recommendation. So what you do is, all right, let's go back to the other camera. What you do is there should be 3 fingers between the front sensor and your brows. So that should be like this. All right, this is almost okay. Yep. However, so this needs to go up a little bit. And maybe should come forward. Yep. Do we have background music? No, we don't. And nobody told me. All right. Let's play something else. It's Played Cool from Duke Harrington. I hope you're going to enjoy it. Okay, I don't know for how many minutes we were without music. By the way, is the balance good? I can turn up the music a little bit, a notch if you like. Looking forward to your comments. Okay, now everything seems working so far. So far, so good. I mean, I didn't even wet them yet. And let's go back to this. Okay. Now, fitting your headset correctly. We did it all. Device settings. Please connect your headset using a cable to change device settings. Now this is challenging. The defaults are 16 bits. That's great. That's a good resolution. 128 Hertz. That's not a very good resolution. That's not very high. And we could use this, I guess, 256, but we're gonna try. Motion 32 Hertz. That's good. Receiving motion data 32 times a second. That's great. All right, then what? Contact quality. All right, so it's time to wet these right now. Let's try. So let's switch to camera. So I have this contact lens solution, and this is what I need to use in order to wet the felt pads. Okay. Oops. All right. I have some nuts. This reminded me something. Now, I'm eating, and my face muscles move. You can see it in this electrode. Let's see if this is visible on this camera. No. See, this is moving. Now, this movement messes up with the entire electrode set, and it's terrible. It is terrible for running an experiment. You don't want this. You cannot work with this. So even when you talk, even when you open your mouth, your EEG signals will mess up. And hopefully I'm gonna be demonstrating that. But first I need to take this off. And we lost the the reference pad. Okay, I need to take it off. And now I'm gonna wet this. Okay. Good. Oh. How is it going so far? Are you enjoying yourselves? So, okay. see what I was doing? I'm so accustomed to doing this for 10 years to wet this by holding the electrodes like this and then wetting them from this side. But that's not what they recommend. They recommend putting this in and wetting it from here. Obviously, I don't know how many drops of liquid I got there. And I started with the terrible one. I started with the reference sensor, which is the rubber one. Obviously, you don't need to wet it. Just got in, but it looks great and sounds great, says Rob. Hello, Rob. Thanks for your comments. Okay, so I'm going to do this. It's not working. It's not working really well. I mean, you need to drop in at least like 5 or 6 drops, and that's gonna be really tough. So let me try to adjust this camera again to show my desk while I do this. Come on in. Okay, it's a little bit cramped here, the space, so I think this is gonna work well. Yep. And let's do this. All right, let's switch to that camera. Not this one, but this one. Yep. Yep. Great. Now, what I'm doing is, and I don't know how I'm gonna keep, come on, if you keep falling off, this is not gonna work, all right? It's not gonna work if you keep falling off, so you should stay there. So I wet these. So 1, 2, I should have an Excel list or something of which electrodes I wetted. This is not working, folks. This is not okay. So see, what needs to happen is that the felt tips need to soak in the saline solution, and you see it's still on the outside. So this is not really working. It should have soaked it up already. What I can try doing, and this is maybe what they recommend, is putting it in directly and then pumping it a little, and hopefully that's gonna work better. Now, how do I know if that's worked? I can take the felt pad off, I guess, and see if it's soaked. Yeah, it's coming on the sides already. Yep, it worked. Okay. Not so terrible after all. Let's see. Yeah. Obviously you can't see it, but I can sense that it is damp. Usually what you do is, okay, it's really damp. Yeah, this is why they keep falling off, because they're soft. What you do is you touch your skin, usually your cheek, with it to see if it's damp, and it is damp. So yeah, actually it might be a little bit excessive what I did so far. All right, so this one was F3. It's really good that they named it, because previously this was really difficult to keep track of. So I'm gonna open a notebook, I think, here, and I'm gonna keep a list of the pads that I wetted. And what did I say? It's F3. I have F3. All right, we're gonna end up with 14 of them. So CMS P3. So I put this in. Oh, come on, that wasn't what I intended. I put this in. Then 1, 2, 3 should be enough for now. So it's going to be really difficult to find the correct number of drops we need. And I believe we can wet other pads and replace the ones on T7 and T8. That those are the ones that are blocked by this bulky thing here. So I don't know how I'm gonna wet this. It's really difficult for me to. Oh wait, what if I rotate the headset? Nope. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not terrible. When I rotate the headset, oops, another felt pad fell off. Don't go anywhere, sir. I need you. Is the one that I would wet. It's like a cat. No, no water. I hit water. Okay, so I think I can. Nope. At least I can do this. 2, 3. Okay, it's not that terrible. 4 should be good. It doesn't. It shouldn't be really wet. It shouldn't be soaked in saline solution. That's not healthy. So this was what, T7. I'm noting it down. And maybe if I do this, you can also see it. Oh, yes. Yep. Yep. F3 T7. Usually, okay, maybe 4 was not enough, or yeah, it takes like 5 minutes for it to propagate. I usually do like 7 or 8 drops of saline solution. Okay, T7 is done. Let's move on to P3. See, this is a very tedious process. Okay, 3 bulks of, yep, it worked great. Okay, it works great if you are able to put it on the hole and pump it. That was P3. And you can look these up, the electrode locations. There is a industry standard called 1020 system. So T7 we had, P3 we had. Let's go to P7. It's a very tedious process. This is why this is not ready for everyday use. Okay. Yeah, and it is very effective. It soaks up immediately because they are brand new felt tips. So if they were used before, if I did this experiment like 10 times, did I do P7? I think I did P7. If I did this 10 times, they would be really, it would be really hard to soak them up. Okay, O1. O1 is one of my favorite electrodes. So O1 as well. It's really hot in Berlin, and I am here doing this. P3, we had P3. FC5, it's this one. Up. 1, 2, 3. FC5. I think I couldn't type O1. O1, FC5. F3, let's do F3. Did I do F3? I did F3. Then let's do AF3. I'm not gonna do all of them, because the app suggested that I do the reference ones first. So it's AF3. That I do the reference ones first, and then I tried with the other sensors. So the first reference electrode was P3, and the other one, not the reference electrode, but the CMS and DRL is what I need to keep wet, and the other one's P4. Okay. Now after this, I think we're going to be able to see some P4. After this, I think we're going to be able to see some signal. Where is the app? Yep, here we go. Let's put this back on. Did I rotate this? Yep, this is the rotated one. Wait. M1, M2. Okay, this is weird. How did this happen? M1 is here. Let's go behind my ear. Okay, no, there's something really wrong here. Oh, yep. Now we're talking. Now this is rotated. And of course I need to rotate them back in like this before I wear them. And let's try. Yep. Awesome. Yes. Now we have some contact quality. Not amazing contact quality, but we have some of it. So if I do this right now, yeah, you can see me. I'm wearing the headset, and the contact quality shows green for the ones that I wetted. See, there are mostly odd ones that I wet. F3, this one, T7, this one, P3, I think this one, P7 is this one, this is O1, and this is FC5, and this is sorry, I think this is FC5 and this is AF3. I'm not 100% sure about the correct positions of these electrodes anymore. That was 10 years ago. I had completely memorized the entire electrode locations, but of course they slip away. So I'm gonna continue doing this, but first I need a small break. So I'm gonna see you in a couple of minutes. Okay, I'm back. Amazon just came by and they dropped the dummy battery that I was asking for my for the second camera. So what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna install it. So I need a couple of more minutes, and then I'm gonna be back with the stream. Okay, I'm back. Sorry if I took too long. This is a 24-hour stream, so I'm, kind of taking my time. Yeah, I installed the permanent battery right now, which means my second camera will not run out of juice while on stream, so that's great. And I can switch to it anytime I want. Rob asks what cameras I'm using. I'm using the cheapest cameras from Canon. DSLR, the cheapest DSLRs. One is EOS 200D, my second camera. My main camera is 250D. And I'm streaming with Full HD right now. Although the 250D is capable of 4K, it just doesn't really work well with autofocus because it's a cheap camera. But the best thing about it is the sensor in it is the best sensor Canon ever did. So it's Digic 8. And what matters is the sensor for me, for image quality. And I also take pictures, amazing pictures with these things. Because the sharpness is not about the camera, but about the lens. My main lens that I'm using right now is a 35mm Canon f1.4 lens. That's very expensive. That's like 3 times more expensive than the camera itself. That's why it's a little bit sharp. And when you pair it with good lighting, it works wonders. The other lens that I have is arguably a cheaper lens, a much cheaper lens. It's 24mm and f2.8. It's great for macro photography, so that's why I used it. And it's this one. Let's see. Yep, this one. It's not very sharp, obviously, but it works well as a second camera. All right, we were looking into this thing. Now, obviously, I forgot which sensors we dampened, wetted, I don't know. We wet. So we fortunately have the list there. We're mostly on the left side, so the odd numbers. Why is this is like systematic racism. The left are the odd numbers. The left are the odd. I'm left-handed, and I'm not really odd. Well, maybe just a little, but not too much. Yeah, that 35mm is a killer, Rob. I love it. Will the recording of the live broadcast be available afterwards? Hello, Mehmet. Yes, so it's great to... Oh, not that one. Go back here. So it's great to talk about that. I think one of my friends sent me a link on YouTube, and it said, if you want your recordings afterwards, you have to keep the live broadcast to 12 hours. It's like, why? James asks when I'm gonna start coding. I'm gonna start coding when I'm finished with this experiment here. I think in a couple of hours, I guess. We have a lot of time. We have 24 hours to do that. So I think we might have to do a part 2. So what's gonna happen probably is we're gonna stop the stream right before 24 hours, and we're gonna continue with a new stream. So hopefully you're gonna find the new link in the channel and the new stream in the channel. So hopefully you're gonna be able to transition to the new stream, because otherwise I think it's not gonna record the entire stream. But we're gonna try. I'm taking a local recording anyway, so hopefully we're gonna have the recording in full HD of the entire session. So it's gonna be okay, I think, but I'm not sure. Oh, it started raining. Crazy tropical Berlin weather. Hello, Berlin. It is 32 degrees right now. 32. I don't know how many it is in Fahrenheit. I think it's 104 or something, maybe more. And today was one of the most brilliant days in Berlin history, one of the warmest, definitely the warmest in June ever. And I'm here in this closed space doing this broadcast, but I'm happy. I'm very happy because right now it's raining and there are thunderstorms. I don't know if you can hear that. So I'm very well right now on the broadcast. That's great. All right, let's move on. The next electrode, we had P3, P7, M2 is our reference. FC5, we got that one. F7, yeah, we don't have F7. So I'm going to switch cameras again so you can see what I'm doing. Yep, and I'm going to 1, 2, 3 pumps for F7 and let that soak in a little. Yep, it worked. All right, that's F7. And I'm noting them here. F7. Yep. AF3. So how many we have here? We have 8, 9, 3, 6, 9 of them. Let's do, do we have O1? We do. I think that's all. F3, AF3. Yep, that's all on this side. FC5, P3. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see it on the screen anyway. So I'm gonna start with F8 here on the right side. Why is it called right? I'm left-handed and I like to be right. F8. Oh, it's welcome to the tropical island of Berlin. Thunder and lightning came crashing down, hit the earth and shook the ground. Fire burning high in the sky. I love Manowar. I wish we could listen to Manowar. P4. Let's do P4. Did I do P4? I did P4 because that was our reference. Tyrell. T8. Let's go with T8. 1, 2, 3. And let's note it down. T8. O2. One, two, three. Oh, it's raining like crazy. Can you hear it? O2. I should have done picture in picture. As a left-handed myself, I feel your struggle. Yeah. FC, let's do it next. FC6. It's here. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, this was a little bit too much. Oh, it's really wet and we don't want this. We want damp sensors, not wet sensors. Okay, AF4. AF4. Would you like to have an ASMR experience? I think if I open the balcony doors, you're gonna hear it rain. F4. F4. Yeah, we didn't have F4. Let's do F4. 1, 2, 3. F4. Come on, sink in. Okay, better. All right. FC6, we have it. F8, we have it. T8, we have it. P4, we already have it. O2, we do have it. AF4, we do have it. F4, looks like all. Wait, is this 15? How is this possible? I think we're missing one. We're missing one electrode. Which one is it? P8, T8, P8. I think we're missing P8. Yep. We're missing P8. No, I wetted that. So I think we're missing T8. Yeah, it's the one here on the back that's really hard to wet. T8. Yep, I think I'm gonna do it on this side. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 drops. So when you're doing it from this side, I usually do 7 drops of, what do you call it? The saline solution. And when you do it from the other side, since you need to pump, I'm guessing that each pump will give you 3 or more drops. So let's try, oh, not this one. Let's try wearing this again. Yep, goes like this. Hopefully none of the, all right, they're damp. Hopefully none of them will fall. Okay, good. They're a little bit more wet than I would have liked, but I think it's fine. I need to rotate it a little bit. 3 fingers, a little bit down. Rotate it. Again, it's difficult. It's also, it doesn't really help that it's a new headset. No. Okay. Let's move on to the app. And it's gonna tell us what we're missing. So here, yep. There you go. Okay, we have this one. Which one is that? We have good contact for most of them, but this one. So I wish they told you which one that was. So I think I need to take it off. Oh, come on. I need to take it off and see. I think it is T8. I'm gonna put a couple more drops on it. Yeah, because all the other ones are good. That should be T8. All right, let's put it back on. This is much better. Yep. Yes, we have 100% connectivity. This is okay. This is not terrible as a placement. Obviously, I'm multiplying my knowledge of where these electrodes should go with the image that they give us. Okay, looks like we have 100% connectivity. Let's switch this camera now that we wetted all of them. Let's switch this camera to stare at my head instead. Rotate it a little bit. Okay, now let's see. Let's switch to that camera. Okay. I'm a little bit surprised how hard it is to tune the headset. It is hard. It is definitely hard. It's not for everyday use. It's not for regular people. It's for professionals and it's for experiments. It's for experimentation. All right, now Everything seems good. Let's do this. Yep. Okay. Let's see. I think this is the entirety of this app, emotive app. It just gives you contact quality. So we need other applications to work with it. 100% contact quality. Perfect. And what about the battery? Go to configurations for more details. Connected by dongle. 100% battery. That's great. That means we have enough time. Apps. Now let's go to Emotive Pro. That was an app that I used before with my previous headset. Okay, this is the same screen. All right, this is much better. You have no recordings. Epoch 10. Settings. Serial port markers. Oh, good. Virtual COM port. Wow, this is something I used back in the day for our research. We had, okay, this is a better position. We had to use markers in the data to indicate where we are exactly giving the flash that I talked about before. This is great. So you can do serial port marking, blink eye while relaxing, keystroke markers, lift right arm. Cool. So if I lift my right arm, it's gonna send the value of 23 in the data stream, which is great. There's the USB marking, ambient light sensor, really? All right, a lot of USB devices here. To mark events using a USB device. So you can push a button. This is also very common. Let me switch to this view. This is also very common when you do experiments. You have a button usually connected over USB or serial port, and I'm very happy that they had these. You know, when you see an event happen, you tap that button or you click that button or you press that button and it has to go into the data stream. One day you use styling button with CSS and the other day you're working with brain signals. Yes, you got it. That's what I do. Anyway, interesting. Now, all of a sudden it's very dark. It's like 2 p.m. here, 2:30, but it's very dark because it was raining just a second ago. So recording data. Your data will be uploaded to Emotive Cloud. I'm not sure if I want that, but anyway. Okay. So let's see our brain signals for the first ever time. Awesome. Awesome. Yep. Do you see them? Wow, this is really clean. Okay, they did a very good job here. This is a lot cleaner than the first generation Epoch headset. I mean, it's understandable. That headset was built 10 years ago. Now, very interesting. Can you see it? There is a contact quality problem in FC6, but overall it's good. Overall it's okay. Yeah, FC6 is a little bit problematic. F4 also is problematic. Okay, I'm gonna look into contact quality in a little bit, but I want to show you a couple of things. First things first is what happens when we move and when we move our muscles and so on. So now I'm talking, the data is a little bit polluted. I'm gonna stop speaking and just stare at the screen for a couple of seconds. See, it's much cleaner. Ilkay asks if we can understand them. We can't. There are a couple of things that I'm going to show you. And you know, when I'm talking, you see a lot of noise, a lot of different signals. That is mostly my muscles on my face, because this is very prone to muscle movement. As I told you before, this is not using gels, so it is very prone to movements of the felt pads on your head. Should I turn this up a little bit? Yeah, I think this is better when it's a little bit brighter. So I'm gonna stop talking again, and you're gonna see that the lines, they settle a little bit. They are, you know, just a tiny bit more calm. And when I start speaking, you're gonna see that they are really moving around. That also probably, yeah, probably, Mehmet. Now, the big peaks and the valleys you see here, like these ones, they are my eye blinks. So, yeah, these are the eye blinks already. So watch it. It's not very apparent when I'm talking, but it's still apparent there. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And when I close my eyes, you're going to be seeing it really closely, and I'm going to count with my fingers. Yep. Now you see them here. These are the eye blinks, and they are really easy to detect. And everything else is impossible to detect with eye. The second thing you can, maybe I'm contradicting myself here, but the second thing you can detect with just by looking at the data is when I move my jaws. And now, see, I'm just moving my jaws back and forth, left and right, kind of grinding my teeth. And I stop doing that. Whenever I clench my face, you're gonna see some noise. See, those are my facial muscles, and then I let it go. These were when I clenched my face, my jaws. Again. And then I'm letting it go. And it goes back to normal. So, this is what I was referring to when I said your muscles produce a lot more electricity than your brain. And this is a mistake that beginners and rookies do with brain signal processing. Because whenever they see some signals, they think it's brain signals. It's not. It's your muscles. It's mostly your muscles. Brain signals are not something you can see with your eye, and they're not something you can understand with just by looking at them with your bare eyes. You have to use some mathematical techniques in order to process them. And there are a lot of enthusiasts who do open hardware for brain signal processing and brain computer interfaces, these are called. I went to a couple of meetups in Berlin, and I was very excited, you know, when I saw people interested in this thing. And I was like, yes, I'm going to be part of it, and I'm going to be, I'm going to help people understand brain signals. And they were working with headsets and electrodes that they built themselves and the sensors they built themselves. It was great. However, they were picking up noise. And I am, how can I say? I am trained enough in this to differentiate noise or muscle signals from brain signals. So it was very heartbreaking to see that, because they were very excited. You know, oh, we have great brain signals, and there is the confirmation bias. They do certain things, and you know, they think when I think about something, I'm going to be able to visualize it and I'm going to be able to see it on the stream. That's of course not the case. For example, let me think about a car. Were you able to see it in my thought, in my brain signals? No, it's impossible. But they claimed, oh, that is, you know, that thing you're doing there, you were thinking about the car. No, it's impossible to know. It's impossible to know. There are billions and billions and billions of neurons for each electrode on my head right now. And we talked about this before. So you usually get muscle signals. That's why whenever you blink, we kind of throw away that segment of it because we know that it's a muscle movement. We try to eliminate muscle movements as much as possible. In professional research institutions, sometimes they attach additional electrodes on your face so that later in post-processing they can reduce or subtract those signals that they pick from your face muscles from the actual signals that your skin electrodes, skull electrodes here pick, in order to differentiate between good quality EEG signals and terrible muscle signals. So this is really tough. Now I'm gonna do another experiment. I'm gonna eat this hazelnut. I like this focus pulling. I'm gonna eat this and we're gonna see how it transfers into my brain signals, or so-called brain signals, because the muscle signals will take over. The timer stopped. Why? Why did it stop? No! 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 It's terrible. Why? I knew I should have a countdown from 24 hours. Okay, I'm gonna add a counter. The stopwatch didn't work. I'm gonna add a counter that will count down from, how many hours are we in? 4 hours and 42 minutes. That is 19 hours and 18 minutes, I guess. So I'm gonna say 19 hours and 8 minutes. 19 hours and 8 minutes. And that's when we're gonna end the countdown. Okay. Let me play with this a little bit. It should be smaller and on this end. Yep. Better. Yep. I think this is okay. Let me know if it adds up to 24 hours. This is the time left until the end of the stream. Hopefully, maybe we're gonna stop, and as I said, YouTube might be limiting the stream to 12 hours. So I think we're gonna stop right before the 12th hour mark, and we're gonna do a part 2 video. All right, so again, this is me talking, and there is an issue with T8. The contact quality of T8 isn't great. It picks up a lot of noise. It's the electrode right here. And you see what happens when I move it, right? So when I move it around, this is the jungle that you get, and this is impossible. So this shouldn't be moving. This is terrible. You cannot use this. This is not a signal at all. This is just noise of my skin, because my skin resistance changes, because there is no continuous what do you call it? Conductive medium between the electrodes and my skin. Varmehtir quote, yeah. Maybe we might do that, Ilkay. So, yeah, there's an issue with T8, and I want to fix that before I move forward. Ideally, I should have been able to fix it without changing the headset, but it's very difficult. And I'm gonna try this. Let's see if I can switch. Yep. So T8 is the one over here. I'm not seeing anything. Oh. Oh, yeah, terrible. Terrible. I think it's not gonna help. T7 and T8 pick up noise the most. Yeah, I'll need to take it off. Okay. Anyway, before I do that, I wanted to show you. Okay, I'm gonna tilt this back. Yep, better. Okay, T8 is coming along. I think we fixed it. I think we fixed the noise in T8. Yeah, it's much better. That's good. That's good. If there were no delay, we could guide you as we would help somebody parking the car. Yes, Furkan. That would be interesting. No, we have noise again. Anyway, so what I want to show you is what happens when I eat something. Well, you can at least count how many times I'm chewing something. Yeah, from T7 and T8, you can count how many times, or FC6, you can count how many times I'm chewing. And it could be a good educational app for little children to teach them how to chew something. But it's very difficult. You know, there are no brain signals there. They're all muscle signals, and muscle signals, unlike brain signals, are predictable. You can see them with your eyes. Obviously, we can zoom out a little bit. And no, not this, but this one. So we can visualize muscle signals better. So I'm pumping up the channel spacing microvolts. And now you see much more cleaner because it's zooming out. Yep, these are muscle signals. And now you don't see any brain signals at all. See the difference between the amplitudes of brain signals and muscle signals? These are my eye blinks. Even they are very tiny. So let's go back to 200. That's where we can see real brain signals. So one last experiment that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna close my eyes. And what you see there should be a very nice pattern of 10 Hertz sine wave. I'm going to talk about why that is the case in a little bit, but I'm going to close my eyes and you should see a very nice repetitive pattern of a perfect 10 Hertz sine wave. Let's do that. First, I'm calming down and stopping talking. Oh. And now I am going to close my eyes. Okay. When I look at the data, I don't see anything. So that's terrible. That's terrible. We might need to zoom in a little bit more to see that. More like this. Let's try it again. Okay. Nope. It's really difficult. This is literally asking someone to, are you counting? Yeah. P7 and O1 acts with lowest correlation among all other channels. Well, maybe. If that is the case, Said, that's probably because there is a problem with contact quality. But this is what you usually see. This is a mess. Like, how are you supposed to understand anything from the signal? And it's definitely not working well with the 10 Hz signal. I'm gonna try it again. I even held my breath. And well, this is what I'm talking about. This little bit over here, this is where we had the cleanest 10 Hz signal. And why that happens, okay, I'm gonna clean this mess up a little bit. Why that happens is very straightforward. When you close your eyes, you take off of a lot of processing that your brain does. So your brain doesn't have to process a lot of information. Most of the information that goes in your body when you're not moving your muscles is your sight. And I mean, your senses take up the bulk of your brain activities. So when you close your eyes, the neurons stop firing randomly, and they fire at regular intervals and for regular tasks. That's why you see a somewhat like a very regular pattern. Now, let's talk about that 7 billion neurons per electrode thing. I told you that each electrode here works with about 7 billion neurons. And in fact, like all of the 100 billion neurons we have in our brains. So what happens is, for example, this electrode, it picks up an average, depending on the distance, of course, the signal dampens a little bit, but it picks up an average electrical signal from all parts of your brain and from all neurons. Now, since there is distance and there is direction, and since these electrical signals fire at different times, you can think of them as vectors. Those voltages have an amplitude and a direction. Okay? They are vectors. They have an amplitude, the difference between maximum and minimum values of that signal, and they have a direction. Now, what happens there is each electrode picks up the average, the sum of all the vectors. The sum of all the vectors of electricity producing points in our brain, for which we have 100 billion. So in the scenario where all of these neurons fire in different directions, in different amplitudes, you have 100 billion different sources that you need to sum up in all different directions and in all different amplitudes. And since the number is so big, it almost adds up to 0. Think about it. If it were uniformly distributed in all directions and in all amplitudes, the net sum would be 0 of vectors that are equally distributed or randomly distributed, like perfectly randomly distributed. And what happens here is, based on the location and the distance between the electrode and the neuron that's firing, obviously the signal dampens a little bit. That's why we have some directionality. That's why the net output isn't 0 for all the electrodes. But we're not measuring the net electrical output of a single neuron or anything with our headset. What we do is we are measuring the sum of the vectors of all the electrical signals that the neurons are firing in our brain for each electrode. That is why what we see here is not raw neuron activity. Again, it's a sum of the vectors. And think about it. When there's a lot of activity in your brain, the neurons are firing in all the different directions and all the different amplitudes at different times. That is why we see some very convoluted signals here. But when they are not firing, or when they don't have anything to process, for example, when you close your eyes, they are firing in uniformity. That is why you see a much cleaner signal. And for some reason, it is 10 Hertz. I don't know if we ever figured that out as an industry, as academia. I don't know if we figured out the reason behind why this is 10 Hertz. But when you close your eyes, most of your neurons don't fire, and the other ones that fire in uniformity. And that's why you see a very clean 10 Hertz signal. And when you start speaking, your muscles move, or when you think about really complicated stuff, like complicated brain activities, first, two things. First, the amplitude of the signal you see lowers, because there are a lot of canceling vectors, and the sum of them is closer to 0, versus all of the neurons firing in the same direction with the same amplitude, and the sum is a lot bigger than the sum of some random values. So when your brain activity is high, the amplitude of the output signal you get on each electrode is lower. When your brain activity is low, the output that you get on these electrodes, and I'm not talking about muscle signals, but brain signals, the output that you get is higher and it's more uniform. So let's try that again, and let's try to see it once more. I think this is okay. Now I'm gonna stop talking, and then I'm gonna close my eyes. Yes, we just saw it here, just this one and this one. These are the 10 Hertz signals that I could produce with my brain. Okay? Let's do it again. Okay. There should be 10 of them. These are seconds. There should be 10 of them in a second. That was too fast and I couldn't count. But that is what this is all about. All right. Now, this is briefly, very briefly, what EEG signals look like. And this was a crash course on understanding and processing EEG signals. I hope you found it useful. Oh, we can show and hide channels. That's great. We can show only the channels that we're interested in. So let's turn off F3 and F4 and AF3 and AF4, which contain a lot of eye blink movements, and FC. Yep, and these should be good. Yep, sorry, not F8. We don't want these two as well. So these are the remaining electrodes are the ones that are not affected by eye blinking. And O1 and O2 are from the visual cortex. And now let's try this again. I'm gonna try to calm down and then close my eyes, and hopefully we're gonna see some 10 Hertz signals here. Okay, that didn't really work this time. Maybe that part was, this is too, yeah, maybe this is gonna be better in visualizing. Let me try that again. Did it work? Very briefly, very briefly. Obviously, there are a lot of other things that are going on in my mind right now. I'm very excited. I'm very anxious. And they all contribute to this. Although O1 and O2 are on the visual cortex, on the back of your head, and they're not in the same position anyway. Yeah, they weren't in the correct position. Now it's I'm not wearing this headset right. Okay. Yeah, you see what happens when I touch it. So, although they are on the visual cortex, it doesn't always work because, again, they are picking up signals from all over my brain, and it's very difficult to see what visual cortex is giving you. That's why we use localization. We try to single out the signals coming from the visual cortex, for example. Just by looking at O1 and O2, we try to single out 10, 12 different signal sources in the brain that are positioned on top of the visual cortex. So let me try this again. Did it work? Yeah, this time it worked a little bit better. What you see here is, again, a clean 10 Hz signal. Would something happen here if you were looking at a very bright light or absolute dark? Furkan, technically yes. Would we be able to see it? No. We wouldn't be able to see it with our bare eyes, unfortunately. But the machines can pick it up. They can definitely pick that up. Okay, so I think we're good here. Another thing to note here is the voltage difference between these two electrodes, O1 and O2. Now, one of the most important measures of conductivity is skin resistance, of course, and it's very difficult to measure. But skin resistance is a major decision maker in how you in the amplitude of the voltage that you pick up. So these things, they are the sensors on the back of my head, and they are meant to pick up very similar amplitudes of signal. And you know, previously O1 was smaller than O2 because probably it wasn't touching my skin very well. Now I readjusted it, and now the amplitudes are very similar. So this is going to be a better experiment. Let's try doing the closing the eyes experiment again. Did it work? No, not really. All right, one more thing. And then we're going to take a break and I'm going to eat something. I was very fortunate, for the Turkish folks out there. I was very fortunate last night at 2 p.m. One of my friends brought me tantuni. He is from Mersin. He does amazing tantuni, which is a wrap. Amazing Turkish dish. A wrap with the best meat in it. And it just tastes awesome. So I'm gonna take some time, heat it up and eat it, and then we're gonna be together. I'm very fortunate to have several of those. He just dropped them off, and he was like, "You're gonna be hungry tomorrow, and you need to eat. So I don't want you to eat those shakes. I'm using Huel, the liquid food that it's a powder. You put water, and then you shake it, and you drink it." He was like, "I don't want you to feed on those or the protein bars. I want you to eat properly." And that's what I'm gonna do. Obviously, I don't want to eat before you. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a break for about 30 minutes. I'm gonna heat up something, eat them, and come back in 30 minutes. And we're gonna fix the issue with T8 here. And then we're gonna go on with our experiments and see what Emotive Pro offers us. We're gonna do a couple of experiments here, and then we're gonna be looking at Emotive API and see what we can get out of it. And this is really good. There are so many things that I'm going to show you here, and I'm going to talk about the band powers here. It's awesome. This tool is great. I'm going to be talking a lot about these things. And we have the motion data. You see these work when I tilt my head. And yeah, see, there are a lot of things that we're gonna work with. I don't know why this is not in a correct position. Okay, I think I'm back online. So it didn't crash, but I had to unplug the sensor. Yep, I think we're back online. All right, let me know if you can hear me. And yeah, perfect. I'm gonna take a break. And let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. And I have to, this is gonna be tough. This is gonna be really tough. Yep. Let's do a 30-minute break? Let's do a 20-minute break, and if it's not enough, I'm gonna add another 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back. I think we're live now, and I think you can hear me and see me. Please let me know in the comments whether the stream is working for you. I had a very delicious dinner, and I wanted to thank my friend Cengiz. I'm pretty sure, Cengiz, you're not watching this, but the tantunis were really delicious. I loved them, and I'm very happy that I have 2 more for the upcoming hours in the stream. Where is the countdown? Why don't we have the countdown here? Now, as you might remember, we had an issue with our stream, and that was the computer froze. It just froze. It refused to it was open. It was like, it didn't crash, but it refused to compute somehow. And that happened right after I started using the motion sensors. I'm guessing there is an overflow of some sort in that sensor intake. So that's why we had to, thank you. That's why we had to restart the stream. I mean, you didn't feel anything, but I had to restart the stream because I lost my connection. I also had to unplug my screen. Remember, don't unplug your screen while you're live, because I think it's gonna mess with my screen setup right now. I'm gonna switch to this view. Oh no, it didn't mess up. Yay! Fortunately. All right. Okay, this is great. Mehmet asks if the repos from Coyote will be open like Nimble. I'm not sure, Mehmet. I don't think so. It's a paid course. We're charging quite sum of money, so I think they won't be open. Not everyone can find that in Germany. You're right, Chari. You're right. Not everybody can find it in Germany. But yeah, I just wanted to thank him because that was a great treat for me. You know, I was hopeless. I thought I would have to feed myself with protein bars throughout the day, and maybe I would order something online, but this was a godsend. So I made some tea. Unfortunately, that is like, what do you call it? Tea bags. It's tea bags. It's my favorite though. It's Earl Grey. So I'm gonna be drinking some tea while I'm doing the rest of the experiments. Now let's go back to this. Yeah, that's good. And I can't believe it. It's 3:40. It should have been so bright right now, but it's not. It's almost like it's evening here. Germland. That's interesting. That's an interesting name for Germany. Is it really Germland? No, Germany is pretty clean. Okay. Let's try doing the motion sensor again. You're warned, it might crash again. This time I'm just gonna unplug the, what do you call it? The receiver dongle. And I will try to see whether it comes back online with that. So here's the headsets. Oh. I need to put some more saline on T8. T8 gave me a lot of trouble. It didn't really work well. So 3 more, oh, maybe 1 more, 1 more drop there, and maybe 1 or 2 more for T7, because that also was a little bit shaky. Okay, yep, we'll try. Let's see. Let's put that back on. Normally the saline solutions should hold for a couple of hours. It should be wet for and ready to use for a couple of hours. So we're gonna see now, how do I wear this thing? Is it Nope. Here. Yeah. I wear it like this. Oh. I hope we didn't lose any felt pads. Okay, I need to rotate it. Better. Uh-oh. See, this is a felt pad. Where did you come from? Which? Okay, this is it. So this is a little bit fiddly. Doesn't really work well. Okay, now let's see. Okay, where is the button? All right. Now let's change the screen so you see it. Connect. That's it. No, that's discovered. Are you turned on? Interesting. Are you turned on? You seem to be connected. Devices. Come on. Turn it off again. Turn it back on. This usually helps. Turn it off and on again. So this app, maybe it's frozen. So let's quit it. And your network connection is slow. Cloud Sync is not able. Really? I'm not sure if it's slow. I'm broadcasting very well. Okay, I'm gonna quit Emotive Pro. It's gone. I'm sure my internet connection is not that slow. Emotive app. No device is found. Okay, maybe if I unplug the receiver and plug it back in, maybe it's gonna work. Yep, there we are. I'm happy that it didn't crash. And we can connect. Contact quality 100%. So it tells you that it's 100%, but it's actually not 100% all the time. I mean, it's impossible. And it gives you, in the API, it gives you a lot of data. Like it's actually a very high resolution. It gives you a percentage for every sensor. And for it to be 100%, all of them have to be 100%. And I'm pretty sure that's not the case. Probably we're going to see that in the API. Probably it's more like 50% each or something. And it's very difficult to get them up to 100%. And their 100% here, it just means it's good enough. Now I'm also brewing some tea, so I'm going to need to dial it back a notch. Be back in a sec. Okay, I'm back. I need hot water for tea because it's now tea time for me. All right. We were looking at the motion sensors, so I'm going to try that again. Let's open Emotive Pro. let's see if we were first able to fix T7 and T8. Go away. Raw EG. All right, it looks okay. Yep, it's all right. T8 is still a little bit problematic. Let's see. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's all right. Yep. Okay. Now, let's go to the next tab. FFT band power. Now, this is where the majority of brain research takes place, especially when AF3, really? Only AF3? Especially when, oh, you can do only 2 of them at a time. All right. Especially when the researchers are not into neuroscience that much. Unfortunately, there's a lot of hype. You might have encountered a lot of companies that claim to build EEG devices that are usable for meditation and other purposes, like to increase your attention and etc. And unfortunately, I'm gonna tell you that most of them, not all of them, but most of them are fake. Most of them are fake devices. They don't really help you at all with anything. And there is only one area of research that backs it, and that is band power. Now, there are scientific articles and papers published in some journals that tell that there's a correlation between the band power, which means the power of the signal in a certain frequency range. Like here you see it's theta. I don't know if I can zoom this in. Yeah, it's not a web app. So see if this were an Electron app, we would be able to zoom in, and that would be easier for you to see. What's going on? Yeah, it just went nuts. So you see the, okay, I'm gonna switch to other electrodes that give more power. No. Band power, let's do it like Pmax. Really? Let's do it like 30. Or let's say auto scale. Yeah, this is better. Now, what they do, what these things do, okay, 12. It's yeah, this is good enough. So what these researchers claim is that there is a correlation between the frequency bands of your brain signals and your brain activities, which is okay for a lot of studies, and there are a lot of studies that claim this is true. And they claim that the band theta here is for when you're calm and maybe you're drowsy and when you're sleeping. Obviously, I'm not sleeping. Maybe a little bit on the inside, but I'm not. And then they claim alpha is when you are really meditating. And when you close your eyes, remember I told you that we could see some signals at 10 hertz. And that is exactly the central point of the alpha band. And they claim when you are meditating or when you're calm, your brain signals are on the alpha band. And then when you are really into a problem, you go to a high beta up to 25 hertz and then gamma range for very intense brain tasks. Now, this is not always true. And I personally don't really find this very useful, because right now you see there is a lot of band power on theta, and that's not the case. That's certainly not the case with my brain signals. I'm not sleeping at all. What one can do might be to filter certain frequencies. Like if I put fmin, which I believe is the minimum frequency, to 8, I hope it would filter out some theta band power and we'll be able to focus more on the alpha band and forward. Doesn't work though. Doesn't work that way. Fmin doesn't work. Yeah. Yep. Okay. But I was able to tone it back. Obviously this is a low pass filter, and apparently the Q isn't really high. So if you put it at 8, you still get a lot of theta. But if I put it higher, it's gonna start eating into the alpha band. So let's try this claim. I'm gonna close my eyes, and what we should see is a huge increase in the alpha channel. And for it to be more visible, I'm gonna put it at 20. Maximum power to 20, and we should see a lot of band power on the alpha channel. Were you able to see it? Of course, it dials back immediately, so I need you to tell me whether that worked or not. And I can also try it with my eyes open. There were some spikes, yeah. The issue with this is you cannot really know, and that is a huge problem. So we have other windows here, other windowing techniques. Maybe they're gonna give us something better, but I don't think so. I don't think it's gonna work. Okay, let's put it to 50 because it went crazy. Yeah, I don't really believe it's working at all. But what these apps and these devices claim is they get your brain signals, and they mostly don't, because they have like 2 or 3 electrodes here only, and that's not really enough for good EEG research. They claim to read your brain signals, and then they claim to detect whether you are meditating or not. And that is a huge issue, because that just doesn't work. And they're basically lying. Unfortunately, it's very easy to have a placebo effect here. As soon as you see certain things, you're like, oh yes, I was successful in meditating. That's not the case. Most of these signals are random. Sometimes that's correct, sometimes it works, but most of the time they are random. And it just doesn't work. Like, there's no way that we see so many theta waves here on these channels. And you know, I can switch to any other channel here. T7, theta waves. P7, one of my favorite bands, one of my favorite electrodes. Theta waves. And P8. Yeah. See, it's always like theta band, and that just doesn't really work. So let's keep P7, and let's scale this down a little bit. See, I think this is DC voltage drifting, and also it's affected by my talking, the theta band. So random, so random. But I also use this as a way to demonstrate how brain signals worked in some of my conferences. So what I did was and I wish I could do that for you today. Maybe in the coming hours we might, because we still have a lot of time to go. I built a video player in JavaScript that lets you pause and rewind with your brain signals. I used widths, and I said, and I put up a scene from Star Wars where Luke Skywalker is in an ice cave. I think it's the second movie or something. I don't know. I'm not very well with Star Wars. Is in an ice cave and he is stuck and his lightsaber is away and he's trying to free himself. And the movie plays forward until a certain point where Luke Skywalker is trying to get his lightsaber with, like, by using force, and not force, but actual Jedi force. And what I did there was I looked at these frequency bands and I said, if I concentrate, seemingly my alpha waves will go up. If I concentrate, I'm going to be using the force to help the movie play forward, and Luke Skywalker will grab his lightsaber and the numbering of Star Wars movies, yeah, that's weird. And he will just move forward and grab his lightsaber and save himself and kill the monster. And if I cannot use the force, if my mind is too occupied, the video will play backwards or will just stay where it is, and he will never be able to get the lightsaber. And it works some of the time. Not always. Some of the time it works. You focus on something and you calm down. You empty your mind, and sometimes the alpha waves go up, and it's mostly coincidental, and then the movie plays forward. I did this a couple of times in a couple of conferences. It makes a great spectacle, but it doesn't really always work. So let me focus again. So I'm gonna go back to the screen. Let me focus again on something, and let's see if the alpha waves will move up this time. See, it just doesn't work. It's almost random. Almost random. It's not purely random, but almost random. Let's go back here. I think it's great. And the contact quality is 100%. It claims to be 100% again. And I don't see a lot of issues here. So what we see here are like good quality brain signals, not a lot of noise. But FFT band powers don't really work. And yeah, Johnny was right. With 1 to 3 electrodes, you can only know whether that person is alive or not. And of course you can pick up some muscle movement. That's for sure. You can pick up muscle movement, but not anything else. So those headsets that claim that help with your awareness and your mindfulness and your meditation, they're mostly fake. There's no research that backs them up, and they can never publish a scientific peer-reviewed journal or article. Okay, let's move forward. Now I'm gonna try the motion sensors again, and beware, we might lose the stream again, and I'm gonna try to come back as soon as possible if the computer crashes again. Okay, no, this wasn't the this wasn't that motion sensor. Yeah, this was it. And yes, this requires calibration. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is much better. This is calibrated. Well, what is this? Yeah, this is inverted. Yeah, see, yeah, this works. This works really well. Well, I mean, what you can do with this is you can train people about their posture. So the pitch. Okay, this is it. This is the roll. Pitch, the roll. Yeah, this is how I sit straight. At least it's good enough to do this. And it didn't crash, so I'm happy about that. And we have the graph here. That's great. This is useful. And we have this performance metrics. And let's have a look at this. Now they claim that they can measure auditory attention. And there's an info. Poor EEG signal quality. Poor contact quality, motion artifacts, and muscle artifacts. Good. Let me try to shut up. Didn't really work. But they claim that they're measuring your auditory attention, engagement, relaxation, visual attention, excitement, interest, cognitive stress, and focus. Orhan, yes, I'm gonna do a 24-hour broadcast. So I'm not sure. I'm not really sure if there is enough peer-reviewed research backing this up. If they can really differentiate between cognitive stress and stress. Obviously, Emotive is a company with a lot of data scientists and engineers, so that might be the case. However, I'm not so sure, you know, if you can differentiate between cognitive stress and stress. How are they even different? So the contact quality says it's 100%. So the only thing that I can make here is that it is poor signal quality is because of muscle artifacts and motion artifacts. So I'm gonna try to sit straight for maybe 30 seconds so that it can detect it. Okay, I moved my arm and then it went back to poor signal quality again. What is this here? Your network connection is slow. My network connection is fine. Cloud Sync, you have no idea. It is fine. And we are connected by a dongle and not Bluetooth. That's fine. I don't know how that will work. If I unplug it, will I be able to connect through Bluetooth? We might try that. But anyway, so they claim that I'm 26 with relaxation, 58 interest, 46 focus, like I'm not really focused. Excitement 73, this might be true, I'm very excited. Engagement 68 maybe. Cognitive stress, visual attention, auditory attention. Now let's try to do it again and let's see if I can improve relaxation here. We're gonna try to improve relaxation and focus. Doesn't really work. Doesn't also like the maybe it's about contact quality. So let's see data packets. Okay, we can see if there are any clicks or signals and recordings. Hopefully we're going to be able to record and export our data as BDF, and then we're going to be able to do at least an offline experiment. Recording name, tests, well, test recording, include baseline, sure, no. All right, start recording. Okay, I hope this is recording. Yep. Then let's stop it. What it did is, all right, we have this. Can we, yeah, we cannot really edit the data, but the metadata, convert, no. Sure. Oh no, it's converting previously recorded things. So I can download this. Motion data. Desktop emotive. And it gives us a CSV. So frequency bands and performance metrics. Export. Now, let's see what we have here. Okay. EEG counter. All right, we have raw sensor values. That's great. That's cool. We have the battery. Battery is 3 for some reason. Raw contact quality. So there should be 3. Yeah, 14 of them here. It's good. I mean, there is one that is not so good, and okay. Contact quality for each of them. So it reports all of them as 4, which I believe full contact overall. Obviously, having contact is one thing, having quality signals is another. And we have counter and motion data. And then we have auditory attention, visual attention, etc. Cognitive stress, and the frequency bands. Great. So we can do a lot of experiments with this. Oh, frequency bands per electrode. That's great. This is a lot of data that we can work with. Unfortunately, it's not real time. We have to record it and then we can decipher it, but it's fine. We're going to work with it. We're going to work with what we have. All right, so do the brain signals have any unit like the other scalar values? Well, I mean, since these are electricity values that we measure, we can claim that they do. They do have. And a unit, and that is microvolts. But obviously what this stands for is really, I don't know. Like there is a baseline that should have been like 4,000 from my previous recordings. I thought that would be 4,000. Maybe it was 4,000 for 14 bits. When it's 16 bits, maybe the baseline has shifted. Maybe we should have incorporated the baseline as well. And then you just try to see the minimum and the maximum and figure out which voltage it corresponds to by looking at how many bits you have, your resolution, and your value. So your maximum can be 16 bits per channel. That is the maximum that that you can keep, and then there is a math behind it to find the actual voltage. We can also try to figure that out as well. All right, it's interesting. It's not nothing. So it's something we can definitely work with. I'm very much interested in contact quality though. Let me open this as a CSV. Obviously, it's the first time I'm opening these things. Yep. Ah, no. Of course, numbers just doesn't work with this. All right, go back, and I'm going to open it up here. And probably we're gonna write, yeah, I guess we can install an extension. Rainbow CSV, I really like this one. Yeah, it makes it infinitely easier to look at data. But I need to zoom out a little bit. Yep. At least it gives you different colors. And Excel viewer. Open preview, what does it do when you open it to the side? Not too bad. Let's install this one as well and see if it's gonna work. This one, preview. All right, it's not terrible. Terrible performance though. And we only have so many lines in this. It's not very long. Well, I mean, I think it is a little bit long. Obviously, it's going to be easier to process this as like by importing it. And it's kind of, it's not a lot of data. Come on. 1.2 megabytes. It's not terrible. Your performance just sucks. Probably you're using React in the background and it just sucks. And you're trying to render every line, which is a huge mistake when you try to render a lot of content. You never render all the lines. You have a running list of lines. I don't know, if you have like 30 lines here, you have 40 lines that you recycle all the time. So this definitely doesn't work. You know, how can I scroll in this file so easily? Because it doesn't render all the lines that this file has. Because I'm not seeing all the lines at once. And my head right now hurts a lot. It hurts so much. Let's try to do this. Does it work? Yay. Yeah. I like this. I like the setup. It hurts a lot. It is really squeezing my head right now, and I need to take it off soon. I will do that soon. Yeah, it really hurts, especially the ones that are here. These are okay, these are fine, but the ones on the back are really hurting. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna take it off a little. Yep. Let's see. Excel viewer, I don't want to uninstall. All right, let's go back to Emotive Pro and see what we have here. We covered motion, we covered performance metrics, FFT band power, and raw EEG data. Now this is, yeah, T8 is still unsurprisingly, or surprisingly rather, noisy. I'm gonna try to, sorry about that. Oh, the playlist is gone. Let's switch to another playlist. We were playing funk before. Running. Yeah, let's see how this is. Okay, it's upbeat. I like it. Okay. I like the music. So I would put a little bit more saline solution on T8. Come on. It's damp. It's not that terrible. So 2 drops there. I'm gonna wet all of them. Just a tiny bit to make sure they're really, yep. To make sure they're really damp. Obviously, again, it shouldn't be soaking wet, so the actual number of drops they can take varies a lot. Or they should take varies a lot with your environment as well. Okay, I lost count of where I was. Hopefully this is gonna work. It is very painful, Charter. It's extremely painful. Don't try this at home. Okay, no, not this one. Okay, T7 didn't really like it. Come on. Come on. I think we fixed T8, but T7 is really giving us trouble here. T7. Come on. You can do it. I believe in you. And it's really difficult, you know, you have to calibrate all these sensors so that they give out the same readings, the same voltage readings. It's not an easy task. It's very difficult to do electrodes. I have done my own electrodes back in the day, in 2007 and 8. I literally did my own electrode on active electrode by cutting silver rods and, you know, designing a circuit around them, soldering it on a circuit board. That was also a very painful project. Okay, this should be okay, and only if I could wear my glasses. Maybe I should wear contact lenses, because my glasses mess with some of the sensors. Okay, it's still a little bit noisy, but not terrible. Let's see the contact quality. Of course, it says it's all 100%. Oh yeah, I was looking at contact quality. That is very interesting that it thinks that they're all 4. That's so weird. That they're all 100%. That cannot be the case. That's really, that's simply not true. All right, let's go back. It's settled. Maybe now the FFT band power will work. No. What about performance metrics? I think it makes a reading every 10 seconds or something. $70 stress level. Yeah, I don't know what these actually mean. No. Anyway, this is not very useful. Let's try another app. So thank you again, but my internet connection is not slow. Let's see what other apps they have. There's the Emotive app. Okay, it's this one. What? Emotive Labs, Emotive Pro, Emotive BCI, and BrainWiz. Let's try Emotive BCI. Go away. Before beginning, let's see what your resting brain is like today. Begin. Ready to close your eyes. Okay, did it work? I don't know what happened. I think I'm gonna see the recording. How many seconds did I have to close my eyes again? 15 seconds, okay. Okay, well, I mean, apparently it was okay. What is the battery life of the device? I think it's about 12 hours, they claim. It runs for 12 hours. So I think we're gonna have to charge it at some point. Okay, let me switch to this camera. This is better. All right, use guest mode, create new profile. Training profiles. You need to create a training profile in order to be able to train mental commands and facial expressions, which can later be used to control BCI applications. You can try using different training strategies in each profile to fit different applications. Okay, we're gonna do that. Using guest mode. To keep your own training data and profiles clean, make sure to use guest mode if a friend or a colleague is using your account. All right, makes sense. Create a new emotive ID account to save profiles for another person. All right, start a new profile and Arman, what? Yeah. Training neutral. Before you train a command, you first need to train a neutral state. Oop. 48 seconds of neutral recording. Relax and hang out as usual with your eyes open. Okay. Training complete. I don't know, accept, sure. Brain space. This map represents your training profile with neutral in the middle. The further apart your commands are from each other, the better your profile is. Okay. Training commands. Now you can select it and train a command to move a virtual cube or control another application. 48 seconds of training. Hold a thought in your mind that you'll later use to trigger your command. What should I hold in my head? Like JavaScript is the best language. Okay, we have some examples here. I mean, I'm just kidding. I know what these are. Push. Let's train that one. Now I'm gonna imagine pushing something. Is it on or off? Why is this on the left when it's green? Okay, I'm gonna train. I'm imagining pushing something. Training complete. Accept. Okay. To improve your profile, you can train commands multiple times. For every accepted training, you'll see an increase of the skill level for that command. So do I get live feedback or not? Let's train again. Okay. I'm sure this was fake. That it was going forward. Okay, live mode. See, this is the live mode, and I'm thinking of pushing it. It just doesn't work. No, doesn't work. Anyway, let's train it a little bit more. Let's also train pull. We recommend adding another command only after you're confident with the number of commands you have now. Yeah, sure, add command. Pull, train. Okay. Let's train again. Okay. They're not very apart from each other. Let's train push again. Okay. Our algorithm will provide you guidance on the quality of each training by showing where your goal is, but it is up to you to make a decision on either to accept or reject the training set. The goal set by our algorithm will go down as you train more commands. Not great, maybe try again. Okay, reject. And let's try again. Push. Yeah, it is a little bit fake. So it's at 5. It was 0 before, now it's 5, and it says it's not great, maybe try again. I mean, sure, you know? Maybe let's trash the pull command and let's keep training the push. Push. Well, let's train again. Great training. Okay. You're so fake. Let's train again. Not great, maybe try again. I did the exact same thing. I thought about the exact same thing. How it's so different from 0 to 89. Hello, Miri. Reject this. We're gonna train it again. We're gonna train push. This training was okay. Reject it. Let's try it again. $58. Let's try it one more time. $92. Come on. I'm not doing anything different. All right, let's accept this. Let's train neutral again. Okay. Go away. Okay, let's add the pull command right now. Train. Training complete. Let's do it again. So it's somewhere between the neutral and push command. Let's train again. Pull. I now see the difference between live feedback. Now it's on. Despite the fact that this is on the left, we know that it's on because it's green. And when live training feedback is off, what it does is it shows you the action, like when you're pulling it, like when you're training for the pull action, just to help you out, the cube moves towards you. And when live training feedback is on, you see in real time if you are able to think the same thing that you trained for, and that you can really move it. So let's train on push with live training feedback on. Not great. Let's try again. %. Great training. Weird. Let's try pull. Didn't budge at all. Let's try with live training off so that it trains us as well. Not great, maybe try again. Not great, maybe try again. Doesn't like it. I'm gonna trash pull and train it from scratch. Let's do a live training with push again. Okay, apparently we can train push. So I moved the bugs myself, apparently, but it could be anything. And we won't know unless we have another action, of course. Let's train pull. Let's first do a couple of trainings with the live training off. Okay, do it again. Okay, let's do it again. Not great, maybe try again. Sure. Zero. Well, at this point, I don't know what I am supposed to do. Just doesn't work. Maybe let's try neutral again. Training complete. Try pull again. This time with live training on. No, not budging. What is the control mechanism of trainings? Is it looking same continuous brain signals or just signal strength? I think it's looking for patterns in brain signals. So what this supposedly has is a this is probably pre-trained on what these commands should look like in your brain signals, in anybody's brain signals. And what it does is it tries to compare this to those pre-recorded ones and then customizing it for you, for your brain signal. So for example, they probably know the difference of their reference person, the difference of their neutral, so let's reject this, the difference between their neutral state and their push state. So since they know the difference, they take your neutral state and try to project that difference onto your brain signals for your push commands, and they try to train based on that. So I'm gonna trash this and add another command. Maybe pull and push are too similar. Let's think about rotate right. Okay. Let's do it again. Training complete. It's not budging at all. So I'm assuming that it didn't work. Let's train again. This training was okay. Let's reject it and try it again. Well, obviously it would really help if I knew what rotate right would mean. I was thinking clockwise. Okay, let's reject this and do it with live training off. Drop it, start again. Rotate right, train, so that it's going to tell us what to do or show us what to do. Let's do it again. Okay, let's do it again. Not great. What if the EEG signals are different for each person? Let's say for the push movement, shouldn't we train our model for specific people? Yes, Ahmet, that is the case. In fact, the push signals or the signals that you get for the push movements differ from one session to another. Like, the issue is when you do this, you know, in the morning and in the evening, you take the headset off and you come back and wear it again, you get almost completely different signals. Like there maybe it's like 30%, 40% different. So you have to retrain all the time anyway. This is just a very general generalization, let's say, what these people are trying to do. So there's a lot of personalizations involved, but I'm sure they have inherently some models that differentiates or try to differentiate between a pull and a push and a rotate movement. So this didn't work at all. Let's try again. Didn't work. Let's try again. Great training. I wonder why I didn't do anything differently. Am I what? To imagine them rotating if you want to rotate? I would try to imagine primal things like eating, sleeping, or fighting for specific moves. That makes sense. It makes total sense, Furkan. Yes, that is a valid approach that a lot of people do. However, I try not to do it. I try to think about rotating it right. Okay, great training again. So let's see. Let's do it in live mode if we're going to be able to rotate it. This training was okay. All right. Now let's go to live mode. I'm trying to push it. I'm not trying to rotate it, I'm trying to push it. Okay, now I'm gonna try to rotate. Nope. No, doesn't work. I'm going back to pushing. Nope. Not at all. Doesn't work at all. Doesn't work at all. Facial expressions. Let's try this one. This should be a little bit easier because it's going to be based on muscle signals. Trying not to blink or move your face. Okay. Train. Train more. Okay. Now smile. Okay. Now left wink. Let's do a blink. Okay, I think it's not working. Let's try a smile again. All right, let's try frown. I'm very good at frowning. Let's try frown again. Okay. Let's try clench. I'm not sure if my mouth needs to be open. I'm gonna train it without. Okay. Surprise. Oh, this was hard. I don't feel comfortable opening my eyes that much. How am I supposed to be surprised? Okay, no, I have to blink. This doesn't work for me at all. I cannot open my eyes that long because my eyes dry up. Train more. And you can't really be surprised for 8 seconds. How is this? Okay, live mode. Facial expression live mode. Practice your expressions in live mode via virtual face. Okay. You can adjust the sensitivity for each expression. All right. Frowning doesn't even work. Okay. I'm clenching. No, I cannot trigger clench. Skill level. Custom training data is used for facial expression detections on smile, frown, clench, and surprise, but you can always choose to use the training detection supplied by our algorithm by checking the box at the bottom. Checking, there's a typo here. Use training detections. Okay, their custom algorithms work a lot better than the ones that I trained, which is surprising to say the least. And this is drying up, so I think I should put in more saline solution. Although it claims that the contact quality is 100%, I'm pretty sure it's not 100%. Now let's try this. Yeah. Let me switch to the other camera. This is what I prepared for. Oops, tripped a little bit. Yeah, when we were at the university doing these experiments, we had really nice injectors, and it was a lot easier to do these type of things because, of course, our electrode cap also has, like a regular electrode cap has these holes in it, and you put the injector in, and then you pump in the gel, and then you put the electrode there. So Emotive tried to take example from that, but I'm not sure if it really worked. Well, here, obviously not this bottle. It requires a real injector, and I have to find that injector in order to do these experiments. So let's move back. Did I do this? I'm not sure if I did it. Yeah. And then maybe these. Nope. Nope. Yep. I don't know. It still shows 100% contact quality, and I'm sure it's not 100%. Let's go back to... Okay. Yeah, this is a little bit better. Was it using our own model or... Yeah, no, it was using the original one. Using training detections, it doesn't work. It can't even differentiate between eye blinks. Nope. Oh wait, you are not seeing the right thing on the screen. Yep. Okay, this is complete BS. Training profiles. We have the performance metrics here, and we have the motion sensors. And at least the motion sensors are accurate. Facial expressions, not so much. Uh-oh, it hurts a little. And it's very difficult to wear with glasses. Like it, I have sensors all over my face. How am I supposed to wear my glasses? Nope. Let's go back to mental commands and try that again. Okay, rotation works, pushing doesn't. I'm gonna retrain the push. Not great, maybe try again. Why are you not great? I'm able to rotate it very well. And not push. Nope, push doesn't work. Push doesn't work. Let's try another command. Let's try something like rotate left, maybe. Doesn't work. Okay, more. Let's see if we can differentiate between rotate left and right now. Nope. I'm thinking about, so I first started by rotating left and then I tried to rotate right. I'm gonna do it left. And then right. Let's try again to train rotate right. Maybe I should accept these so that it understands what it means for me to rotate. I don't know. Let's try it again in live mode. Left. Nope. Doesn't work. And I'm gonna start over. No. Whatever. Well, you cannot remove neutral. That's weird. Then let's try and rotate right again. Whatever, really. Nope, it's confused. It is definitely confused, and this is normal. This is why I always say these things don't really work. These things are not easy. You cannot imagine rotating left or right and make it work. I'm gonna delete these. And this time I'm gonna do something else. This time I'm gonna do something Furkan suggested. Thinking about like when I want to rotate left, I'm gonna think about moving my left foot, and then when I'm rotating right, I'm gonna think about moving my right foot, and hopefully it's gonna be able to differentiate between those. Rotate lefts. Okay. I'm imagining kicking it with my left foot. Okay. I also had some involuntary muscle movement. That's why probably it picked that up. Now let's talk about rotate right. And I'm gonna imagine pushing it down with my right foot. Again. Again. Not great. Maybe try again. Sure. Not great. Maybe try again. Maybe let's dump this down and try again. Nope, not picking it up. Now let's think about dropping it. And this time I'm gonna think about dropping it with my right hand. Or pressing it down with my right hand. Let's try again. Not great. Maybe try again. I don't know what this is doing. Accept it, because that was correct. Live mode. Nope, not working. It's not working. All right, it started hurting a little. So I'm going to take some time off, drink something, and yeah, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we're gonna continue. I'm gonna briefly, it's not a game. I'm gonna briefly try this again and see if I can get it working, but I'm not sure if I will be able to do it. And then we're gonna go into raw signal processing, because I think that's gonna be much better. Yes, I think it's gonna be much better. All right, so I'll see you soon. Okay, we're back. Now, in this 10 minutes, I was also charging the headset. Maybe, you know, maybe, just maybe it lost some of its charge. So let's put it back on. And see, are you on? Yep. Connect headset. Yep. Does connect. Zero contact quality. That makes sense. Might mean it's working. Let's wear this now. Up. Safa asked if there are any problems with the device. No, I don't think there are any problems with the device. I think it's working really well. There might be some problems with, so this is not really, again. There might be some problems with the trainings and my thoughts, maybe. So I'm not really good at these experiments myself. Since I'm doing them a lot, I'm not usually the best person to do these experiments. My subjects are much better than I am at these tasks. Because I kind of know how it works, and it's like, you know, when you are calling a spirit, you're in a I don't know what session it's called, meditative session, and you're calling a spirit to visit you from the other world. When somebody doesn't believe that, the music stopped, so let's pick another playlist. I think I really like this playlist though. Let's go to hip hop, maybe acoustic. Let's do acoustic. And hopeful. Yeah. Let's see. Let me know if you like the songs. I can change the playlist. So, what was I saying? Oh yeah, when you are calling a spirit from the from outer world, from the ether, what happens is when somebody doesn't believe that that spirit will come, that spirit never comes. It's like everybody should believe for that spirit to arrive, and this is as scam as that thing. So you have to believe that it's gonna work to make it work. Is recording in progress? I didn't think recording was in progress. Am I recording something? I don't think I'm recording anything. No. Okay, it's not terrible. And it's not using the train detections. Clenching. It's terrible. Seems like you made a haircut to get the best signals. Yeah, it looks like that, but this is my natural look. This is how I look originally. This is my hair. Okay, so I don't know if this, not sure if this is entirely working correctly. Yeah. Let's move to the other camera and see. Yeah. Yep. Better. Let's train some more. Okay, it's not bad. I was just checking the song. Let me know if you like it or not. Let's train neutral again. Now let's add a command of push again. Oops, I forgot to change the camera. Yep, this is better. Push. Again. Okay, again. Great training. I don't know how many times I have to train this before it makes sense. Not great, 0. So beforehand it was like what, 80%, 90%, and now it's not great. Maybe try again. How is this possible? Nope. Nope. I think the fourth training just messed up everything. This is so difficult. I have to concentrate. I should have imagined, because it's so close to the neutral. To the neutral position. Nope. Nope. Trash. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're making progress. Cool. We're getting somewhere. One more. Okay, let's reject this one. Try it again. I'm losing it. Again. I mean, let's accept it, sure. Now let's add the pull command. They are basically the same. Come on. Come on. Not great. Maybe try again. Nope. Doesn't work. Trash it. Let's try and push one more time. Train. This training was okay. Pull. Again. They're ending up very similarly. Although I'm doing... Oh, the opposite interaction. Nope, nope, nope. Trash. Okay, okay, I'm gonna try it for the last time. I'm gonna try it for the last time. Push. again. Nope. Just doesn't work. Doesn't work at all. Okay. And it's not very far away from the neutral state anyway. Let's do a pull. Live mode. Trying to push it. Okay, trying to pull it. Push it. Nope. Doesn't work. It must have something to do with the neutral profile that I have. Training profiles. Can I trash this? Yep. Let's try it again. Neutral. I'm not doing anything for the neutral mode. And I'm afraid it has something to do with neutral mode. Push again. Let's see. Okay. Live training feedback. try it again. Not great. Okay. This was okay. One more. One more. I'm gonna reject this. This didn't work. All right, now let's add the pull command. All right, now we see some difference. Come on, this should work. Live training feedback. This was almost there. Do it again. Ah, come on, come on, I can do it. I can do it, come on. Good. Once more. Need to focus. All right. Now let's try in live mode. I'm gonna first push it and then pull it. Push. And then pull. Nope. Push it again. No. Let's do it like this. No, I'm trying to push it. Thank you. I'm gonna try. Now I'm gonna try to pull. All right, pulling works. Let's try pushing it. No, the other way around. I'm trying to push it. No, no, no. I'm trying to push it. Pull it. Okay, pulling works better. Let's try to train pushing a little bit more. More. Oops. %. Great. We're making some progress. However, it's very close to neutral states, and that's, I don't know if it's gonna work or not. Let's try pull it again. Nope. Didn't work. Pull. Mm-mm. Pull. No, I just lost the pull ability. This is messed up. Pull again. Okay. Nope. Doesn't work. See, this is really finicky. Anyway, it's not working and it's not worth wasting our time. So I'm gonna do something else, and I'm going to, well, let's see. I'm going to look at other software here. What is emotive brain whiz? Let's see what that is. Why is this so zoomed out? Your trial will expire in 6 days. Okay. I wonder what's happening. Connecting? Come on. I think it crashed. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely froze. So let's force quit and let's try to open it again. Please turn on your headset. It's there already. Connect. Yeah. All right. Ensuring good contact quality. Ooh, okay. What is this? What is this? This is very exciting. It's a brain that's rotating in 3D. Ah, alpha waves. So, auto. What is this? Okay, I can rotate it. So it's supposed to show, like, visualize the activity in my brain, I guess. Frequencies. Okay, frequency bands. So there are definitions there. Theta activity is slow wave activity seen in drowsiness and often during meditation. Increased theta frequencies are associated with relaxed and creative states. It's not true. As well as memory recall and flow states. That's definitely not true. Alpha waves are the default relaxed and alert mode of your brain. How is it different than theta waves then? Alpha activity is often observed when the eyes are closed, indicating that the visual system is ready and awaiting input. Decreases in alpha activity can also be seen in other parts of the brain when that part of the brain is activated. I already explained how that worked. Beta frequencies are associated with active, task-oriented, busy or anxious thinking and active concentration. Gamma activity is high-frequency activity that occurs during demanding mental or motor functions. How is it different than active, task-oriented, busy thinking and active concentration, high-frequency activity, demanding mental functions? Gamma waves can be observed especially in frontal lobes when you switch activities during multitasking. Anyway, brain areas, frontal cortex, parietal cortex. So I think I can rotate this freely. What about auto? Yeah, temporal cortex and occipital cortex. Yep, let's do it like this. It's a good lecture. At least you can learn a little bit more about the brain. Okay, it's not rotating very well. It's really finicky, and it's not multi-touch. Okay, and then, oh, come on, reset it. Okay, this is better. Is a window. Anyway, the occipital cortex is on the back of your head. the temporal cortex are on the sides, the parietal cortex is about here, and the frontal cortex is here. And you can read the definitions here. Yeah. Anyway, this is not very useful. And it's not visualizing anything. Like, why don't I see alpha waves and theta waves and beta waves, like frequencies? Why don't I see? Okay, now it makes sense. All right. Okay, now this is interesting. Rotate slowly. Now this is good. It's good visualization. Like, it's great as a gimmick. But you need to turn these on really a lot, like this. It's really funny. It's as if they're doing localization, and maybe they are, but I'm pretty sure they're not. I'm pretty sure this is just gimmick. Yeah. So you can see which parts of your brain are emitting what frequencies, is what they claim. Which is really interesting. I mean, it's definitely not true. So the blue ones are alpha waves. The purple ones are, sorry, the blue ones are theta waves. The purple ones are alpha waves. The pink ones are beta waves. And the red ones are gamma waves. Let me think about something. Let me think about, I don't know, let me think about pushing, for example, as if I have not been doing that for the past 2 hours. I'm going to think about pushing things, and let's see which parts activate. It doesn't mean anything, it's just gimmick. Okay, let me close my eyes. Did you see anything different when I closed my eyes? Pretty sure you didn't. And the theta waves are dominating this brain image. And it's mostly because, what happens if I amp them all up? And it's mostly because, okay, it's very slow. There's this DC drift voltage, I believe, that's about like 0.2 hertz. And I mean, of course, like there are a lot of, so this is very prone to interference as well. And I have a lot of electricity around me. Like there's a camera here, there's a camera over there, there are screens everywhere, there's a phone, there are lights. This house is brimming with electricity and magnetic waves, and everything is messing up with my brain signals. It's not a Faraday cage, and it's very difficult to hold something. Yeah. It's very, very difficult to get good signal quality here. Anyway, this is another gimmick. It was fun to watch though. It's definitely fun to watch. However, it's not really realistic. I mean, we could build something like that in WebGL, and we could even use the motion data so that I could rotate it with my head. That would be really good if they did that, if they did that visualization. So let's go back to Emotive BCI. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna go back to Emotive Pro. I don't want to. I want to go back to Emotive Pro and see how my brain signals are doing, because I believe I can do a better job at differentiating whether we have noise or not. Okay, I mean it's okay. It's not terrible. It's a clean signal. There's a little bit of a problem with F4, I guess. But no, it's a pretty clean signal. How about 01 and 02? They're doing fine. Are they wet? No, they're not. Let me put some. Now let's switch to. Okay, let's go back. Let's switch to this view, and let's see if I'll be able to do it. Okay. We're back. Yep. All right. How am I supposed to change these? Like, it should pause and I should be able to change the minimum and maximum amplitude and change the high pass filter. I'm not sure why this is not active. Band power. Oh, did it work? When I close my eyes again, you should see an increase in alpha waves. Did it work this time? Let's try, and you should tell me, of course. I'm pretty sure it didn't work. Okay, and this is the FFT. I mean, this is, yeah, this is AF3. I mean, what do we expect from AF3? I don't know. Let's say 01 and 02. Yeah, I think it worked. It worked. Did it? Let's try it again. Yep, it worked again. Let's try it again. Maybe. Of course, I cannot see it when my eyes are closed, but what I can see here, again, the experiment with feedback. I don't have any feedback for you other than the fact that you need to send me a license. No, go back. 01 and 02. Yeah, there is some regularities here. They are. Emotive should make a version where all the pods are connected to writing, where you can just dump a shitload of saline in and keep supporting until it runs out. That is an amazing idea, Johnny. Yeah. Oh, wait, you don't see the screen. Oh, you should have told me. So that's my bad. You should have told me. Now, I was pausing myself. That didn't really work. Yep. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't see that you didn't see the screen. Oops, yeah. Yeah, there is a 20-second delay. Yep. Let's try this one again. Yes, we got some nice signals over here. Here, these are what I was talking about. But usually it's just noise. All right, now we're gonna go to... Yep, this is good. Now we're gonna go to raw EEG recording. Yep. All right, here is where we start live coding. Let me switch to this view. All right, we're gonna start live coding now. And how many hours are we in? Where did the countdown go? Oh, it's only here. No, you should be visible everywhere. All right, we have what, 19 hours to go? That's not right. That's definitely not right. It restarted, right? It definitely restarted. How many hours do we have? We had it's like 6 p.m. right now. We're live for 8 hours. We have another 16 hours to go. So I'm gonna reset the countdown. It's about what, 16 hours? Yep. I guess 9. Yeah, just do the math. I think we need 16 more hours until morning. Kinda. Yep. All right. So we still have a lot of time, and I'm gonna go into coding right now. I'm gonna start rewriting my application for Epoch 10. Emotive has a Node.js API. First, I'm gonna try that out. I'm gonna see if I can record the signals. It's gonna give me some live signals for the detected movements and stuff. So it's gonna use my profile, I guess. And then I think I'm gonna be able to record, start and stop recording, and get the signals out of Emotive. And then hopefully I'll be able to process it. I'm gonna try typing with my brain signals. It's gonna be an offline experiment, which means I'm gonna first train and then do a test recording, but it's not gonna be live like you saw in my tweets when I typed hello. It's not gonna be live. I'm gonna do the experiment first, and then we're gonna try to assess the results, and we're gonna see if it predicted them correctly or not. It's gonna take some time, but this is how brain research goes. I remember 10 years ago when I was preparing for that big broadcast, I was doing this like for like 12 hours in the lab, and the headsets we had back then were far more uncomfortable. And I actually have a very silly picture. I don't know why it wasn't there in the presentation. I think I took it out. I had a very silly picture where I looked like an alien sucked up my brain. There were holes on my skull because I was running it for 12 hours or so. So this is going to take a lot of time, but we have enough time, I hope, to do this experiment. And now I'm going to take another, I don't know, like 5-minute break or something, a very small break. And I'm going to fill myself a cup of tea, and we're going to start delving into emotive Node.js API. So hold on. All right, how are you all doing? I hope you're doing fine. We're gonna continue with our stream. We are, what, 9 hours in? About 8 hours in. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna look into Emotive API right now. They have a Node.js API, and I'm gonna try to connect to the device. I took it off. It's here. I took it off because it hurts a lot. And I'm gonna wear it when I need to wear it. And actually I'm gonna turn it off to hopefully preserve some battery. And I wonder if I should connect over Bluetooth. Maybe we're gonna have better signal over Bluetooth, which shouldn't really matter. It's not about the connectivity method. I know obviously the dongle should be enough, but I'm gonna put it away. I'm gonna grab my cup of tea. And I'm gonna start coding. I think I'm gonna create a new repository for experimenting with it. And then I'm gonna combine it with my BrainBits repository. So let's switch to this view so you can see me well. Yep, so I don't need you anymore. Go away. Go away. Okay. Let's do it like this. Yep. I'm resizing it manually so that your chat will appear here if you decide to converse. Right, I don't need this. Don't save it. Give me a terminal. So here, wait, I didn't try if the dongle works with the other Emotive headset. I'm pretty sure it won't work with the other Emotive headset. And it also doesn't work wired, but I'm gonna give it a try. So I'm just gonna take a look at the dongle. I'm gonna turn on the previous headset that I have and see if it's gonna connect. And no, of course not. It's not doing anything. So the dongle for Epoch 10 works with Epoch Plus. It's actually the dongle for Epoch Plus, but it doesn't work with Epoch because I thought so, because their encryption schemes are totally different. Yeah, it just doesn't work. Cool. And I somehow lost the dongle for the original headset. By the way, the original headset also wasn't really great at signal quality. So we'll see how this goes. Now, I have a tiny terminal just to be ready for Brain Monitor, but obviously I'm going to make it bigger so that you see it like this. Okay, let's do, yep. Let's do a new repository for Epoch 10 experiments. I need a place to put my phone. Yeah, maybe I should put it here. Oh, so I'm gonna go with a techno playlist, if that's possible. I don't want acoustic. I want techno. Give me a couple of seconds. Where is techno? World and countries, traditional dance. rock, pop, disco, electronic and dance, techno and trance. Yep, I think I'm going for this. So I am into listening to metal music or new age music when I like to code. This is good. Yep. I think I can code with this. Let's see. Let me turn up the volume a little bit. Okay, this is good. Hello, Mijait. Okay. Let me know if you can hear me well. Obviously, I cannot hear myself when I have the headphones on. Let's init a new repository here. And I'm not going to push it to GitHub yet. But I'm going to open it here. And also let's create a new Node.js package. We don't have any tests. Git repository. Yeah, I wish I did this before. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm gonna create a repo on GitHub. Yep. Let's instantiate it with for Node.js with gitignore and with an MIT license. And here I can have the description experiment with emotive epoch 10 headset. Oh. Yep. This is a little bit better. Package name, version, description. This index.js, yep. Keywords, EEG, epoch. Signals. And license is MIT. Yep. Okay. I need to change my font of my terminal. What is the font family for my terminal here? It is what? Ubuntu Mono derivative. Powerline. Yep. Good, much better. Now we see the branch and the arrow. Yep. A little bit better. Where is the actual font size in this thing? And let's create an index.js file. Well, I want to zoom out the Chrome, but keep the font size big. Is it getting bigger? Yep. Okay, something like this. And npm start, does it work? We don't have, oh wow. Thunderbolts and lightning. All right. Now let's go to why MIT. Why not? I want it to be open source, and I want it to be open source. Okay, this is much better. I'm not gonna listen to music, and I need to turn it back down, otherwise you're gonna hear an echo. I want it to be an open source library or project, whatever, and I don't want to deal with any licenses and any patents or anything, so that's why it's not an Apache license and an MIT license. It's a very default license. Doesn't really have any issues of derivative work, and you know, it's completely open. It could be anything else. The license doesn't really matter that much. The type of the license matters, whether it's copyleft or copyright, and how restrictive it is. But MIT, Apache, and BSD, like these sort of licenses are pretty much open for anybody to use, with like including the license definition, of course. If you don't include the license definition of my library or project when you use it, it's a problem. Okay, so let's go to emotive documentation. I think it was here. See, they don't even mention the original Epoch anyway, headsets anymore. Click on the links below to learn more about our hardware and software products. I think we... What a Pro 2.0? Yeah, I think we went through setting up your EEG device, data streams. We're interested in this thing. Real-time recording and playback modes. Emotive Pro. The following, what? Raw EEG. Yeah, this is something I'm interested in. So how does this work? It might need to disable all the channels. I see. Taking a recording. Opening a local EDF file. JSON files. Now this is interesting. If a recording contains keystroke markers. Okay, it's only for keystroke. So when you press a key, it's going to record it in a JSON, but not the data itself. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to create our own JSON file. Notes on data. DC offset. Yes, very good. This is very good. Yes, see, the measured EEG signal is on signal on the headset is converted from an unsigned 14 or 16-bit ADC output to a floating point value, which is stored by Emotive Pro. To allow measurements of negative values, the DC level of the signal occurs at approximately 4,200 millivolts. This is what we saw in those CSV files. Negative voltages are transmitted less than the average level, and positive voltages are transmitted as greater than the average. And in order to remove the DC offset, especially before performing any kind of analysis such as FTT, it is necessary to apply some kind of DC offset removal. Yes, the simplest method is to subtract the average from the entire data channel. Although this is the least accurate, of course it is the least accurate. Ideally, you should apply a high-pass filter, and I have great examples of high-pass filters, which matches the characteristics of the electronics. That is, you should use a 0.16 Hz first-order high-pass filter to remove the background signal. This also removes any longer-term drift. So maybe a little bit of electronics theory here. Obviously, these devices carry a certain voltage, and we need a certain DC bias, and in this case, it's 4.2 volts. And then we have positive and negative voltage on top of it. Now, unfortunately, due to skin resistance and other factors that I have described earlier, this signal can drift. The baseline, the DC offset, can drift to 4,300, to 4,500, to 4,100. It can drift over time. For different electrodes, it could be different. So it's not only enough to subtract 4,200, you have to have a low pass filter, because you assume that it's going to drift slowly. And 0.16 Hz first order high pass filter is a very crude filter. It removes the first few hertz from the signal completely. So, you know, 0 hertz is the DC offset. And you think it would remove the DC element completely. It does an okay job at it. However, if there's a small drift, which means it's shifting to, let's say, from 4.2 volts to 4.3 volts over 10 seconds, it means there's going to be a shift at a frequency of 0.1 hertz. And 0.1 hertz is something you can barely filter with this 0.16 hertz first order high pass filter. And what usually works best is either a 1 hertz first order high pass filter, which will filter out frequencies from anything from 0 hertz to, I think, 3 hertz or something, 3 or 4 hertz, which is okay. I mean, when you're not interested in the theta band, that's fine, that's usable. And usually we're not interested in that frequency band anyway. The P300 works well with about like 4 or 6 hertz to 12 hertz, and anything outside is just, we're not interested in it. So we use a different high pass filter. 0.16 hertz is prone to longer term drifts, and if it's drifting over I'm sorry, like it's prone to shorter term drifts. So if it's drifting at like 3 hertz or something, your 0.16 hertz filter will not cut it out. Now it shouldn't drift that often. However, since this is not a research grade headset, And since the connectivity is done by a cell line solution instead of a gel, unfortunately those drifts occur. Another method is to use an IIR filter, infinite impulse response filter, to track the background level and subtract it. An example is shown below in MATLAB pseudocode, assuming first row has been removed from the array input data. Okay, this is very interesting. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, this is a great idea, but it won't work out very well. It's very important to remove the background signal before performing a fast Fourier transform. You should also apply a tapered window function such as a Henning transform before executing the FFT to ensure there are no wrapping artifacts where the FFT treats the data as an infinite repeating sequence, which it does. That's the definition of FFT. And any mismatch between the first and the last samples appear as step function in the analysis, injecting noise across the spectrum. They're not doing a great job at this. When we looked at the graph, the frequency band graphs, the reason for why theta bands were so prominent in those recordings was because we had a lot of DC bias, and the high pass filter didn't do a good job at eliminating the DC bias, and that's why it didn't work out well. And hopefully we're gonna do a better job with our processing, and of course, because I spent years perfecting the code there and the filters there. Code examples. This is MATLAB. Come on, we're using JavaScript here. High pass filter coefficients. All right. Release notes, whatever. All right, I'm not really interested in those. Managing your recordings, playback a recording, notes on the data. It was good to see the DC offset though. And installing and updating. Yeah, no, I think this is only the software. I'm not interested in the software. Epoch 10 configurations. Okay, these things. Web Bluetooth, it's fine. Data streams, real-time recording. And we went through this. Okay, no, go back. This is not something I'm interested in. Here, oh no, okay. Let's go with Cortex API. I think this is what we're looking for. All right. This documentation contains guidance for developing application with Emotive Cortex, the core piece of technology at Emotive, which brings the brain-computer interface to consumer. Well, I can say we tried a lot to train for pull and push, or push and pull actions. It didn't really work out well. So we're gonna see how this works. We're gonna see how it works. Now, all right. Supported platforms: macOS 10.12, great. iOS. So there's a beta release of iOS, and unfortunately, you, I think, need permission from them to use those. You can download the latest version of Cortex on the Emotive website. Downloading Cortex. Okay. We have Epoch 10. Prerequisites: create an Emotive ID, create a Cortex app. I hope we did that. Click register application. License. With a valid Emotive ID, you can already access to the basic data streams such as motion data, mental commands, facial expressions, performance metrics. Yeah, once every 10 seconds. Frequency bands, we're gonna make use of these. Contact quality, better level. A paid subscription will be required for data streams such as EEG data. and performance metrics. If you have a pro license, you must fill an application before you can use your license with the API. Okay, I did. I hope it's gonna work. We'll see. We'll see. If not, we're gonna go with recordings of the data, which will work regardless. So it's just gonna be a little bit slower because it's not gonna be real time. The Cortex examples. To help you getting started with your application, Emotive provides basic examples in various programming languages. There are open source and hosted by GitHub. I think they meant these are open source and hosted by GitHub. So we're gonna go there. Next step, if you're upgrading your application from, and connecting to the Cortex API. Node.js, the latest is 11 months ago. Obviously, I think the most up-to-date version is the C++ version from last month. API documentation, Cortex API, and we are there, yes. WebSockets, amazing. Okay, JSON RPC. Okay. The response from the Cortex is a JSON object with these fields. We're gonna see how these work. Try it out. Do a quick test. Try to call the method get Cortex info. Go to what? WebSocket echo HTML. All right, then click connect. Okay, we're gonna try that. Let's have a look at the Node.js code first here. Cortex code example, install Node.js emotive apps, install WebSockets, create emotive ID. All right. Subscribe to data stream. Train mental command for specific profile is handled with function train. It's amazing that they give you an API for training. Previously we had to click in the UI, and right now I think I'm gonna be able to do it with code. Live mode, user could test that command again in live mode with function live. Perfect. And then we have to pass in a profile name. This is challenging. Client ID, client secret. How am I gonna do this? I think I'm gonna put it in a secret terminal. I'm gonna put it as a environment variable so you don't see, and I'm gonna try super hard not to print my client secret to the window. Subscribe data stream. We're gonna try this as well. Okay, this is good. Start Cortex UI. Okay. There is an example here. Oh, wow, come on. The example is 1,000 lines. This is not okay. And it just uses the WebSocket API. So as I understand it, Emotive application has a local WebSocket server. And this is how we communicated over Node.js. So there are no low-level API access. I think it's, it's interesting. So they don't give you any access to the data. You can only talk over WebSockets. That's how they can actually secure it. But it also means that that WebSocket server is an application running on my computer, which checks for my licensing details. And that calls for Charles proxy. It must connect somewhere, right? In order to validate my license, it has to connect to an API server. Obviously, I think it would be encrypted, but maybe we can try. Maybe we can try. Maybe it's just a Boolean that says, yes, this person has a license. What I'm doing is definitely not supported, but you know, who knows? Who knows? We asked for API access. They didn't get back to us. And that's not okay. That's not good. I tweeted, I mentioned their founders, both of them, and asked for an API license because I figured out last night that I needed an additional license that they could only grant after going through my application, which was a little rough. Why can't I get access to the raw stream of my own personal brain dump? And when I pay for it, like I'm okay paying for it. I'm not okay paying for it, but I'm okay paying for it. But even then, they don't give you raw access to the data. You have to register with Emotive. And that's something I did, and I'm waiting for a response. And when they get back to me, I think we're gonna go with that as well. Okay, so there is, so I think whatever action happens here, it's just making, okay, it's just making JSON RPC calls to, maybe I should zoom in a little bit, making JSON RPC calls to the WebSocket server, request access ID, client ID, and client secret. And that authorizes yeah, start recording, Cortex token session. Okay, start record and test marker. All right, inject marker request, add marker. Nice methods. So this, we can think of this as the library, the Node.js library. And I think I'm gonna download this file and put it as emotive.js or something, or cortex.js. It's the name of their API. And they kind of abstract away all the details of check login and grant access, create profile if not yet exists, load profile, substream sys for training, train for actions, each action in number of times. Okay. Good. Yeah, from here, user have 8 seconds to train specific action. How do we know? I think we need to build a UI in order to make sense of this. Okay, I'm gonna save this as a, come on, like this, is this really, really? No. Yep. So I'm gonna save this as a local file because that looks like they don't really provide a Node.js library for this yet. Maybe I should have messaged Tanfam for access from Hanoi. Maybe I should have asked for, yeah. Let's see how many people there are. Community. Zoom out. Network. Dependency graph. Where is the, okay, here. No, code frequency. What was it, pulse? Ugh, I hate GitHub so much. How do I see the people in the, who contributed to the project? Emotive 10 PV. Well, there are not a lot of forks. So Python example master, and their branching strategy isn't the best. Add the class profiling for print about info about trained actions. So Patrick is merging them. Patrick is, I don't know who Patrick is, but he seems to be an important person. Pat Emotive, yeah. Yep. From Hong Kong, Patrick. Hey, Patrick. 3 days ago, he created a pull request for Python example. I wish there was a messaging functionality on GitHub. Anyway, let's go back to the code. So as I see it, they don't have a Node.js API. It's just a WebSocket server, which is weird. So I'm not going to deal with JSON RPC, as they have mapped out all the functionality, I guess, overview of the API flow, authentication. There's no login or logout API anymore. So the user are required to log in through the Emotive app. Yeah. Get user login request access. So Node.js. There's also a Unity library. Okay, I'm just gonna take this. And make a library folder here. Yeah, this is a terrible way of doing it. Maybe I should have, yeah, maybe I should have used Git submodules to link to this file so that I could update it, but who cares? I'm just gonna do it manually. Cortex.js. Nope. Yep. That's what we do. And we need to install the WebSocket library. Okay. Now, oh yeah, the client ID and stuff. So this is not an example. Okay, let's settle on that. This is not an example. The example is here. The first one is the API. So it would be a lot better if you split this into the library and the API itself. You know, who could guess? Maybe you could release this as a Node.js module, right? So I'm gonna go and copy this. Let's make sure the first bits are the API. Yeah, the first bits are the API. And this goes into our index.js, and let's import Cortex. How do you like my voice like this? I'm a little bit hard on my voice, so I wanted to, you know, make it a little bit softer. Nobody writes anything to the chat. Is that because you are really focused on the stream, or is that because you're not focused on the stream at all? So const Cortex equals lib Cortex. And then we have the socket URL, fine. And then we have the user, and we'll see what it tells us. Now I think I have to, your license? What is license? What do you mean your license? I have a client ID and a client secret, but let me put these into an environment variable. Process env emotive client ID and process env emotive client secret. What is the music? Okay, it's very interesting. Okay, interesting. Good. Okay, I'm gonna use these as environment variables, and of course I'm not gonna export them here. I'm gonna open a terminal, a new window. I'm gonna take it on my second monitor, and I'm gonna export the environment variables there. So yep. You're not seeing anything on the screen right now because I'm on the other monitor trying to export my client ID and stuff. Oh. So the name of the variable was what? Emotive license. License. Okay. And I'm gonna look at what that is. Then the other one is emotive client ID. I think I will have to log in to my client secret. I made sure I recorded these under one password. So yep. Uh-oh. Emotive. Nope. You're not supposed to open there. Okay, I have the client ID and the client secret. What is a license though? Let me go to emotive web page. I think, where was it? Not here. Authentication. Get your user login. Nope. Request access. Okay, I think we're first gonna try get Cortex info. Let's see if this has gets Cort. Come on, it doesn't have a method for get Cortex info. Okay, I think we're gonna add it to the API then. Cortex serves like its version and build number, but it doesn't return anything that's useful. Oreo API flow. Request access. Client ID and client secrets. And what does it? Application was already approved, so right to this application. Weird. So weird. Want to have to proceed. All right. They had something getting started, I think, connect supported platforms, supported headsets. Yeah, we did that. Ah, app ID. Is it what this is about? No, it's client ID. What is license? Result 42. All right. Area? Really? Fictional example. Of course, it's a fictional example. Okay, no, I think we don't have that thing about logging in. So I'm gonna look at the example here. License, user.license. Is it like the type of license, like pro or something? Okay, I wish this had some more information. Authorize. Yep. So this is used in authorize function. So I think I'm gonna go here and look at the documentation for the authorize function. And client ID license, a license ID. In most cases, you don't need to specify. Okay, Cortex will find the appropriate license based on the client ID. All right, number of sessions to debit from the license, so it can be spent locally without having to authorize again. Okay, all right. Client ID and client secret is enough, looks like. Then I'm gonna write these. Yep. What is the iTerm theme name? I did it myself, Emre, based on some other, based on a couple of different ones. This is a recurring theme in my Turkish streams. I usually do my own things, and I did my own iTerm theme. But it's based on a very common theme. I don't remember which ones. But like what I did it like 10 years ago or something, and I'm like copying it from one computer to the other, so I don't really remember. Okay, now okay, we don't need these here. We need to remove these. Yep. In index.js, we have these things. I will have to make sure that I don't leak my client secret. So I shouldn't log this user variable. So let's see what happens. We have the app open, I guess. Emotive app. Yeah, well, let's run this. Node index.js. Cortex is not a constructor. Yeah, because we didn't export it. You must log in on Cortex UI before request for grant access. Okay, I can do that. How do we do it though? You must log in on Cortex UI. What is Cortex UI? Apps? There's no Cortex UI here. I wonder what Cortex UI is. Cortex? Is that an app that I installed? Nope. What about all the emotive apps that I installed? Oh, there's also the Xavier control panel. If it's gonna launch, yep. This is their old app. Just started development, or how long it was. Yeah, I just started coding Before this, I was mainly working on their applications. So let's try. So we didn't demo this app before. So what? Okay, it's here. Let's try to see whether this is gonna work with the headset. I don't really need exact locations of all the sensors. I just need some. Okay, this is their previous app, so it just doesn't work. See, what is this? What is this? Application, connect, detections, mental commands. Ah, yes, this is the previous UI, and we can train it here. Yep. Select an action to train, push or neutral. Yes. Oh yeah. Hello, old friend. But of course, I'm not sure this is actually working. Is it stable? It's not stable at all. Is it because I have the other app open? The Emotive Pro open? I can disconnect and then quit this app and see whether this will work. Yeah, no, nope. Maybe it just doesn't like the frequency. Yeah, anyway, not gonna spend time with this. So what I was trying to do is to find a Cortex UI for logging in. And I don't know how that, like what it is. I don't know what it is. You must log in on Cortex UI before requests for grant access. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't support the plain WebSocket. If it doesn't support, okay, yeah, this is the secure one, right? And so what is Cortex UI? BCI. Advanced BCI. How advanced are you? Okay, just regular. Warning objects, release nodes. Getting started. This is definitely not what I'm looking for. So I'm gonna go to their other, like one level up to their documentation. And I need something called Cortex UI. I don't know what Cortex UI is though. Connect. And I think we're logged in and everything. Tools, apps, Emotive app. It's there, it's logged in, it's connected. Configuration, it's fine. Apps, account, it's there. I'm logged in, I refresh, I'm logged in. So this should work. You must log in on Cortex UI before request for grant access. What on earth is a Cortex UI? So I think it's Emotive app. Getting started. Running the app, logging in. I mean, I'm logged in. I definitely logged in. Create an account. apps screen. Thank you. Account screen with a basic license. Licenses. Yeah. Well, I don't know what it means to log in. Cortex UI. I think so. The URL is Cortex manual. So I believe Emotive app is the new name of the Cortex UI. Beforehand, it was called Cortex, and now they call it Emotive app. But for some reason, I cannot log in. You must log in on Cortex UI before request for grant access, then rerun. I'm sure I'm doing things correctly. Let me try to export the variable here. Okay. It's not receiving my client ID, is that why? Yep. I guess no. Okay. All right. I think that was it. It says you must accept access request from this app on Cortex UI. So there should be a notification here. Yes. Application test app ID com Amcalar.test is trying to access your account. Do you want to approve? Yes, I want to approve. So apparently the reason was bad documentation. They didn't tell me that my client ID and secret was missing because I didn't close the terminal. What I did was I terminated the terminal and then I killed the terminal and then I reopened it, and then it was able to read my client secret and client ID, which is in my environment variables now because I put it on a different terminal. And then it was just good to go. Okay, now we're gonna try connecting again. Node index.js. Okay. Yep. Perfect. We have an authentication token. We have a session ID. Sub EEG requests. We have a token and everything. The stream is unavailable or unsupported. So the EEG stream is something we won't be able to use. That is real-time raw EEG data stream unless we hack the Emotive application, which is something we can look into. I'm not saying no to that. But it's gonna take a lot of effort, and this is not a reverse engineering stream. This is not a hacking stream. We're not gonna hack Emotive. No, I wanna be on good terms with them. We're gonna wait for their approval. Hopefully that's gonna come next week, and maybe we're gonna do another stream next week for this. But we're gonna go with a recording of EEG data, and we're gonna play with that, and we're gonna do the experiments with that. Now that we were able to connect, I'm gonna start asking for other streams. I'm gonna subscribe to other streams, like movement data, so we'll be able to visualize it. However, first I need to take a break for a couple of minutes. So hold on, I'll be back in a minute. All right, we're back. We have about 15 hours to go. So we're 9 hours into the stream, which is great, which is really amazing. If you're wondering how I'm doing so far, I'm doing pretty well. Oh, come on, I hate this. Yeah, I was playing with the tea bag and it fell into the tea itself. My throat is a little bit sore because I'm also talking for 9 hours. But generally I'm doing fine. I'm doing really good. So we're gonna go on for another 15 hours. I'm really ready for the challenges ahead. What are we doing? We're doing an online stream where I code for 24 hours or maybe 20 hours, whatever. And I play with the new device that I got. I play with brain signals. And I have tea. I like tea a lot. Warm tea going down my throat. It's a great feeling. Okay, now let's go back. How's the music before I put on the headset? Oh, it's really upbeat. Let me know if you enjoyed. Let's put the headset back on. Again, for now, I'm not really interested in correct positioning, although I hate it when it's asymmetrical. Just want to make sure that it's symmetrical. Yeah. And then we have this new Cortex. Okay, let me go back to my screen share. Good. And why are you there? Yeah, go back to where you should be. Yep, this is good. All right. Happy little trees everywhere. Happy little classes. 6 kind of stream data. So this is facial expressions, band powers, EEG. As I said, that's real-time data. What is mot, met, and com? Motion. What is met and com? Is the broadcast freezing? I'm not sure if it is. It shouldn't be. Where's my phone? I was watching the stream. My friends, and especially my girlfriend, sending support messages. That really helps. Are there any problems on the broadcast? I don't think so, Imre. Are there? No, I think it's fine. I'm enjoying the music, even though I have no idea about coding. That's perfect. Yeah, I'm doing an experiment where I will try to type with my brain signals. I'm just gonna look at the screen and I'm gonna type with my brain signals, hopefully. Okay, I hope my phone will not fall. All right, yeah, go there, go here. Yep, should be good. Okay, now, I feel like a Greek god or a Greek statue with this thing. It not Greek but Roman. It definitely looks like the olive leaves or headwear the Romans wear, the Roman statues. Although I'm not really as handsome. I'm eating a protein bar because this is really energy consuming. Let's tap into power bands. Okay. This is a lot of data. Why are you logging them on the console though? A lot of numbers that we're logging to the console. There's the session ID and the time. There is the power. Probably these are like frequency bands. We're gonna see. They will have documentation on that one. Where is it? Sessions. Where is device here? They forgot to put device here. Let's see if it works. It works. We have the device data. I don't know. Contact quality and battery, perhaps. Performance metrics met. Mental commands. And I need to load a profile, which is something we're going to do. Facial expressions, system events. Okay. Band power of each EEG sensor. It includes the alpha, low, beta, high beta, gamma, and theta bands. All right. Depending on the license and model, some streams may be available or not. Yeah. The license must contain the scope EEG. You must activate the session before you subscribe. When we subscribe, do we create a session? Is there a create session API somewhere? Let's see. Can you hear me well when I'm talking softly? Does it work for you if I talk this soft? Create session. We have it here. What do we call it? Query session info. Add marker. Check grant access and query session info. Access granted. Yeah, we probably, yeah, here. When we try to subscribe, first checks grant access and query session info. So we definitely activate a session. That's why we also had the session ID. Yep. Cool. Thank you for coming. One pro tip from a singer: do not cough. It messes with your vocal cords and it's not good for your throat. Do not cough when, like, do not clear your throat is what I'm saying. Try to swallow it. Do not clear your throat. It really messes with your vocal cords. And it will be really difficult to sing afterwards. Okay, my computer is now running weird. Okay, yeah. So the power what is it called? We subscribe to the Power subscription, whatever. How do I interpret the values? EEG. What was the device name? It's called Emotive Epoch 10. I'm sure my friends can write it on the channel, on the comments. I'm wondering if, yeah, the comments are displayed here. It's good. Cool. I can do this. Yep. All right. Band power. Yes, this is what we were interested in. So we have the, okay, I need to clear this. I don't know why it's logged into the console. Why did you do this? Like, it's why this is an example. You shouldn't log to people's consoles. If you're a library, never log it. Just return the data. It's going to be fine. So I subscribe to the band powers. Yep. Here we receive a huge array of numbers, this one, and we are to interpret that. The JSON structure is here. It's for each electrode, theta, alpha, beta, and gamma bands. It's good. Yeah, here, 14 electrodes. All right, now, this was easy. I think, so we can do two things. We can try to visualize this in an Electron application, or we can try to go with recordings and training and so on. For now, let's keep this. I'm going to obviously add a callback function here, and I'm going to just pass the data to the callback. So that I can log it here. Yep. And if I don't want to log it, I'm not gonna log it. Of course, we should have a default. Best practices, right? We should have a default function so that this doesn't crash. If I don't pass it in, nothing happens. We just subscribe and activate data aggregation like this. Oh wait, why are you still, what's going on? Why are you still writing them on the console? Sub request result. So it wasn't this. What is this and what is this? Sub request. Sub EEG request. Ah, all right, I see. This is the actual callback that we should call back, not the other one. This is a terrible API design. It is a terrible, terrible API design. So what we need to do here now, what should have happened is there should be a callback that we can register on data submission. Like, how is this different? That this socket on message, and this is also socket on message. So are you doing duplicate requests? So if I did this, were you printing twice the same thing to the console? I think it was. Yes, I think it was. Terrible, terrible, terrible design. Wow. So however many times we're gonna do socket on message, it's gonna print whatever it comes, whatever it receives to the console. And it's creating multiple subscriptions to the socket messages. This doesn't make any sense at all. I'm sorry, it's a terrible design. And even if I give a callback here, it's not gonna work. I mean, it's gonna send me back all the data that that comes through the headset. That's why they did an if check here and then commented out for some reason. Do I have git lens? Of course I cannot see. I wonder why they commented this out. So I'm gonna go to their repository again. Emotive here. And sub request here. 307. Oh, come on, really? Add Node.js example Cortex v2. Really? Okay. How did you actually fix a bug by adding console log? You know what? This is challenging. Having to deal with external APIs. So there is no ID, sub request ID. It's definitely not this one. I think that's why they commented out, because that was for Cortex API 1. That's what I assume. If you put this back in, you won't get any data. And let me remove the console log here. I think when we run it, we won't see anything. Yep. We just had the initial response. Like, this is something, so this is like a CAN bus. It means you're sending messages to the socket and it's sending you responses back. It's not really, and you know, it's a stream of data. You are responsible for catching the response that you're interested in. So it's not really very useful on that regard. So, so there's no request and response mechanism. There's no direct callback for your responses. You send a request to the ether, to somewhere, and then it sends a response back. To the stream. So you should be watching out with this if message to see whether the data that you're interested in is there. So what this does is it gives us the names of the columns, so we can kind of make it parametric in the sense that we don't have to hard code the column names. Yep. So this was the request that we sent, and this is the request results. And then now when I put the console log here and I restart, you're gonna see that first we have the sub request results. Obviously, like you shouldn't create multiple subscriptions because it's gonna run the callback every time you do this. So there should be one callback registered on socket on message. Whenever you create the session, you should register on one single callback function so that the message is parsed only once, because this is a very high frequency channel. And then you should have an internal map of subscriptions, and there you should see whether somebody is interested in this request or something. So what they did here is okay, that it looks at sub request ID. Although why is this a fixed number? What happens if I say it's like this? Does it not work? Like is 6 a hard-coded number? No, it works. So this should have been a UUID or something. Amazing, terrible design here. I mean, this is not designed at all. So take this stream as an introduction to API design with Node.js. You can tweet about this to your friends so that they watch. This is an introduction to API design with Node.js. Don't design your APIs like this. Now I'm more inclined to create my own library. Of course, I created my own library, right? I'm inclined to create my own library instead of dealing with this mess. There should be like one-time subscriptions and everything. There should be an event listener here. And this should be done automatically. Or you could make a data type that stores the parsed message, so it only needs to parse it if needed. I'm not sure what that means. A data type that stores the parsed message, so it stores the parsed message. It only needs to parse it if needed. Anyway, so this is going down in a rabbit hole, and I'm not sure if we really want to do that. Maybe we don't actually really want to do this right this second. But of course, if we were to put this in an Electron application, this has to be there. I wonder how many socket on message they have here, and it's a ton. Socket on $15 of them. This is a ton. So the issue with that is, after being done with this promise, like after they receive this query headset, they should unregister this message handler, and then that will be fine. So you don't really have to do it the way I told earlier. What you can do is, as long as you unregister from the handler that you're listening, that is okay-ish. I mean, that's a lot better than what they had before, because the stream will go on anyway. Yeah. So, okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna create our own emotive library. Hopefully that's going to replace their original one. And maybe we're going to contribute it back to their repository and they will really like it. And maybe we can release it as a as an open source library. Basically a proxy that doesn't parse it all at all, but if it's parsed, it keeps it for other subscribers. But that's not the way the API works. It works on demand. So there is no use case where you want to access previous data. So there's no use case where I subscribe and I want to learn about the previous state of that message. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create an event listener, and all the subscriptions will be made on that event listener, and that event listener will emit values on as they come. And there's only gonna be one second subscription. I wish they built a proper abstraction on this, but we're gonna do it. What should it be called? Cortex? Optimized? For now, let's call it like that. I'm going to copy a couple of methods from from Cortex.js, basically the constructor. And the WS method, I think, is not the best one. It's not the best WebSocket library out there. And maybe I need to turn down the font size a little bit. Yeah, this is a tiny bit better. And what I will also do is I'm going to require event emitter. And I can extend this. So this would be an event emitter itself. And I am subscribing only once and sending it to the onMessage method, and I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do there. And there, in the response, the ID is the ID of the request, if it were a request. So here you see there is no ID, I think. Let's have a look. Yep. Yep. There's no ID here. It's just the name of the stream. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna take the message, and if that includes an ID, so it's just an example. It's not a verified API. She's from Greece. Hello, Chris. I know it's an example. However, it is the official emoji repository, so I expected a little bit better. I expected a little bit better. I'm sure they're doing much better with their C++ API. I wish they had just this, and that's also, you know, it's very simple what I'm doing right now. JSON parse message, and then ID is message objects that ID. If we have the ID, we should emit the ID and the message so that people can subscribe to it. And if not, so see, the structure is there's a power, band power event here. So these are fixed keys. So const streams, and I think I'm going to put this as an instance variable. Let's say po and dev for now. And we're gonna see if any of these streams for each, if any of these streams are in the message. Then we're going to emit that with the message. Yep, I think. I'm not sure about the session ID yet and session ID validation. Probably if we have multiple sessions, and it's very likely that we're gonna have multiple sessions, not right now, but in the future. I mean, if this is an actual API, there should be multiple sessions. Otherwise, why do I have the session ID? Then we will have to differentiate between session IDs as well. So the subscription will probably be here on emitting. Probably we're gonna do something like session ID colon then the object ID or the stream. All right. Now, how does this work? We'll see. Well, I'm going to copy this for now and then try to optimize it. Well, what is the code formatter? I'm gonna have this for now, and then instead of this one, in sub request, instead of this one, I'm gonna do this.on. And it's gonna be, I'm not sure if this receives an array. It doesn't. So streams for each this on you need to be able to stop the subscription. We're going to think about it later. This on stream callback. And there should be a method to unsubscribe. But again, I'm going to think about it later because I want to make sure this works first. All right, I think this should work for now. Emit the message object. I'm emitting the message object here. So instead of Cortex, we do Cortex optimized, but of course we also need the check grant access and query session. Functions. Okay. Nope. Why? And then the sub request. Sub requests. Subscription requests. Yep. And here, this is okay. And instead of suck it on message, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna say this on sub request ID. And then have this one here. And there should be a callback. Like this doesn't make any sense at all. Save it here. There should be a callback. Or this could be a promise, of course. Let's first do it with a callback and see whether we're doing the right thing. Sub requests here. Where you emit message. Message is a string you parse into message object before. You're right. You're right. This is where we sent it. Yep. So here. should emit the objects. In fact, all of these are message objects. Yep. Now, let's run this. Probably it's not going to run, and then I'm going to debug it. This request access is not a function. Request access here. And then it calls authorize? No. Hopefully this is the last. My head really hurts right now. Having the headset on is terrible. Here, request access ID 1, and instead of socket message, we're gonna do request access ID. And there is a, come on, there is a spider that just jumped down from the ceiling, and I hate spiders. I think I'm gonna kill it. Do you mind if I kill a spider? It's a very tiny, cute spider, but I hate bugs, so I think I'm gonna kill it. Sorry. My friends told me that this stream needs some attraction, so I introduced a little violence. I hate it. This should be once, not on. And yes, like this. Let's try. Sure. Of course. Okay, at least it's doing something. Now we don't see anything on the console. That's why we're gonna go and debug it. I'm gonna put a debugger here, and this is the time where I need my touch bar because it had the debug button, but we have F5 instead. So, all right, we don't need this. We can just resolve. In fact, then we don't need this at all. Just do this. Yep, I love simplification. And request access. Then results. Really? What? How is this a... Why? It looks like the person who wrote this was very new to async await. This is weird. But we're gonna put another breakpoint here. What is the command for stop debugging? Shift F5. Fortunately, I have a physical keyboard with F keys, so that's gonna work as well. Okay, now I need a launch JSON. Yeah, like this, Node.js. Yep, perfect. Save it, and then F5. We don't need this anymore. Yep. We have request access results. Error. Missing the required parameters. Thank you. What are those required parameters? So let's go back here. What is restart? Command Shift F5. And what is go into? Step into is F11. Ah, come on. Oh no. 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 How does F11 works on a Mac keyboard? Terrible, terrible design. Okay, go into. Refresh. Go in. What's going on? Unexpected token in adjacent position. I was telling you to go in, step into this. Okay. Whatever you say. For some reason, step into doesn't work. Oh, we don't have user. This user is undefined. Why? We should have had it here. I have like no overview over the code at this text size. Is it too big? I can make it smaller. I can do it like 16. So this should have worked. And user subscription works. And user.client ID. This user.client ID is undefined. Why? Is this undefined? Ah, it must be. It must be undefined. Yes. Ah, come on. How am I gonna read this? The environment variables in a debug session. That's why it's not working. Emotive client ID is there. That shouldn't have been any, there shouldn't have been any issues with this. I don't know why. Step into a bit weird with async stuff sometimes. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't work. And this doesn't make any sense at all. Why doesn't it read environment variables? Come on, this is terrible. Okay, let's Google it. Node debug pass environment variables. I'm sure this was supposed to be working. Okay, this is really hurting. And of course, one of the felt pads just fell off. It hurts so much. Oh, wow. No, the issue is environment variables should have been passed through environment. Doesn't work. with node debug. Yeah. This is so weird. How am I supposed to debug this? I don't want to use an environment file. I don't want to use this. Does everybody know how that works? Okay. The list of string typed key value pairs. I think we're gonna use an M file. I seem to remember there being a bug where you have to restart the terminal after changing environment variables. It's not a bug, it's actually the way it's supposed to work. But the issue is Node.js doesn't pass in process environment variables to the debug console. I can try with another environment variable that I should have access to, but yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, because that environment is actually not that environment. Like this is running in its own process space. It's not running in ZSH is what I'm using for shell, and that's why I have the environment variables there. And here, of course, this is a ZSH instance. That's why we use the environment variables. And in node debug, there is no such thing. So I'm thinking right now, I'm going to create an environment variable file here. And I'm going to load that. Okay, let's see if I can do it as an external file, not in the path. Okay. Let's have finder here. It's terrible. And then terrible developer experience. There should be a way to load your ZSH config for Node debugger in Visual Studio Code. Why am I dealing with this? Okay. Launch JSON. What I need here is an environment variable and file. Hopefully you're going to be able to load it from this. Okay, now let's see again. F5. It is definitely there. That was something I feared. It doesn't have access to. Oh wait. I did a mistake. I used it as JSON, but it shouldn't be JSON. It's a regular env file. Let's try it again. I'm sure the file is there, but you don't have write access to tilde. Okay. Would this work? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Maybe it just doesn't like tilde. Let's try that. Yep. It just doesn't like tilde. I wonder if there is any anything like this workspace folder, like a home folder, user folder, I don't know, workspace. Workspace folder is great, but there should be some other variables, right? Anyway, I think this is good enough for now. And I also believe if we move on, step over is F10. Obviously, that's not gonna work. And here, user client ID is there. Yep, now it works. Perfect. Great. Great, we did it. Now, let's see, run. And request access results. Finally, we have the results. Access granted, true, perfect. But that's already an object, so I don't also need this. And I just need access granted. Yep, I don't need JSON parse. Yep. Access granted, and we have it in our debug console. The user has granted access rights to this application. That's great. And then we're gonna wait querying session info. And I wonder where that was. Okay, apparently it's not there. Query session info. This one. Query headset ID. This control device. Okay, now this is getting a little awkward. We're gonna have to copy a lot of methods here, but we're doing them as service, so hopefully we're gonna release this as a library, a proper library. Query session info. Why? Yeah. Who thought this was Node.js but best practice? This auth token and this headset ID. Okay, not terrible. And now we need query headset ID. Query headset ID. We're doing them a huge service by fixing their API. And yeah, we don't listen on socket messages, but we're gonna do this once. Query headset ID. And now we don't need to parse it. We're just going to do data results. Data result 0 ID. Okay, much better. Okay. Why don't we reject here? This is good practice. And this is query headset ID. And then we need control device and authorize and create session. We're gonna do it. This headset ID. I don't know why we're saving it to the session. We probably don't want them saved to the session, but anyway, saved to the object. I mean, this control device, this control device here. I'm fairly certain these IDs shouldn't be hard-coded and they should be random. And here, again, socket once, control device ID. Did I do a mistake in the previous one? Resolve. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna say resolve. Wait. Why? Anyway, here, no, I did it right. Okay. Suck it. Nah, fine. All right. What else? And I can abstract away this JSON stringify nonsense, and we can just work with objects, but I'll do it later. Another request was made to authorize. Is authorize here already? Nope. So we had to pretty much, oh, come on. Pretty much copy the entire library and fix it. We could have fixed it in place, but I think it would be a little bit harder. Up. Authorize. Ah, this is not socket. This is this once. Authorized ID. Again, I don't need this nonsense. There's no, well, and there is no parsing. Here, this is not socket, this is this. Yep. So authorize also should also work. Not sure. And the other one was create session. Do we have create session? We don't have create session. This once create session ID. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Okay. This should be it. I'm pretty sure I have done a lot of mistakes. Let's try to run it. Can I delete property once of undefined? Yep. Because it's probably, yes, it's because of this. Because they love to use actual functions and not error functions. And I need to replace them with error functions in order to be able to use this inside. Yep. There you go. There you go. I love this. I love this thing. I love it. I love it when this happens. I really love it when this happens. When this works. I really, really, really love it. What is the music right now? I don't like going out, but I like dancing. Perfect. Perfect. See, we have what we need. This is what I was looking forward to. And if you don't pass in console log here, we won't have anything. Yep. And I'm very happy that I don't have to wear the headset while I'm doing this, because it really hurts. Okay, folks, this works. We can now subscribe to the power streams. Let's do it again. Good. And the issue with this one, of course, is that the sub method here. Hello, Abdullah. The issue with this one is that the map of the electrodes are in this sub request. So before we subscribe to the streams, I think we should wait for it, and we should parse the data here and then, you know, format it so that it's a meaningful data instead of this huge array of numbers. Why is there so much fluctuation in data without wearing the headset? Because it's picking up noise. I didn't notice if there were any fluctuations or not. I didn't look at the numbers, but it's probably because it's picking up noise right now. The headset is on. It is picking up noise that is present in the environment. Yep. So it would be great if this were a formatted data, in the sense that, you know, let's put a breakpoint here and then run this again. We don't need these anymore. Of course, it doesn't work because you cannot really parse an object. But what we had here is the results, which is a success. The issue with that is it has these column names. So these map one-to-one with these the stream data here. So we should correlate these things and return a better, like when we emit the data, we need to emit it in a better format, putting the keys inside. So that I think we can work with that. 7, yeah, 10. So yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit off track, but I think I'm going to program that as well. So sub requests, first, this can be, this would return a promise, just like the other ones. And on once sub request ID, we do that. Wait, did we have to? No, we didn't have to do JSON string JSON parse there. So here, what we do is we resolve. Yeah, I think that's what we do. We just resolve it with this, and then we're gonna start the subscription. So there's no. How do I go back? Go back. Okay, control. Yep. And forward. There is no callback here anymore. Sub requests here. All right, the sub. I mean, I don't really. Okay, no. Await. Well, sub response. Await the sub request. I don't need this nonsense anymore. And then what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna format the data for each stream based on the format there. So let me put breakpoints here. Let's run this again. Sub response, results, success, columns. Now this is problematic. What if we subscribe to multiple streams? How would the columns change? Let's have a look at that. So we subscribe to power and device like this, and let's run it again. Let's put the breakpoint here. Success. All right, so we have different columns. So success is an array. Was it an array before? I think it was an array before. First one is the data, and the second one is, okay, oh, this is really taxing because the asynchronous API is trying to send me data and I had to finish it, otherwise my computer kind of froze. Okay, was this an array before? I was doing that. I think it was an array before when I did this. And run it. It is success is an array. Yes. So for each wait, I lost the format. Let's run it again. Results sub response dot result dot success, and then columns. So this is stream and stream index. We'll do this, but then we're going to rewrite the data here. For each stream, what we're going to do is we do let's say here column names subresponse dot results dot success. Yep. What do we have there? We have the column names. Oh, we also have the stream name. Oh, that's great. That's good. Stream name. So we could also match this on stream name. All right. We can say we're gonna do this sub response success for now. And I think we should index this by, but doesn't really matter. We have the index already. So what we're going to do here is for each piece of data, data s equals formatted data equals an object, and data formatted data, let's do it like this for now. No, what I'm gonna do is sub response success stream index for each, and this gives us column name, formatted data column name equals data s column index, something like this. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to convert this into an object with channel names on it. And then data formatted data equals formatted data. Yep, this should work well. Restart. Oh, crashed. All right, let's see. Subresponse success. Sorry. Dot calls. Si dot calls. Yep. Cool. Formatted data here. Yep. We wanted exactly this, AF3 alpha. And we are going to compare it with the data power here. AF3 theta. Yep. I think it works really well. Yes, yes, yes.
Your message to voice says yeah.
No, I'm not texting anybody. Siri. Okay, now it works. And I have to pause this. Wow, I can't even click. That's so weird. I can't even click when there's so much load on the debugger. What happens is I'm pausing at a breakpoint, but the data keeps coming from the WebSocket. And since Node.js cannot handle it, and since it's single-threaded, it gets bloated and bloated over time. So it doesn't really work. But now, when I run this, hopefully I'm gonna get sweet formatted data. Yep. Which is cool. Which is cool. Let's double check this again. Let's double check this again. The trick when complaining about Siri is to not use the name, otherwise it will just get worse. Yes. Exactly. What step are you on? Are you writing your own API now? Yeah, I'm writing, I'm cleaning up the API from the Cortex API, the Node.js API from Emotive, because it was suboptimal. It was far from even usable good. And we're optimizing it. And here we have our formatted data. And now we want to make sure that this actually works. So I'm going to put another breakpoint here. And we're going to compare some values. So run. Not there, but maybe here. Yep. So formatted data. And sub-response success. Here it says columns. So the first three numbers are AF3, theta, alpha, beta low, beta high, and gamma. Theta, alpha, beta low, beta high, and gamma. So it's basically from low frequencies to higher frequencies. AF3, theta, alpha, beta low, high, and gamma. And when we look at the data, data, power, AF3, theta, alpha, beta low, beta high, and gamma. Yeah, that's correct. So we did a good job. Good job. Good job, team. Will it be able to stream the data quasi in real time? It is streaming the data in real time. However, it's not streaming the raw EEG values in real time. We are currently streaming the frequency bands, so the power of each frequency band. Unfortunately, we don't have raw access to our own EEG data, and hopefully that will come in time. Let me check my emails. Oh, nope. You weren't supposed to open there. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, we still don't have any responses from Emotive. How's the music, by the way? And they haven't replied to my messages. Of course, they're not working on the weekend. Okay. Now, this works. Now I'm gonna take another small break of a couple of minutes, and then I'm gonna come back. Am I not the only one comfortable with having tokens in the console? You mean this one? Yeah, that's not the best. I don't know why they're logging it to the console. However, I think this is only for the local session, so that should be fine. All right, I'm gonna be back in a second. Okay, I hope I'm back and I hope you can see me. I took a little bit longer because I got a new cup of tea and I'm running out of lemon juice. But I think it's gonna work fine. And I wish I had more energy drinks. I have 2 cans left and a couple of other protein bars. So we'll see how that goes. By the way, I'm not really, of course, sleepy at all. It's like just 9 p.m. Although I slept for 5 hours last night. That wasn't very effective in terms of sleep. Not even 5 hours. I think I slept for 4 hours. Anyway, Rahman says, thanks for everything. I learned a lot and got tired. You're welcome. And if you're gonna sleep, I hope to see you in the morning. Okay, so basically we have what we want here. Let's see if this is gonna work with device subscriptions as well. And I'm gonna do this so that I can put a breakpoint here. By the way, my computer is about to die. It has 32 gigabytes of RAM and it's full right now. It started using cache memory, so it's terrible. Data. Yep. Oops. There is a problem with... What is this? There's a problem here. But we have battery and signal. Apparently it has nested arrays in it. So, yep. See, dev, it's an array of arrays, so we have to cater for this. We have to recurse. Hopefully not recurse, but we have to take care of arrays of arrays. Sorry. Yep. This is much better now. So what I did is I added dev here and I wanted to see whether it worked well or not. And when we run it, we see here, this is fine, but for the dev, the keys are messed up because it's an array of arrays. So we need to clean that up. I'm gonna go here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna, when I rented this computer, I rented this MacBook Pro for the stream. And I'm waiting for the new 16-inch MacBook Pros to come out at the end of the month. And when they do, I think I'm gonna go for 64 gigabytes of RAM. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. Like this whole setup, 3 screens, live streaming, recording at the same time, 2 cameras, it just doesn't work. And a headset like this doesn't work. Oh, it's really hot. There is no screen share. Yeah, it is updated. Abdullah. And of course, there is a huge delay between your messages and my stream. That's why, it's gonna take about a minute to do a round trip of messages. So what we need to do here is to recurse, or at least delve one level deeper. If column name is an array, we're gonna have to make this an array instead of this thing. So if this is an array, I'm gonna set up an object. So let's do it like this. If array is array column name, I'll say formatted data. What's going to be the actual name of this? That's interesting. I don't know what to do here. I would say formatted data something is an empty object, and then column name for each I'm going to do data as column index, second column index, something like this. Or let's say, for now, let's say CI, so that people get really pissed off with our variable naming. And this will be formatted data something C. Yep. And we're now gonna figure out what that something is. So I'm gonna put a breakpoint here and expect to see the device information here. Now, yep, column name is an array. But, okay, here, data, device 2.1, so it should be here. Battery signal. I think we're gonna just flatten it. So it's gonna be something like, we don't need this line, and it's gonna be something like here. Yep. And I'm gonna put a return here. Let's see. I don't like else cases. I like returns, format data. Yep. There we go. This is what I wanted. Yep. Cool. This is exactly what I wanted, and it works now. So we can subscribe to single streams or multiple streams. And here, formatted data. Yep. We should have a better name for formatted data. Instead of formatted data, we should say value. Simply value. So that we can do this. Yep. Because I'm not interested in the time or the session ID or the raw stream name. Yeah, this is good. This is what I wanted. So we fixed it. This works. what are we gonna do next? Let's subscribe to other streams and see if they work as well. Let's first try power again. We could also just return the formatted data. Yeah, I thought about that, but I think they would be interested in time. So this is the power. Okay, this is pretty good. This is really, really good. This is nice. This is actually amazing. What about face something? If I wear this on, will I get any facial? Yeah, it's still damp, so that's great. Formatted data plus time. And then what happens if they add further things to the API? Okay, apparently there's no facial gestures happening. I don't know if we're supposed to see something here. Let's subscribe to motion data. Nope. We don't receive motion data as well. I don't know what's going on. So let's put a breakpoint where we do, yeah, let's put a breakpoint here. We have the motion data. Oh, come on. Yeah. So this should be a static value, cortex dot streams, and it's going to be this here, static streams. How do we make static properties? Like this. How do we make static properties? That's a very good question, right? JS ES6 static properties. Yeah, go away. Yeah, static get. Yep, that's it. We do this like static get, so it's a static getter. It's a method instead of, so it's like static get streams return this, which is arguably more difficult to read than the one I typed. I don't want to make it a const outside of the class because we might want to use it here. So we can say cortex streams, something like this. Yep. So now let's see if we can subscribe to facial expressions. I act neutral, right? Okay. This looks pretty good. I act, you power, L act. I wonder what they are. Is there an explanation here? Facial expression. The lower face action. Yeah, I thought about that as well. It should be L for lower, upper face, lower face. Clench. I mean, I think this is pretty good. This is looking already something like a real application, at least a real API.
Sorry, I can't do that. You're not listening.
Give me some time to disable Siri. You're right, Johnny. Okay. Oh, by the way, also, let me go to, yeah, I thought about doing this on the break, but I forgot. I'm gonna go to my personal YouTube channel. I'm going to create a post. And I'm gonna tell people that I'm doing a live coding live coding broadcast until tomorrow morning. So give me a couple of seconds here. Yep. That's pretty good. All right. Yep. Perfect. Now we can go back. Wait, of course, I need to open the stream preview myself. Up. Stay there. Right. So Johnny was like, you should put the array outside. And he was right. Oh. Wow. Yeah, my phone was falling down. In order to save it, I sacrificed the remote for my light. Okay, first, okay, I'm gonna need some arrangements here. Yep, I think these things will occur as the time goes on. And we could also do a git commit just in case. Yes, I'm gonna do that as well. And I need a stable place for my phone. So let's try it again. Yeah. The phone stand isn't very stable. And yeah, I threw away the remote. Is it working? Yep. It's still working, so that's great. All right, now we're back. Though you like sleeping on streams, I know. Okay. At least I caught it. I saw it with the corner of my eye that it's sleeping away, and then I caught it. So that was great. Yeah, I think it's stable now. I was gonna type streams here and then put see, that is why I'm not gonna do it like that. That's why instead of this static getter, and I'm sure it would cache it anyway, I'm gonna do cortex.streams. Yeah. Yes, now. Face neutral. So I'm gonna keep logging this and see if we can, like, if we can get something when I blink. No, blink, blink, blink. That's good. Yeah. Wink right, wink left. That works. Okay, we have some proper data here that we can use on our applications and its performance. That is one of the most important ones. Okay, the power here. Yeah. I mean, I think I kind of like it. Wait, do we have the name, the stream name here with the value? Of course, we don't have argument there. See, the issue here is we don't have the name of the stream. So we should add that as well, because this is a generic handler now, which is terrible. I mean, this API shouldn't exist. Why would you ever want to subscribe to multiple events? Just do multiple subscriptions. This doesn't make any sense at all. Now I'm wondering something else. C sub, why do we have a callback here? Why don't we emit that data? Yeah. I think, yes. So here, I'm gonna do something like this. I'm gonna do this like a row event. Okay. And here I'm going to subscribe to the row event. If we call subscribe multiple times, this is going to subscribe multiple times, and I don't want that to happen. So I'm going to track subscriptions, and if we have subscribed once, I'm not going to subscribe again. And here, instead of calling the callback, I'm going to do this .emit s data. So instead of a callback based API, I can do this. See on, yep. I think this is a little bit more natural as an API. And in the sub method, I'm going to see if okay, multiple levels of optimization. If streams every in this subscriptions return. This makes sure if we have all of the new subscriptions, if we're listening to all of the new subscriptions, we're not going to do anything. We're just going to return because this is going to work. And then when here, if one of them is new, here I'm going to do another one. If s in this subscriptions return, yep, so that we'll listen to the raw event only once. And here, this subscriptions is an empty array. So now I can call this multiple times, and it's not gonna attach multiple handlers. Yep. And when I'm blinking, I receive multiple values. That's weird. Apparently blinking takes a long time. And it's an action that's happening. Yep. I'm not subscribing multiple times. It's just sending me multiple values. It looks as though I'm subscribing 4 times, but I'm sure that's not the case. Now I can call this several times, and it's gonna return. I hope. Let's do it again. No, stop it. Nope. It subscribed 10,000 times, I think. Just too many. Okay. We have 7 of them here. And 14 of them here. Did I make a mistake? Yes. It's going to be an object, and when we subscribe, we have to fill that object. Here, this subscriptions s equals true. Now it's going to be better. Yep. Now we only have a couple. So we only have 2 or 3, and this is its normal operation. Yep. Good. Good. It's better. Okay. We can see how many times we end up here. Only once. Is it only me, or did the video quality drop? Okay, I don't know. Can anybody reply to Albi? For me, it seems fine on my preview. Are we actually online? Yeah, it dropped. That's interesting. It might be because, yeah, the quality is not great. It's probably my internet or my computer running really hot. Probably it's like enough. I'm fed up with this. It's just too much, probably. Let's give it a couple of minutes. And maybe it's gonna recover. Okay. I could have used a static phone holder. I'm gonna put it here so that it doesn't really fall. Maybe because it's nearly 12 hours and YouTube says, hey, you should give a break. I mean, I give regular breaks and I'm doing really fine. But YouTube actually said that we should cut it at 12 hours, otherwise it's not gonna record the stream. So I think I'm gonna start a new stream in an hour or so. Yep. Is it improving? The quality? Do you have any questions on what we're doing? My head started hurting. Okay, now we have these. Facial expressions work. Power bands work. I think with this, I can try the Luke Skywalker application. No improvement on quality. Weird. I'm sure it's related to my internet. It's really pixelated. I mean, I think it would be much better if I just restarted my streaming application. Maybe I should do that. Actually, I think the quality got worse, says Johnny. Okay. I'm gonna take this off. Oh. Ow. It really hurts. Let's see if you're gonna be able to see if I switch to this camera. See how my head looks right now? It's terrible. It's terrible. Like, what are these? What are these? These are electrodes. This is for science. It's like, I feel like a knight, and instead of for the king and country, I'm like for science. It really hurts. So I'm actually getting really close to the disgusting picture that I had 10 years ago. It hurts. It hurts a lot. So even if I'm doing really great in terms of motivation and stuff, I think this just hurts. So I'm not gonna wear the headset for some time. However, in the meantime, okay, let's see if on a more fundamental level, what's the point of doing 24-hour streams? Viewers can't be there for all of it, and the streamer just gets their sleep schedule screwed. It's a personal challenge. Why are there hackathons? Why do people join hackathons? It's because you want to do something intense. It's like extreme sports. You can also say, why do you fly off of a cliff, or why do you jump off of a cliff with something that resembles an umbrella? I think it's pretty much the same. And for me, the stream quality really improved. Is it the case for you? It's super HD for me right now. Whew. For science, he said, dying. really hurts. Okay, I'm gonna start charging the headset in the meantime. I don't know if the battery level is dropping. It always says 100%, but I'm thinking that it's dropping. So it's great that we're charging it up. Furthermore, I'm gonna start working on the Electron app right now, because we have a stable library that we can use. Yeah, I think the problem was my screen sharing. Now when I switch, let's see if it's gonna stay like that. The problem might be screen sharing or my my internet connection. Sometimes it's not very good. So on my Electron app, I'm gonna subscribe to the streams, and I'm gonna do stuff with them here. I was saying maybe I can do the and also I can feel both full HD and 60 frames per second. Great. Yeah, I love scrolling. We can do the video player. Whenever there is an increase in alpha waves, the video player plays forward. Whenever there's a decrease, it plays backwards. We can do that application. And then we're gonna look into recording. The P300 application that I did, obviously we will have to upgrade it for the new Electron, because somehow they deleted Electron 1.8 from from npm. Like, how is that possible? Why did you delete Electron 1.8 from GitHub? It cannot download it. It's so bad. Now, the original version depended on Electron 1.8 and it just doesn't work anymore. So we will have to upgrade it to Electron 2, and the API is different, so we're gonna run into a couple of issues there. And what was I saying? Yeah, so my application, my P300 application that lets me type with brain signals, it can work in real time for live experiments. We call them online experiments. And it can work offline, which means it displays you the matrix, tells you to type stuff, and you record some data streams and use it as the training data. And then you, at the end of the session, you move on to the testing session where you can, type whatever you want. And then you use that as a test data. And there, we save that test session and then do classification on top of that. So we train the classifier on the training data, and then we use the classifier on the test data to see whether we actually scored well. This is called an offline experiment. It doesn't happen in real time. It happens over pre-recorded EEG signals, and it's very time consuming and difficult to make sure the system works in a way that you have the markers correctly and everything, and you can really parse the data and classify it. Fortunately, I have the source code for all of those, and offline experiments as well, and I'm gonna be doing that on the stream. And if we get access from Emotive for real-time raw EEG API, then we're going to be able to do an online version of it. Probably it's going to be next week or something. It's a terrible strategy of licensing. Okay. Now, let's go back to screen sharing. Now we have our library. And we can use it like this. Come on. Which formatter was it that removed semicolons? Was it standard.js? I think I need to install it. This triple equals is terrible. I'm against triple equals. What you might do if you're clever. Add it to package.json. Visual Studio Code. I think I will have this. And I prefer local standards, but for now I'm just gonna go with this. Is that it? Only 285,000 users? Okay. What was semi-standard? With semicolons. Okay, I don't want that. What is standard X? Okay, this is good because I want to disable triple equals. Can I use it as a dev dependency though? Okay, wow. Okay. Configuring standard. Okay. I think. Yep. Is never reassigned use constant set. I did. What's going on? You fixed it already. Oh, what? 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 See, this is why JavaScript is broken. What's going on here? What's going on here? What is this? What is this sorcery? You need to reopen VS Code after installing standard X. Okay. I think. Let me relaunch VS Code then. I don't like semicolons because it's not that I don't like them. I like semicolons, but okay, much better. I like semicolons, but they're not really needed. I was a huge fan of semicolons and I was inserting them everywhere. And there is even a society, a semicolon society, something like a fun society, and they have stickers and everything, and they go to conferences and give you a sticker if you like semicolons. And I was almost a part of it. But then I thought it's not really needed. So why use extra characters when it's not needed? Anyway. It's better now. It's not fixing it on save though. See, this is the problem with JavaScript tooling. Why doesn't this work? Autofix on save. Enable. Run on type. So I thought you would fix this. Apparently, it's not a problem for standard.js. If I say